So glad you could join us for Stay at Home Connect. I'm Phyllis Jackson.
The CDC is telling states to get prepared for COVID-19 vaccinations by late October or by the 1st of November. Infectious disease expert Dr. Anthony Fauci says the goal is not likely, but not impossible. U.S. Surgeon General Dr. Jerome Adams says an independent data safety monitoring board will be responsible for determining the safety of the vaccine. He says he and his family will be getting in line to take it when it becomes available. UGA launches a student emergency fund to help those who are struggling financially during the pandemic. Students will receive a one-time payment to cover, among other things, rent, utilities, school books, travel related to a death or illness in the family, and medicines or other health-related costs. Students have to meet eligibility requirements, which include being in good academic standing. An informal deal has been secured between the White House and Congress to avoid a government shutdown by the end of the month when funding is expected to run out. So far, no word on specifics or how long the bill would last, but officials say the agreement will allow an extension of funding at the same levels in which they are currently operating. Tyson Foods will open pilot medical clinics at several of its U.S. plants. The company has partnered with Marathon Health, which will run each of the planned 7 clinics to serve nearly 40,000 employees and their families. The first will be housed in Storm Lake, Iowa, where the company operates 2 plants. Tyson has not yet released the locations of the remaining 6 clinics. The company created a chief medical officer position and plans to add 200 nurses and administrative support to execute the company's wellness initiatives. Thousands of Tyson employees have been diagnosed with COVID-19. Nearly 200 of them have died. The company has been working to install safety measures since May. Atlanta City Council member Andre Dickens talks redevelopment and affordable housing in an interview with the Washington Post. See it at washingtonpost.com.
Thanks for joining us for Stay at Home Connect. Have a great evening.
Hello, I'm Atlanta City Council President Felicia Moore. Did you know the United States has been counting its population since 1790? Census 2020 is fast approaching. Your participation is crucial as it helps to determine where schools, hospitals, and new homes are built, among other services. Billions of federal dollars are allocated based upon census data. The questions are easy, and it should only take you a few minutes. You can respond online, by phone, or by mail. ATL counts. Census 2020. Atlanta is counting on you.
Each election year, I'm reminded of the sacrifices that were made so that I could exercise my right to vote. I think about the fear that must have gripped the hearts of those who placed themselves in harm's way, opening the door for me, you, and future generations. These were incredibly courageous men and women. Among them, 2 of our nation's greatest civil rights leaders, Reverend C.T. Vivian and Congressman John Lewis, who risked their lives so that we could cast our ballots freely. Let's not take the right to vote for granted. I'm Atlanta City Council member Michael Julian Bond, reminding you to get registered to vote. The deadline for the November 3rd election is October 5th. Go to registertovote.sos.ga.gov. That's registertovote.sos.ga.gov. Let us honor the memory of those who made our ability to vote possible. Don't let their efforts go in vain. Let your voice be heard. Use your power. Get registered and vote. Thank you.
So glad you could join us for Stay at Home Connect. I'm Phyllis Jackson.
The CDC is telling states to get prepared for COVID-19 vaccinations by late October or by the 1st of November. Infectious disease expert Dr. Anthony Fauci says the goal is not likely, but not impossible. U.S. Surgeon General Dr. Jerome Adams says an independent data safety monitoring board will be responsible for determining the safety of the vaccine. He says he and his family will be getting in line to take it when it becomes available. UGA launches a student emergency fund to help those who are struggling financially during the pandemic. Students will receive a one-time payment to cover, among other things, rent, utilities, school books, travel related to a death or illness in the family, and medicines or other health-related costs. Students have to meet eligibility requirements, which include being in good academic standing. An informal deal has been secured between the White House and Congress to avoid a government shutdown by the end of the month when funding is expected to run out. So far, no word on specifics or how long the bill would last. But officials say the agreement will allow an extension of funding at the same levels in which they are currently operating. Tyson Foods will open pilot medical clinics at several of its U.S. plants. The company has partnered with Marathon Health, which will run each of the planned 7 clinics to serve nearly 40,000 employees and their families. The first will be housed in Storm Lake, Iowa, where the company operates 2 plants. Tyson has not yet released the locations of the remaining 6 clinics. The company created a chief medical officer position and plans to add 200 nurses and administrative support to execute the company's wellness initiatives. Thousands of Tyson employees have been diagnosed with COVID-19. Nearly 200 of them have died. The company has been working to install safety measures since May. Atlanta City Council member Andre Dickens talks redevelopment and affordable housing in an interview with the Washington Post. See it at washingtonpost.com.
Thanks for joining us for Stay at Home Connect. Have a great evening.
Hello, I'm Atlanta City Council President Felicia Moore. Did you know the United States has been counting its population since 1790? Census 2020 is fast approaching. Your participation is crucial as it helps to determine where schools, hospitals, and new homes are built, among other services. Billions of federal dollars are allocated based upon census data. The questions are easy, and it should only take you a few minutes. You can respond online, by phone, or by mail. ATL counts. Census 2020. Atlanta is counting on you.
Each election year, I'm reminded of the sacrifices that were made so that I could exercise my right to vote. I think about the fear that must have gripped the hearts of those who placed themselves in harm's way, opening the door for me, you, and future generations. These were incredibly courageous men and women. Among them, 2 of our nation's greatest civil rights leaders, Reverend C.T. Vivian and Congressman John Lewis, who risked their lives so that we could cast our ballots freely. Let's not take the right to vote for granted. I'm Atlanta City Council member Michael Julian Bond, reminding you to get registered to vote. The deadline for the November 3rd election is October 5th. Go to registertovote.sos.ga.gov. That's registertovote.sos.ga.gov. Let us honor the memory of those who made our ability to vote possible. Don't let their efforts go in vain. Let your voice be heard. Use your power. Get registered and vote. Thank you.
We will begin now. Good afternoon. It is 1 o'clock, Tuesday, September 8th, 2020. Good afternoon. I'm Felicia Moore, your Atlanta City Council President. Welcome to the September 8th, 2020 Atlanta City Council meeting. We will begin with the roll call. Mr. Clerk?
President Felicia A. Moore.
Present.
Council members Michael Julian Bond, Post 1 at Large. Post 2 at Large, Matt Westmoreland. Here. Post 3 at Large, Andre Dickens. Here. Council District 1, Carla Smith.
Here.
Council District 2, Amir R. Faroki.
Here.
Council District 3, Antonio Brown.
Here.
Council District 4, Cleta Winslow.
Present.
Council District 5, Natalie Mosby Archibald.
Here.
Council District 6, Jennifer N. Ide. Council District 7, Howard Shook. Council District 8, J.P. Masakite.
Here.
Council District 9, Dustin Hillis.
Here.
Council District 10, Andrea L. Boone.
Present.
Council District 11, Marcy Collier Overstreet.
Present.
Council District 12, Joyce M. Shepard.
Present.
Quorum present, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Have any other members joined us since the roll call? Okay. We will add them as they appear. The next item on the agenda is to adopt the agenda. I will entertain that motion on the following agenda order. Under standing committees of the council, we will have Committee on Council, Committee of the Whole first, which would include Committee on Council and Zoning Committee reports, in addition to the Community Development Human Services public hearing. And then we will come back and adopt all those actions in growth. The second would be City Utilities, CDHS, Public Safety, Transportation, and Finance in that order. So I'll entertain a motion on the adoption of the agenda.
So moved, Brown.
Is there a second? Okay. Let's open the vote on the adoption of the agenda just to warm it up since we've been on break and make sure we're all present and online, and I don't know who is not. So, Mr. Clerk, if we can open the vote on the screen for me on that.
Please hold.
Sure. I'm sorry. I threw this on you. Any other members join us?
Hello?
Yes. Mr. Bond, have you joined us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we will mark you as present.
Thank you.
Council President, this is Archibald, and I'll need to vote verbally for a minute here.
Okay. That's what I'm testing out here as we adopt the agenda.
And this is Councilmember Winslow. I'll be voting by voicemail as well, verbally.
Okay.
And Council President, this is Councilmember Ide. I missed the roll call. I apologize.
Okay, Ms. Ide is present.
Duly noted. Please continue to hold.
For the public, we are here. We're just setting up a vote to adopt the agenda so that I can see who is all on the system. Okay, the vote's open. Go ahead, Mr. Clark. I'm sorry. I'm doing your job.
The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Okay. Mr. Hillis, how do you vote?
Yay.
Mr. Shook? Ms. Archibald?
Yes.
Ms. Winslow?
In favor?
Mr. Brown?
In favor?
Mr. Westmoreland?
Yep.
Mr. Bond?
Yay.
Mr. Shook? Okay, all votes are cast. Mr. Clerk?
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. Still populating vote. Yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The agenda is adopted. Now, for colleagues, just before I move on, as you see, at least half of you are not on the system, and it will considerably slow down our meeting if we have to populate that number of votes. So I would encourage everyone to get on the system between now and when we come back after public comment, that there's plenty of time, and the staff certainly will work with you on your remote connection. So I just want to thank everybody for attending today's meeting and hope everyone had a safe and enjoyable Labor Day weekend. As COVID-19 continues to impact the nation, our families and businesses continue to feel the effects. As they already know, social media was full of videos and images over the weekend of large gatherings of people with no masks and no distancing here in the city. I encourage everyone to take the precautions seriously. We all have a role to play in keeping our families and our communities healthy and safe. Also, as a reminder, the primary election is November 3rd. October 5th is the last day to register. Early voting begins October the 12th. And a big reminder, and I hope everyone has done it. If not, I hope you will. Remember to fill out your 2020 census. It's so important to the city that you are counted. The last day is September the 30th. Today during our agenda, as I stated earlier, we'll go into the committee of the whole for the purpose of hearing the items of the Zoning Committee and Committee on Council, and just the public hearing section of the CDHS committee. Now we will go to our moment of silence. We extend continued thoughts and prayers for those who are battling or who have lost loved ones as a result of COVID-19. I'd like to acknowledge the passing of Mr. Gerald Hines, co-developer of 191 Peachtree Street, the fourth tallest building in downtown Atlanta. Also, actor Chadwick Boseman, who passed from colon cancer. He's noted for his outstanding performances in several iconic films, including his leading role in Black Panther, which the final scene was filmed in our very own City Hall and our City Council chambers. We extend condolences to the Boseman family. We recognize, the long and beautiful life of Miss Mary Hughes, who passed at age 106. Ms. Hughes is the mother of Alexis Scott, former personality on the Georgia Gang and journalist and publisher for the nation's first Black-owned daily newspaper, the Atlanta Daily World. Our prayers go out to Miss Alexis Scott and her family. Are there any members who are wanting to recognize anyone during this time?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to acknowledge the pastor, Mrs. Effie Turner, of the Collier Heights community activist in her sorority and at Clark Atlanta University as a member of the Jugs. She was a dynamic, vibrant woman who led many community initiatives, and she passed during our break. So condolences to the Turner.
Any other condolences? Go ahead.
One of my employee, city employee, Derek Frazier, lost his father as well, and they were both funeralized on the same day.
Okay. Any other members?
Dustin Hillis.
If not, yes, go ahead, Mr. Hillis.
Yeah, just wanted to extend condolences to Eddie Reed and his family. He was a 45-year-old gentleman that was hit and killed on Hollowell Parkway. An all too common story that was almost exactly to the day by 1 year that Mr. J.J. Wallace was hit and killed last year as he was walking to school. So again, just wanted to extend condolences to the Reed family and also the Wallace family, given it's right at the 1 year anniversary of JJ's passing.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hillis. And I know that hopefully we'll get the state DOT to move quicker on those crosswalks that you and I have been working many years for. Thank you. Any other condolences? If not, let's enter into a moment of silent meditation on those names. Thank you very much. Now we will go to our invocation. We are honored to be joined by Pastor Joshua Noblet, Minister of Social Justice and Pastoral Care in St. Mark United Methodist Church, located at 781 Peachtree Street, Northeast. Pastor Noblet.
On behalf of my congregation, St. Mark UMC in Midtown, I express deep gratitude to Council President Felicia Moore, my council member, CARLA Smith from District 1, and all other members of council and their staffs and the entire workforce that powers the great city of Atlanta. It's an honor to be with you in voice today, and I look forward to greeting you with a warm embrace once we have put the pain and disorder of COVID-19 behind us. So I invite you now to join with me as you feel led in our invocation. Creator of us all, we gather today to do the business of our city, the great city of Atlanta. We stand on the shoulders of giants who put a lot of work and made a lot of sacrifices that our lives might be a little bit better. May we too be mindful of those who will come after us, particularly those who are the most vulnerable. As we deliberate, make decisions, and enact policies that will have an impact long after we are gone. Indeed, we live in complicated and perilous times. The threat of a pandemic hanging over our heads and all those whom we have lost and who continue to suffer, the pain and harm of enduring racism in our country, continued tension between law enforcement and the communities that they serve, the anxiety of a major election less than 2 months away, just to name a few. It can feel overwhelming, and it is so easy in the moment to take the path of fear and isolate ourselves and lash out at those who see things differently and to sow seeds of suspicion, mistrust, and hate. But we know that there is a better way, a way that seeks common ground, that looks out for the needs of the most vulnerable, that seeks to take care of each other, and to make right the harm that has been done in our society. And that is the way of love. No matter who we are or where we're from, or who we love or what we believe, we all know love when we see it and when we feel it, from the tiniest child to the eldest senior. So may we center ourselves in love for each other, for those we disagree with, for our environment, and for our future, as we seek to make Atlanta the most welcoming, equitable, prosperous, and innovative city it can be. And it's in the spirit of your infinite love that we pray. Amen.
Thank you so much, Reverend Noblet. Thank you. And again, you're located at 781 Peachtree Street Northeast, St. Mark United Methodist Church. Thank you so much for joining us and for your words today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, if all will join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Now we will go into the remarks by the public. They're going to be approximately 4 hours, 17 minutes, and 46 seconds of that, which means we're probably somewhere about 5:30, between 5:30 and 6 o'clock. We will be back on verbally, so that gives plenty of time for members who are not logged in to work with staff and getting yourself logged in. Otherwise, we're going to be dragged out in having so many people having to manually put in their votes. So, again, we are now going to remarks by the public. It'll be approximately, I'll just say, 4.5 hours. And Mr. Clerk, if you would take us into our remarks by the public.
The public may leave a comment of their concerns the day before the scheduled meeting between the hours of 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. by dialing 404-330-6001. Public comment for the full council agenda shall not exceed 2 minutes. In addition to the standing committees of zoning and committee on council will enter the committee of the whole, and the public may express their concerns for the individual committees by dialing the number 404-330-6069 for committee on council, and for zoning 404-330-6035. Messages for the committee meeting shall not exceed 3 minutes. No public comments are allowed on legislative items that have gone before or will go before the zoning review board. Thank you. Mr. Maxenberg.
Carol Diamantis, District 7, and I support Agape. No, I don't support Agape. I support UTA, not Agape. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Teresa Wiegand, and my husband and I have lived in the Chastain Park area for the past 25 years. I heard that tomorrow, September 8th, the council will vote on UTA, Universal Tennis Academy. As members of council, I know that each of you are doing your utmost to improve our community, and I thank you for your hard work and your commitment. To that end, I must tell you that since living here, I have seen UTA tremendously improve our tennis center into a vibrant community that is full of life. It is the people of UTA that has made the difference. It is the people of UTA that make the program and has transformed the tennis center into a place that the community gathers. The people of UTA just really care about making a positive environment and influence for everyone. My two sons have been part of the UTA program for years. They have taken lessons with the coaches, participated in the summer camps, joined the Friday night tennis parties, and they have loved every minute of it. And as a mother, I love sending my boys to the UTA programs because the UTA staff and organizations are so highly qualified and they just really care about everyone. It is highly professional, well organized, and the staff has a positive can-do attitude and are dedicated to helping the children achieve excellence both on and off the court. I don't understand why you would remove an organization that has such a positive benefit, such a positive influence for Atlanta. Have you seen or heard of the programs that they've done to help the community? Because if not, just take a deeper dive of what they've done. They really help bring our community together. Why are you considering letting another organization that is relatively untested take over when UTA has done such an amazing job? Why are you taking that risk? I know each of you on the council want a thriving community, and UTA has helped to deliver just that. And I urge you to please vote to keep UTA Universal Tennis Academy.
Emily Schultz. I live in East Cobb, District 6, and I want to support the UTA. I do not support Agape. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lynn Aspinall Henry. I live at 542 Argonne Drive, Northwest in the city of Atlanta, and I wanted to speak on behalf of a Universal Tennis Academy and the way they have managed the tennis courts in this community for years. Not only that, but the way they help the underserved kids, teaching them tennis and bringing them up. It's not only a for-profit business, they're also helping the community. And the last thing I'd really like to say is I went out as a strict observer of COVID restrictions since I have leukemia and lymphoma. I've been very careful, and I tried to go get on a court at Bitsy early in the morning. And frankly, it was just last week for the first time since March. And it was such a mess that I knew UTA wasn't taking care of it anymore, because I thought there is no way David Stolley and his organization would allow these courts to look like this. I frankly was afraid to go on the tennis court because I thought there's so much garbage all over these courts. Nobody's taking care of them anymore. So UTA is the best. Great people, great coaches, all kinds of diversity in staff, which I love personally. And again, my name is Lynn Henry. Thank you for your time. UTA will not disappoint. Thanks.
Hi, this is Christopher Thurstone. I'm a Atlanta City resident, and I just wanted to comment on Universal Tennis Management's very well-rounded management system of the city of Atlanta Parks. Their tennis coaches are some of the best I've worked with, and I just want to say that I hope you don't overlook their place in the city, and I wish not to see them lose their contract with the city. And I just wanted to make sure that you were aware of this situation and that they employ some of the best people that I've known. And yes, I hope that you will seriously consider keeping them running the management system for the tennis parks. Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Janet Brown, and I live in the city of Atlanta. I have a concern and want to speak on behalf of Universal Tennis Association. I've been a member with them and taking tennis at least 3 times a week for the last 5 years. They have got great management capabilities, and I am concerned about them losing their facilities that they manage. I was with them when they were at DeKalb Tennis Center, and that facility was taken away from them, and it's gone downhill since. And I've not been back to DeKalb Tennis Center. I have a real concern about them losing their facilities to manage, and I support them in every way, and hope that you reconsider this decision. Thank you.
My name is Deborah Scott. I live in District 7 in the city of Atlanta, and I am calling to express my concern that Universal Tennis Academy has been replaced or is considering being replaced. We really like UTA. I've played at Chastain Park since 2011, and they have done a great job with managing the courts and dealing with all of our communication with our team members and our captains. And as a taxpayer in the city of Atlanta, we want quality recreation, and we want to keep the Universal Tennis Academy and UTM running everything. Quality recreation is important to healthy citizens, and we are outraged that our requests have been ignored. So I'm vocalizing support for them and want the city of Atlanta to take our request into account and to renew the contract that existed until recently. We've been very happy with them. They've been there for years. They're responsive, and that's what the citizens need. So once again, my name is Deborah Scott. I'm a taxpayer in the city of Atlanta.
Yes, my name is Rebecca Burnett. I'm calling on behalf of Universal Tennis Management. They are, I was hoping that you would continue using them because they have done an outstanding job for the last 10 years. They have a lot of experience. They've been highly satisfactory, so I don't see the reason why we want to get a different management company. I think you have treated them very unfairly. I'm just calling to support them, and I hope that you would consider keeping them because they've done an outstanding job. There's no reason to go with another company unless somebody's getting a kickback or something. But anyway, I just wanted to hopefully that you would continue to use the Universal Tennis Management Company, UTA. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kim Neary, and I play tennis out of Chastain. And we just wanted to ask that you keep the current management on because we really enjoy them. And just like Chastain Golf, y'all just went back to full-time golf because of financial concerns. Our team has already moved out of Atlanta to practice because our coaches are now at another court. So we will take our business and stay there if y'all don't resume with the coaches that we have grown to know and love. Y'all are just going to continue to lose money because I guess the group that you're trying to bring in doesn't have a good track record at other courts, and that's not going to work out well. So don't understand, why that's happening, and we hope that y'all take the finances into consideration, if nothing else, because it's the best thing for the taxpayers of the city. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Rose, and I'm a 12-year member of the Chastain community. I'm bringing in support of UTA in the tennis community that they have built at Chastain Park. As a neighbor and as an amateur tennis player, I'm really grateful for everything they've done for our community and for the children that love tennis and Thank you for your time. Good afternoon. My name is Gwen Taylor. I live in District 7 in Atlanta. I am a tennis player and a huge tennis fan. I have been a member of USTA and ALTA all my life. I'm calling to express my concern about the award that Atlanta City Council is planning to award tomorrow afternoon regarding 5 tennis centers. And I'm requesting that you reopen that bid for this multi-million-dollar project for 5 of these tennis centers around Atlanta. And this is too important a community, specifically speaking about Alta. It's too important. It's too important to this community that you not consider all bids. So it is my request and the request of many people in Atlanta that you open up the bids and let's go ahead and not just assume that it is Agape's bid or that it is UTM's bid, but it is the bid that's open to all people who want to bid on a multi-million-dollar project. I know how important tennis is to Atlanta. It's equally important to my family here in Buckhead. So please reconsider, open it up, and let's start getting some other bids here. Thank you very kindly.
Hi, my name is Sydney Taylor. I'm a collegiate tennis player, a member of USTA, Alta, Ultimate Tennis, and T2. I'm calling to express my concern about the Atlanta City Council award for 5 tennis centers. I'm requesting your reopen the bid for this multi-million-dollar project for 5 the 5 of the centers around Atlanta. Tennis is too important in this community for you to not consider all bids. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Julie Bassett. I'm a resident of the City of Atlanta, and I have been playing tennis out of the City of Atlanta facilities for almost 12 years now, both before and after UTA and UTM assumed management of those courts. I'm calling to voice my opposition to the recommendation of the Procurement Department and the Department of Parks and Recreation to change the management of the City of Atlanta tennis centers from UTA to Agape. Simply put, UTA is proven. UTA has improved these facilities in the time that they've managed them. UTA has grown the tennis community through quality facilities, quality coaching, and quality programs for all ages and diverse experiences. UTA has developed and implemented effective and fun outreach programs to reach players who would not otherwise have access to tennis. Agape, on the other hand, has not only failed to prove its ability to offer comparable programming at the facilities that it manages, it's the subject of many complaints by the people who use those facilities. It seems unwise at this point in time to grant the management of the Atlanta facilities under these circumstances. We have a known quantity, we have a quality team, and it makes no sense, in my opinion, as a City of Atlanta taxpayer, to change the management to an unproven, unknown entity who is the subject of complaints. Therefore, I'm urging the City Council to reject the recommendation of the Procurement Department and the Parks and Recreation Department and restart the process for determining the best management team for these facilities, which I believe is UTA. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and I appreciate the consideration of my comment. If you need to reach me, I'm at 404-822-5129. Thank you again.
My name is Boyd Patterson. I speak for the 8th District in the Bitsy Grant Tennis Center. Thank you for this opportunity to address the council and to voice my concerns. I speak to you for 2 reasons. First is to voice my support for UTM to continue managing city tennis parks. I believe UTM has proven their competency and excellent stewardship of city facilities throughout their tenure. In fact, I would contend that UTM has actually enhanced the city's reputation for good governance. I urge you to not award this contract to Agape. The second reason I speak to you is to remind Mayor Bottom's administration and the council that voters expect transparency, honesty, and accountability in their city government. How this contract is awarded will be a signal to citizens and the voters about whether this council is or is not governing in their best interest. Also, the outpouring of support for UTM should tell the council a lot. Specifically, that the recommendation to award this contract to Agape is flawed, inaccurate, and not what tennis players like me and the communities around these parks know. What they know is that UTM has served their communities well. Reviewed the performance at Washington Park. What UTM has continually improved the service and facilities at the parks and has earned the opportunity to continue that service. I implore each of you to listen to your constituents, reject the award to Agape, and expose the flawed process that produced it. Send the message to your citizens and voters that you are governing in their best interest. Thank you.
Hello, this is Matthew Freeman. I live in the city of Atlanta. I actually have two houses in the city of Atlanta and have been a city of Atlanta resident since 1995. I've been involved in tennis since I was a child at all levels, from recreation up until the pro level, including teaching and running tennis programs. And I want to voice my strong support for UTA and UTM. They're a great outfit. They've done a great job for the City of Atlanta Tennis Center since they took over 11 years ago and transformed failing facilities and programs to highly successful facilities and programs that we're proud of. And for them to be replaced is appalling, and the group that has been named in their place is unqualified, unprepared, and should not be running the programs developed from cab into the ground and are losing all support in Macon, and they have no support in the City of Atlanta. UTA, UTM reinstated immediately, and the current state of the facilities is abysmal with them out and no one properly running them, and it's embarrassing. Please rectify the situation immediately and in support of UTA and UTM. Thank you.
Hi, this is Natalie Daly. I'm calling in concern about the decision that you might be making for Universal Tennis Management. I've been with them for over 15 years as a customer. They have been wonderful, and I would really hate to see them not being able to manage those facilities that they're in charge of, because I rely on them for facilities and coaching. So please make the right decision. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amy Ahmed, and I just wanted to call and voice my support for continued management of your tennis program facilities by UTM and UTA. Our family has had excellent service and working with UTA Tennis, and we hope that that will continue. Thank you so much for your welcoming of our feedback.
Good afternoon, President Moore and City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Erin Green, and I'm a member of District 2. I've played at several UTM-managed sites, including Vista Grant and Sharon Lester, within the last 12 months, and at an Agape-managed site, DeKalb Tennis Center, within the same time frame. While both management companies have great pros who provide excellent teaching and a fun atmosphere, I have to say that Agape is far superior in terms of ease of booking clinics and spot times. Specifically with Agape, I'm able to book and pay online and see how many people are signed up for a particular class. I can't emphasize enough how invaluable this was to me as a player. When UTA wasn't bad in the same respects, it wasn't as easy to do. Specifically, players must have to call in, often several times if the line is busy, to reserve spot time or book clinics. This is challenging when trying to coordinate a time to play with an opposing team. Finally, I appreciate how many clinic options there are to play at Agape. I also appreciate that Agape would limit the number of players and had several clinic offerings throughout the week at different times. In contrast, especially at Sharon Lester, sometimes the clinics would have 12 to 15 or more people sharing one court, which wasn't very fun for the players, and you had limited time to play. All in all, I wholeheartedly support Agape receiving a contract from the City of Atlanta. Thank you for listening to my remarks. Goodbye.
My name is Imani Danoy, and I'm calling in support of two outstanding coaches, Coach William Fuller Jr. and Coach Jerome Coxon. Coach Coxon has been at McGee Tennis Center, 25, 30 years.
He is an outstanding coach. He is also one of the winningest coaches in the Metro Atlanta. Through his counseling and guidance and coaching, we have had numerous teams out of McGee to go not only to the city finals and win, but also win state finals. What you need to understand before you make this vote tomorrow is that Jerome Coxon is the heartbeat of McGee Tennis Center. And to get rid of him would be a huge mistake. Many people travel from all over Metro Atlanta to come and play at McGee. That trip would not be made should he be replaced by anyone else. Coach Fuller, better known as Week, has been at Washington Park. He too was once at McGee. Coach Week has been good at working with our children and developing them so that they would then move into playing at the high school level. They played in leagues, and then many of them came to play in the adult league out of McGee. And one such person was my daughter. My son and daughter both took lessons at McGee in the summer camp program. My daughter went on to play tennis in high school. When she finished college, she came back and played with Coach Jerome and went on to city. So my family, because my husband also played out of McGee, we have plates from Alta all under the coaching of McGee, with all three of us going to city finals. I know you may replace management, but it would be a huge mistake, as I said, to replace Coach Jerome Coxon and Coach William Fuller Jr. Thank you.
Hi, this is Donna Skelty, SKELCY, calling about the Tuesday, September 8th vote regarding the Procurement Department recommendation to hire Agape to run Chastain and Blackburn. I have used the DeKalb Tennis Center many times, which is run by Agape, and I want to let you know that when I've been there, there's been quite a number of times that the receptionist has not been there and that the pro shop is locked up. I understand that the receptionist is allowed on many occasions to work from home. I don't think a receptionist should be allowed to work from home. They should be there at all times. So if you were to hire Agape, you would experience that on a regular basis and get a lot of phone calls and complaints from the residents of Atlanta over how it's being handled. That's what you can expect from Agape, because that's what I've experienced on a regular basis at the DeKalb Tennis Center. All right, that's my comment. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Karen Lopez, and I reside in District 8. I have used Atlanta's city tennis courts for about 30 years, and Universal Tennis Management has done an amazing job managing these facilities. I participate in league play, coaching, and clinics through Universal Tennis Management, and the team there and coaching professionals are phenomenal. I urge you to reject the recommendation to award Agape the new management contract. Thank you.
Hi, this is Barbara String. I was just calling to voice my support for UTA. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Angela Scott, and I am calling in reference to the bid for management of the City of Atlanta's Tennis Center. And wow, this really needs to be reopened. In hearing about this, I understand it. There's been problems on both sides with the Atlanta City Auditor and the City Law Department, and perhaps these infractions are grounds for disqualification for the two leading contenders. I would think that that means that you would reopen the bid. It justifies at least considering the exclusion of both the current bidders from the rebid. I know this has been going on a long time, and it would be really important as visitors of the AAC and Sugarloaf Country Club. I've been to Ulta events and other events. That really, you want something that's going to be equitable and transparent and can serve not just all Atlanta residents, but all residents who are coming to visit these two, while viewing on both sides and having additional choices only protects and benefits the City of Atlanta and its residents. Go ahead and open the bid. Thank you for listening.
Good afternoon. My name is CARLA Taylor. I am a resident in District 7. I am calling regarding the 5 tennis centers and the bids that were going out. I am not only an ALTA and USTA member, but I'm also a member of Ultimate Tennis and T2, a true tennis enthusiast. And I am very concerned that Atlanta City Council is willing to just award such a great, such a large contract to a company when we all know that there have been infractions on both sides. What we want to do is to have this company disqualified and open it up for a rebid so that qualified, law-abiding contractors can go ahead and bid on this project for 5 tennis centers within the city of Atlanta. I look forward to you changing your mind and not letting this go through tomorrow. A concerned citizen indeed I am. Have a great afternoon.
Hello, my name is Allison Wilner, and I am a resident of Atlanta, Georgia. I live within just a few miles of Piedmont Park Tennis Center, where my children and myself have played for many years. I wanted to share our concern about moving to have Agape run that tennis center. We have been involved with Agape's tennis centers on a number of occasions, but we were doing drills there for a little while when they first took over the CAP Tennis Center. And it was so disorganized, and my children were so uncomfortable with the drills there that we left and had to find new coaching. We landed at Piedmont Park Tennis Center, which is closer and has been absolutely wonderful. They've created such a family, and the skill level of the children has, not just my children, but Grady Tennis, for example, has for the first time ever gone to quarterfinals and state finals the last 2 years. And I credit that to the coaching that's happening at UTA. So we did not have the same experience with Agape. If Agape takes over, our family and many other families will have to be traveling 15 to 30 minutes to another tennis center to be able to get the kind of coaching and the same family experience that we've had at UTA. So please don't move the contract. We really love and appreciate all that's happened in the tennis center, and we've been thrilled with the coaching and the family environment that's been created there. Thank you so much for your for listening and for your consideration.
Yes, this is Rick Willett, and I was calling about the tennis centers, and I would recommend that UTA has done a very good job growing the centers. They meet the public really well, and they handle their complaints in a timely manner. So I know there are good candidates that are competing for this, but I would recommend UTA. All right, thank you.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Pritchard. I'm in District 8, and I wanted to call to lend my support to UTM for the tennis contract for the City of Atlanta tennis courts. I have played tennis out of Bid City for almost 20 years and have been incredibly impressed with the professionalism and the quality of coaching, the facilities, maintenance, and the standard of play. And I've played in a lot of public courts and also private courts, and UTM does a marvelous job. I'm very concerned about turning over the City of Atlanta courts to an entity which has not run but one entity at the CAB, and that's very disconcerting. Thank you very much. I appreciate your consideration. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Shannon Pierce. I am calling in regard to the matter of the management of City of Atlanta tennis facilities. I'm calling to express my support, in particular, of 2 coaches who are long-term pillars of the tennis community in the City of Atlanta. Coach Jerome Coxton, and Coach William, also known as Wink, are two long-term coaches who have made tremendous impact on young people and adults alike, regardless of whatever companies are instituted to run and manage attendance facilities in the city of Atlanta. I sincerely hope that these two coaches will remain an integral part of the tennis facilities, in particular in Southwest Atlanta, Washington Park, and McGee Tennis Center. To not have these two coaches as a part of the tennis community and leadership and coaching and management roles would do a tremendous disservice to the players in the community. That would do a tremendous disservice to the players in the community in which these coaches have committed their lives to serve. Thank you for your consideration.
Hello, my name is Taryn Strauss. I'm an Atlanta resident, and I'm just going to voice my support for Agape Tennis Academy. I am a new student at the Tennis Academy, at Agape Tennis Academy, and my experience has been wonderful, welcoming, open, not pretentious in the slightest, just an excellent representation of Atlanta's diversity and welcoming nature at its best. So I just really support Agape Tennis Academy. I'm glad they have the contract with the city of Atlanta to manage the tennis centers, and it's really a positive part of my life as a person who seeks health and time outdoors during this pandemic. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is John Hartman, Hartman, from Mount Perrin Road in District 8. I am a 30-year resident of the city of Atlanta and a part of a big tennis family. We have participated in family tennis, we do court rentals, we do clinics, we do Alta, and have had a really positive experience both at Bitsy Grant as well as at Chastain Park. My understanding that the procurement is considering making a change in terms of the outside party that manages the tennis centers. And I would like to put in a very good word for UTM. You know, they have really run the show quite professionally, and not just have they done it efficiently, but they've done it sort of with a spirit and a style and a warmth that really makes the community feel a part of it. It's not just a business, but it is almost a fraternal feeling amongst the customers. They just do a very nice job. I don't know Agape well. I did do some investigation because I thought, well, there must be something great about Agape. I've heard some negative things about the parks that they've recently taken on to run. I would hope that that is being investigated to see if they would really be of the caliber that UTM is. But just want to tell you that UTM has been a terrific representation of the city of Atlanta. They make the parks better than they were on their own. And I give my full support to retaining UTM in running the tennis centers. Thank you for listening. I appreciate it.
Hi, my name is Monica Henderson. I live in District 7, and I am calling to once again express my overwhelming support that your committee, whom I believe is meeting tomorrow to discuss the final state of the tennis contracts for the city. I'm just a huge fan and have so much admiration and respect for UTA. I know several of the partners. I know a lot of the instructors as well as the admin people. And like I said, I just have a lot of admiration and respect for what they've done, not only
for the tennis community, but the schools in the area, Sutton as well as North Atlanta. And they've just been a great community member or partner. And it is a bit upsetting as well as surprising that other bids were even considered. I mean, they're doing just a phenomenal job and have so many supporters in the area, my area as well as the other communities that they serve. So I hope before tomorrow's meeting, you'll take time to consider my concerns as well as the concerns of several of my neighbors and fellow tennis players. You know, I don't know if anyone has done their due diligence about the other firm that is apparently promoting that they've already won the contract. So I really hope that you all have done your due diligence before. I'm out of time, so I certainly appreciate your consideration, and I hope that you'll consider my comments prior to your meeting tomorrow. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sharon Patrick, and I just would like to leave some comments about the City of Atlanta switching management for the tennis courts down at Bitsy Grant, Sandy Springs, or Bitsy Grant and Chastain. UTA has done a fabulous job looking after all the people in this city and with the tennis courts, and I believe that they should be remained the same management. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Greg Sagroso. It's SGROSSO. I live in the City of Atlanta in Zone 5 voting district, and I'm calling about the UTM tennis operations for the City of Atlanta. They've been excellent over the past 11 years. I've heard Agape has won the contract in a questionable voting manner. I can't believe they have more experience than UTM if they've only been operating for 2 years, and I can't believe they're going to generate any revenues. All the kids that have been in the UTA program over the years will not be just transitioning over. I've seen the City of Atlanta operate out of Chastain before UTA, UTM, and it was pretty terrible. There's no involvement, and then right when they took over, boom, hundreds of kids, very vibrant thing. Still worked with the adult programs, got highly exceptional tennis staff there. It was wonderful. I've used that facility. I've used Blackburn. I live right by Bitsy Grant, and it just has revitalized the whole tennis community. And I'm afraid we're going to go back to the old days of the City of Atlanta, just crappy courts and no one cares, and people will just zero service. I really want you to rethink this. I've heard there's some sketchy things. I know they lost the Sandy Springs Tennis Center by 1 point to Gary Goldman and his family, and they were fine with that. They lost by 120 points or more. It just can't be possible, right? Something seems very fishy. And depending on this, I'm going to vote accordingly in the next election. Thank you for hearing my comment.
Hi, yes, this is Molly Willis. I'm a board member at Bitsy Grant, and I'm calling just to support UTA as they've shown a lot of progress, and the management has just been outstanding in the past 10 years that they've been there. They are just always on top of it, professional and organized, and manage it just in all kinds of ways that surpass what has been managed at Bitsy Grant before. The UTA pros are all very knowledgeable and helpful and great teachers and pros for both children and adults. They're organized, and they really do support the community and just getting the kids lessons and the kids, on the junior path that they need to be on. Again, it's Molly Willis, and I support UTA going forward at Bitsy Grant. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Lenora Herbst. I live in the Morningside area within the city limits of Atlanta, and I love that you guys are voting on whether to Agape coming into the Atlanta City Courts, and I just want to let you guys know that our family fully supports that decision. We all choose to play tennis in DeKalb because of their excellent program
and their welcoming environment. And our son's been going there for about 3 years, and even though we would love to go to the Piedmont Parkville court, something near us, he enjoys the people there, and the programs there are amazing. So thank you for listening, and we hope that Agape is voted in tomorrow. Thank you.
Yes, this is Karen McCollum, and I am calling in on the legislative reference number 20-R-4214. It's a resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into an agreement with Agape Tennis Academy for the contract and management maintenance of 5 tennis centers. Just wanted to let you know that my experience at the Cab Tennis Center under the management of Agape has been nothing but a wonderful experience for me. And as part of the gay community, I have never felt out of place or not included. They have a very diverse staff who cares about the development not only of your tennis skills, but also the betterment of the kids growing up with confidence and how to be a better person in the community. Also, I think if you look at their core values on the website, I think that you'll be in agreement that it will be a great partnership with the city of Atlanta. Their core values certainly align with the city, and I understand that they've been recommended and awarded. So let's just get this contract signed, and I guarantee you won't regret it. Thank you.
Hi, this is Michelle Hawkins. I live in the city of Atlanta in J.P. Massacre District near the Chastain Park Tennis Center, and I'm calling about the procurement department's recommendation for Agape Tennis Academy to manage the city's tennis centers. I have some significant concerns about this. One is just the lack of experience or the lack of depth of experience from Agape Tennis Academy. They have one founder who has, prior to this year, only managed the DeKalb Tennis Center, and it's okay, but it's not up to the caliber of the city of Atlanta. Recently this year, May 2020, she also won the 3 tennis centers in Macon-Bibb County, and apparently those residents are dissatisfied enough to where they have a petition to remove her or cancel the contract with that city. I worry about operational scalability, being able to go from 1 tennis center management to potentially 9 when you include the city of Atlanta. Just seems like a really poor choice or bad idea. We are talking about quality of service as well as experience of service. We're not talking about widgets or commodities. So when you start measuring apples to apples, I really want to know that that criteria looked at that, and I'm concerned that it did not. Lastly, the UTA-UTM management group for over a decade has done a phenomenal job with the tennis centers. I can't imagine why we want to end that good run that they've had. I understand you need to rebid every so often, but this contract could be 5, 10, 15 years, and to be with the wrong partner would really be just devastating to the tennis community. I do encourage you to reject the procurement office's recommendation for Agape Tennis Academy and reinstate or rebid the process, the lack of openness. I understand that the Parks Director, John Dargle, who was new as of last year, is on unexpected medical leave, and I'm just not certain that there's been enough oversight and transparency through this process. So please, 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 let us get it done right. Thank you for...
Hi, this is Peggy Posey, and I am calling on behalf of UTA maintaining its leadership role over the Atlanta tennis centers. I've written emails and called people, and I'm just in a quandary over why this could actually happen, and hope that you have reviewed the reputation of Agape tennis and what a horrible thing that could be for the Atlanta tennis community. So on behalf of ALTA and as a tennis captain, I would just really like to recommend that you consider doing the right thing and putting UTA in charge of the tennis centers. Thank you very much.
Lisa Marchbanks. I live in District 8, and I am calling to share
my opposition to the proposal to have Agape take over the management of the city's tennis centers from UTM. As avid tennis players, my family and I have experienced all that UTA has to offer, and we are thrilled with them. My husband and I play mixed doubles out of Chastain, and we love our coach, Lamar Scott. My son plays on the North Atlanta High School team out of Bitsy, and that team has been expertly managed by Bitsy and coached by Frank Thompson. All three of my kids have been to summer camp at Chastain and Bitsy. I play on a ladies team out of Bitsy, and last but not least, we play in junior and adult tournaments, drills, and match play, all offered by Chastain, which are managed so well by Wendy English. We just love UTA. My questions for you are as follows. How does Agape plan to offer all of the programs UTM currently offers starting on day one? And how will they ensure the same level of revenue comes along with them? We cannot take steps backward. We love our existing programs and we only want to grow them. Does Agape know about all of our existing adult and junior teams? And do they have coaches identified for each one? We all fully intend to continue playing on our existing teams. Where and how will they coach our public school tennis teams effective immediately? UTM's instrumental in the North Atlanta High School and Sutton teams. Have those questions been asked? And are the two proposals really apples to apples comparison? If not, how can you vote on them? We must have a true comparison between the two offerings. And how is public opinion being taken into account? We should be celebrating and continuing the good things we have, especially during this difficult year. I strongly oppose this recommendation to have Agape take over the tennis centers. Thank you very much for your consideration.
My name is Angie Chesson. I am a City of Atlanta resident, and I fully support UTM managing all of the city properties. As far as tennis centers, they do an impeccable job and have always provided outstanding programming, outstanding service, and outstanding cleanliness at all of their facilities. I highly recommend that you take this into consideration as you are considering the two vendors that are to be awarded the contract for the next 15 years. Thanks so much for listening, and I hope you have a great day. Bye.
This is Catherine Diamaro. I'm a resident of District 8 and the president of Peachtree Heights West Civic Association. I would like to comment in support of the legislation that we understand will be proposed by Councilmember Shook to limit the allowable practice of short-term rentals in single-family zoned neighborhoods in the city of Atlanta, also known as party houses. I speak from experience. We have been monitoring the issues raised by such a rental located at 3234 Andrews Court in our neighborhood. The residents of this quiet cul-de-sac have been through a lot this year. They have suffered deafening noise violations, marijuana smoke, brandished firearms, and the blocking of the ingress to and egress from their neighborhood due to hundreds of partygoers in their vehicles. They have been terrorized and have dutifully called 911 repeatedly and have done all they reasonably and lawfully can do to put a stop to this problem. It seems that there is not sufficient legislation beyond noise or zoning ordinances to address these recent party house phenomena. Our board supports Councilmember Shook's legislation as a common sense measure that will help these neighbors and any future Atlanta residents unlucky enough to live near one of these party houses. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Carol Finnegan Lang. I am a longtime tennis player out of Chastain Park in Atlanta, and I'm calling about the possible change in management that's being considered. I am vehemently opposed to this change. The current management has been so good for so long. They are great for our Alta team in terms of matches and coaching. They are a wonderful addition to the neighborhood and are very involved in the community. We really are a family there.
On the other hand, the Agape group has a well-known terrible reputation in managing other facilities, and we are all very upset that this change is even being proposed. There should not be a change in management. We want to keep what we have because it works, and they are hardworking people dedicated to that neighborhood facility. Thank you for your consideration.
Hi, this is Mary Silver. I was just calling to say that I'm so excited Agape has won the contract. We love playing with Agape. I've been with them for several years, and the coaches are amazing. The staff is amazing. It's just such a wonderful organization, and we're looking forward to being able to play in other locations. Thank you. Take care. Bye.
Hi, my name is Alyssa Silverman. I'm a resident of the city of Atlanta. I live in 30311, and I am calling to ask the council to please vote no on the Agape Tennis Center contract. We deserve equity in the neighborhoods of the West End, and Agape has not demonstrated that they will provide that. We need to make sure that these community centers are run and maintained as amenities for these important neighborhoods, and we believe that the city of Atlanta will do a better job in the short term while you put together a longer comprehensive plan to make sure that there are equitable access to amenities. We also hope that you will support Coach Jerome Coxton and Coach Wink in making sure that we have community-friendly centers in these areas. Again, please vote no for Agape to take over City of Atlanta Tennis Courts. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chris Bussert. I am leaving this message in support of UTM's continued operation of the City of Atlanta facilities. I'm a longtime senior player and have played extensively at Bitsy Grant and Chastain. What I've seen from UTM is that they have done a great job in encouraging and promoting senior tennis in terms of leagues, matches, and other opportunities. I've also been a member of the community tennis organization, Friends of Bitsy Grant. Friends of Bitsy Grant has nothing to do with UTM. It is in charge of making sure that players have the most positive experience in playing at Bitsy Grant. In the 5 years I've been on the committee, there has not been a single complaint about UTM's operation of the facility. Actually, it's been to the contrary. During that period of time, Bitsy Grant has been recognized as a USTA National Facility of the Year. I'm also aware that UTM has come out of its own pocket to pay for improvements that they didn't have to make, but they agreed to make. I hope that the council will consider all factors in connection with this very important decision. It's a 10-year contract, as I understand it. It's going to affect tens of thousands of tennis players over the next 10 years. And I'm sure that the committee is going to hear from others and will look into the other bidder, its capabilities, what's going on at the Cab Tennis Center, as well as what's going on in Macon. I implore the committee to consider all factors in connection with this very important decision. Thank you.
This is Eileen Seitz. I live in Fulton County, and I'm calling with regard to the City of Atlanta vote with regard to UTA and the City of Atlanta tennis facilities and the RFP that's been submitted with regard to Agape and UTA. I am in favor of UTA staying, managing the City of Atlanta sites, and I understand that the RFP, the information in the RFP does not agree with how the vote went. It appears that the information was not even considered, that basically the decision was made prior to the RFP even being submitted. So there was definitely favoritism going on, that it was decided Agape, the procurement department decided for Agape before they even looked at the RFP, based on the fact UTA is really much better suited, given their experience, given financials, and Agape is being kicked out of Macon. People are not happy with the job that they're doing there, and they're going to do the same thing in Atlanta. And why would you, after all the work that UTA has done developing these sites, have someone come in and ruin a good thing? That's not fair to the citizens. You know, a lot of money has been put in. Why waste it? Why destroy it? The taxpayers deserve better. Don't waste our money. We also vote for y'all. There's corruption. We will not vote you back in. We want UTA back in the City of Atlanta sites. Vote UTA.
Hi, I was just calling because I wanted to say that I support Agape Tennis and Amy. We've done a tennis camp there the last 2 summers, and including this past summer, I felt very comfortable with her COVID prevention standards, and I am signing my son and myself up for tennis lessons with Agape because we've had such positive experiences with them. And you shouldn't believe anything that UTA says against them. It's a contentious smear campaign. We love Agape, and I wouldn't send my son anywhere else. Thanks. Oh, my name is Elizabeth Rasmussen, 404-509-1156. Again, that's Elizabeth Rasmussen, and I live in DeKalb County. Thanks. Bye.
Hi, this is Kevin Hanson calling, and I just wanted to give my comment on Amy Pasahanica's Agape Tennis. She's the leader of the tennis program here in Atlanta. I've known Amy for over 15 years, and I think what she's doing with regards to diversity and sportsmanship, I think it's going to be great for the city. I just hope one day, sometime in the near future, my kids can be part of her program. My wife also has a comment.
I believe Amy is the right person for the job, and she is a strong believer in diversity and sportsmanship. And I think that she's somebody that would bring a huge benefit to the city. Over to you, Amy.
Vote for Amy.
My name is Bo Crum. I'm calling to address the City Council before the vote on September 8th regarding the new management contract for the city tennis teams. The tennis centers. I'm a retired architect and practiced and senior principal with TVS Architects in Atlanta for several decades. I have lived in Buckwood Hills for 40 years. I play tennis in Michigan 2 or 3 times a week, and I count on this for recreation and fitness. I'm on the board of the Friends of Michigan organization. I'm calling to express my opinion that Universal Tennis Management, UTM, has done an outstanding job, a really outstanding job, of managing Betsy Grant Tennis Center. Everybody I know agrees with me. I does the city think we need to replace UTM? It's not a matter of if it ain't broke, won't fix it. It's a matter of it's doing great and improving every year. Don't destroy it. Everybody knows that gate is not up to the task, and UTM is not reinstated. I feel that every one of 75 plus seniors who play regularly in my round robin group at Bitsy will vote in the next election for new representatives in city government. Please examine the facts and reinstate UTM. Thank you for your attention.
Good afternoon. My name is Nikki Winter. I'm calling today to support UTA. My 3 children have been playing at Chastain for over a year now, and we intend to follow UTA, whether they are at Chastain or Blackburn, or wherever they end up. But it's our hope that the City Council will do what our community very clearly wants, and that is to keep UTA in the City of Atlanta. It seems that all one really needs to do is to take a look at Amy's Facebook page to know that giving the contract to Agape would be just a disaster
hope that you'll do the right thing, what we elected you guys to do, and that's to act on our behalf and to hear our voices. And today that means voting to keep the UTA in the city of Atlanta. Thank you. My name is Laurie Leonard. I'm a resident of District 9, and I'm a frequent user of the City of Atlanta's tennis centers, including Washington Park, Chastain, and Bitsy Grant. I'm calling to express my strong support and appreciation of the job Universal Tennis Management has done at those centers over the past decade. I understand that the city is considering dropping UTM in favor of a new and inexperienced company. This is a terrible idea. The UTM has transformed Bitsy Grant from a sleepy, shabby, and underutilized center into a top-rate program. They have extensive, outstanding professional staff. They keep the facility in top-notch condition and have rich and varied programs for all ages. Whenever, when UTM took over the city tennis centers, their goal was to grow the sport of tennis in the city of Atlanta. And they've done that. They've succeeded. They have extensive experience managing not just City of Atlanta facilities, but many other municipal and private centers. It's unthinkable that they would not be awarded the contract based on their years of successful experience for the city. And I strongly urge you to award the contract to Universal Tennis Management.
Hi, my name is Wendy Grice, and I am a resident in the zip code of 30342, and I'm calling about Chastain Tennis Center. I just want to express my loyalty and my just great desire for UTA/UTM tennis management to continue working at Chastain Park Tennis Center. I have been a patron for the past 5 years. They have done a beautiful job of maintaining all of the courts, hiring staff that is caring, knowledgeable, and highly trained. And I've been nothing but pleased about my experiences with UTA and UTM at Chastain Tennis Center. I not only use the courts myself, but so do my children and my husband. I play on a tennis team. I have not one single reason that I don't think that UTA or UTM should continue managing those courts. And I'm concerned on why this contract is being taken away from them. If you have so many patrons and residents of the zip code surrounding those courts that are being managed by UTA or UTM that are happy, pleased, overjoyed with the services they've been receiving, then why would you think about changing that? And I question on who you have chosen, or I think I'm concerned about who you're thinking to use to manage those courts and the process by which you went about that. And if you think that the residents of the city don't think this is important, that is.
This is Teresa Breckenridge. I'm calling about Bitsy Grant tennis courts and UTA not being allowed to bid for the contract in an appropriate manner. I'm very upset. I'm a native Atlantan. I have played at Bitsy Grant many, many years. It has been run professionally, and I do not understand at all why all of a sudden this city council feels the need to make a complete fruit basket turnover. I just don't understand it. I've done the research on the other team who's wanting to contract for the bid. It appears there's a not so savory reputation with this company. The city might want to be concerned about that. But my vote is somehow to have a meeting with people present to show you exactly how strong Dixie Grant Tennis Center is to this Atlanta organization. Thank you.
Gerald Noonan, Senate District 038, House District 055. I'm calling with regard to the vote coming up tomorrow with regard to management of tennis courts. I'm very much in favor of continuing the UTM rather than hiring for a large number of years an agency with a poor track record currently of managing tennis courts, both here in Decatur and in Macon. I've been playing tennis enjoyably at the Dixie Grant Court for over 25 years. And if the team that is there currently, the staff that is there currently representing Agape, I think their administrative qualities that they're assigned to do, they do well. But their work program is limited, certainly. And if this is an example of the last number of weeks of tennis court and ground management and care, that's been a disaster. Please apply logic and facts in your decision. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Hank Klibanoff, and that's KLIBANOFF for St. Hank, and I'm a resident of District 9, Councilman Phyllis's district, and I am a steady user and happy user of the tennis centers as they're currently operated by UTM. I have been here, been playing tennis for a while. They turned those centers around from nothing. They were desultory. They were dangerous. They were not places anyone would ever want to go. They were poorly maintained. And it's just one of the best things Atlanta has going. The tennis centers, I play in Alta and just love being part of this and just cannot imagine what this group has done to deserve to lose their contract and what the new people have that's so much better. They don't have a good track record. And there's just something, it strikes me as even suspicious that they come out of nowhere and are suddenly considered the better of the bidders. I just think you've got a great thing in these tennis centers, and I think you're putting that at risk going with an organization that has such a poor record in the other facilities that they have run. Just love UTM, think they're terrific. They've got great coaches, and many of them will not go to work, I'm afraid, for the other competitor. And I think you have a big problem on your hands. So please, thank you very much for your attention, and I sure hope you'll vote for UTM. Thank you. Bye now.
Yes, hi. My name is Nancy Kreisman, and I am a Atlanta resident and have been playing tennis for quite some time in Atlanta, and wanted to call on behalf of Agape and let you all know that I have been very pleased with how they're managing things, and just really wanted to express my pleasure and feel like they're very committed. So I hope that this will help keep them in place because they deserve to be. Take care. Bye-bye.
My name is Richard Howell, Atlanta resident, District 8. I'm calling concerning the city tennis centers. I've grown up in tennis, played at Dixie Grant in 1955, and have played there the last 65 years. I'm well familiar with tennis, having been the president of the Georgia Tennis Association, inducted into the Georgia Tennis Hall of Fame, the president of the Georgia Tennis Foundation. I'm currently a chairperson of the Hall of Fame
managing Dixie Grant and brought it back to its premier status. They have done an excellent job maintaining the clay courts. They have done an excellent job of doing the voluminous amount of teaching, of group lessons, individual lessons, for all ages, all ethnic groups, etc. I know Washington Park, with my late friend Lance Currington, has been something that they've emphasized as well. As such, I hope you will drill down on this matter, and I think if you do, you'll find that the recommendation by the procurement office is baffling at best. And all due respect, the competitor from my excellent sources in Tennessee, both in DeKalb County as well as Macon, unfortunately has a controversial and mixed reputation. And I'm not here to attack her. Instead, I'm here to say the tennis community, very big in tennis, Atlanta is known as the tennis capital of the United States, will be very well served by continuing UTM, and I very much hope you can work it out with. I thank you for your attention to my call. I rarely get involved in anything political, but I feel strongly on this matter that it would be a real mistake to move away from UTM. Thank you.
Yes, hello. This is Alicia Kepler, and I live in District 7. I'm calling to support the UTA program. I've been playing tennis in the Atlanta area for 30 years. It was not even close once when UTA took over the 5 city courts. They turned them into prosperous, encouraging, successful courts. I have spent some time at the Agape DeKalb Center and don't feel that there's even close, not even close, the quality and excellence of the UTA program. They support the underprivileged, they support the privileged, they have scholarships, they offer pros opportunities, and I just really, really hope the council can listen to the active tennis people here in town and award UTA the new contract. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Hi, my name is Timothy Bell, and I'm calling to Washington Park and Johnny White Tennis Centers. I'm throwing my support. I would like to throw my support in for Coach William Fulton, Coach William Fulton and Jerome Compton at each location, Coach Wink at Washington Park and Jerome and Johnny White. These guys have done a fabulous job and need to stay around when we need them there for the kids and for the public in general. Thank you. Bye.
My name is Gabrielle Pollock. I live in Morningside. I am calling in support of UTA, and I've had experience with the other firm that you are trying to replace UTA with and left that facility. UTA is exceptional in their professionalism. They have a wonderful knowledge base. They hire a lot of diverse coaches for diverse needs. They do a ton for the children in the community. Please, this again is a message in support of UTA. Thank you.
Hi, this is Amy Fox. I'm at 404-862-0860. I'm calling in support of UTA/UTM management of the City of Atlanta Tennis Centers. I've been going to them for 15 years, and they're excellent, and I encourage you to approve their management of the City of Atlanta Tennis Centers. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Christy Pettit, and I'm a City of Atlanta resident in District 8, and I was just calling to voice our full support of UTM managing the city tennis center sites. We have called and emailed and voiced our support since this process started, and we just want you to know how much we believe in UTM as the best manager of the city site, and we hope that you'll listen to the voice of the community, the tennis community, and also the neighborhood community that has seen UTA bring the city sites growth and thriving and investing in the community for the past 11 years. And we hope that you will pay attention and see that too, and vote for UTM. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ann Turner, and I'm a City of Atlanta resident. I'm reaching out because I saw that the City Council will be finalizing their decision on the tennis center bid today. And I have actually previously written 2 letters in support of the Agape team, and I'd like to reiterate that support today. Choosing Agape to run the City of Atlanta tennis centers would be an incredibly smart decision for the city. Those tennis centers are currently run by the way of much of the South. Truly, it's old white men who lack a mind for diversity or an eye for inclusivity. The mindset does not seem to represent the Atlanta tennis community as a whole. We typically are a pretty diverse group of people, men, women, people of color, with a lot of the LGBTQ community, and we don't seem to see that in the way that the tennis centers are currently run. And they've also demonstrated that with the way that they've handled themselves and conducted their community outreach during the bidding process. Consequently, I think that Agape would be a much better decision. They do a great job of hiring talented professionals, and they also do a lot of community outreach programs. So in addition to the incredible tennis programming that they offer through private lessons, drills, and pickleball tournaments, Labor Day tournaments, they also do a really good job of reaching out and offering community support and doing toy drives and things like that. So feel free to reach out to me if you have any other questions. Again, my name is Ann Turner, and my phone number is 757-635-0195. I am a resident of Atlanta, and I'm also a business owner in Atlanta, and I do think that Agape would be the best choice for the city of Atlanta. Thank you for your time.
My name is Deborah Hunter, and I live at 3211 Andrews Court Northwest in District 8. My phone number is 404-257-6491. I'm calling in support of Councilman Shook's Party House legislation. Our street is a cul-de-sac of 15 homes. Since May of this year, 3234 Andrews Court, an unoccupied home, has been used as a party house. Cars are parked in every available space on our small street, and a continuous stream of vans have brought partygoers in. As evidenced by a police report we have seen, guests are being charged at the door, thus running a business in a residential zone. At the party for which we saw the police report, there were over 360 attendees. Music has gone on all night and can be heard from over a block away. When partygoers leave at all times of the night and into the morning, there's a filthy, screamed language and fighting, as well as gunning of engines. Masks are not worn, and the area reeks of marijuana. As of about 30 days ago, over 30 calls have been made to our Zone 2 police. While the police have been very responsive, this is a distraction from their more serious business at a time when the patrol has diminished personnel. We have at times had 5 patrol cars and their officers on the street for an excess of 1.5 hours getting the parties to stop. The day after a party, we have seen a used condom in the street, vomit, liquor bottles waiting to be driven over, and all sorts of trash. The situation is totally unacceptable on so many levels. Safety, quality of life for the residents and their children, and the use of police resources. The City Council can put an end to this blatant. The situation is totally unacceptable on so many levels: safety, quality of life for the residents and their children, and the use of police resources. The City Council can put an end to this blatant disregard for others by passing Councilman Shook's.
Hello, this is for Ms. Felicia Moore and the City Council of Atlanta. My name is Mary Beth Hartman, Hartman. I've lived in Atlanta for almost 30 years, currently in District 8, and wanted to voice my opinion in support of UTA tennis, who have managed the Bitsy Grant Tennis Club for several years, of which I am a part of. I know that there's a process going on to consider another organization. I don't know much about them. All I can do is speak to the Bitsy Grant tennis organization that is currently run by UTA, as well as Chastain Tennis Center. My entire family of 5 plays tennis and enjoys tennis at both Chastain and at Bitsy Grant. The Universal Tennis staff has been consistently courteous, thoughtful, reliable, honest, knowledgeable, and really have done a great job at welcoming new people to the sport of tennis, and great in their instruction. Again, having raised 3 girls around tennis and been there for so many years, it's been just terrific personally, just great for my family. So please reconsider UTA being able to run both Chastain and Bitsy Grant Tennis. Thank you.
My name is Mike Maxwell, and I call to express my strong opposition to any city council vote that awards the tennis center contract to the procurement department's proposed winner, Agape. I've played tennis for 5 decades in many places and many facilities all over the world, but much of that here in Metro Atlanta. As such, I'm well aware of what a tennis facility should be and of the capabilities and track record of tennis management companies, including knowing both of Atlanta's bidders, Agape and UTA. And I can state unequivocally that the non-recommended bidder, UTA, runs a facility and tennis operation that is hands down the superior to the recommended bidder in every way. The 2 bidders' track records speak for themselves. UTA has taken the 5 city centers and over a 10-year period rescued them from what was a slow but certain death and turned them into meccas of successful tennis in every way. Because of that, some 4,000 customers have voluntarily signed a petition happily and strongly endorsing their capabilities and results and urging their rehire. Agape, conversely, also has in their demonstrated results a customer set in Macon, Georgia, that also is signing petition with over 1,300 signatures, but sadly that petition is one that is expressing unhappiness with their results, complaining about their shortcomings in running such a facility. And what would make anyone think that Atlanta's results with that vendor would be any different? Yet amazingly, somehow the procurement office has scored the Agape bid higher, in fact, much higher. It's difficult, no, impossible to understand. I challenge the council to defer this vote and get to the bottom of this inexplicable scoring and to correct it. To do anything less would be a travesty and call into question all you are doing. Thanks for your consideration.
Hi, this is Cheryl Rosenbaum, and I'm a City of Atlanta resident. And I wanted to first say thank you for allowing us to voice our comments. I also wanted to say thank you for awarding the City of Atlanta Tennis Center management to Agape Tennis Academy. I think you've made a great choice. You won't be disappointed. I choose to drive to DeKalb Tennis Center for my tennis programming because of the programs they run, the excellent quality of their coaching, and I look forward to the next few years very successfully. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Yes, this is Ursula McIntyre, District 7, and I'm calling about the situation with our tennis courts. I've played out of Chastain, Blackburn, and Bitsy for 25 years plus, and have been through a lot of management companies, including the city. And there's never been a management company that has made more of a community feeling as UTA. I teach school, I see my kids happy because they're going to UTA for juniors, and I just feel like the whole community has wrapped their arms around UTA, and we are better for it. They have really instilled tennis, a love of tennis to these juniors, and have taken care of the rest of the management of their facility. I don't know why you would give
even consider another company which already has some considerable problems, especially in Macon and at the cab, a chance when something has been working so well. Again, this is Ursula McIntyre, District 7, embracing that UTA continues with the management at our tennis centers in the city of Atlanta. It's been bad enough that we haven't been able to play, but knowing that we're going into management that might not be as productive, as productive as our past management with UTA, it really.
Hi, this is Jennifer Valentine, and I'm calling to pledge my support for Agape Tennis Center and Company for receiving the contract for the City of Atlanta tennis courts. Agape is an excellent business, and they are very inclusive and caring about every individual, and will look out for all of the folks that are interested in playing tennis throughout the City of Atlanta. And I highly support them for the contract. Thank you. Bye-bye.
My name is Nashika Reynolds-Quillen, and I am a resident of Atlanta's 11th District, where I am proud to say Councilperson Marcy Collier Overstreet is my councilperson. I am contacting you about the centers, the tennis centers that Agape has won the contract for, specifically Washington Park Tennis Center and McGee. There are members of the staff at both centers that have been tremendously supportive of the communities in which they reside. Specifically, Coach Wink, Coach Williams, Coach Wink Holton, is a staple in the community, and he has had a tremendous impact on the lives of many young people, including my own daughter. Coach Wink and his staff have sponsored trips to the U.S. Open in New York and also the ACA National Tournament in Florida. Coach Wink likes to tell students that excuses are the tools of the incompetent, building monuments of nothingness and bridges leading to nowhere. Those who specialize in excuses are seldom successful at anything. Coach Wink has the kids memorize this. He gives them life lessons in addition to teaching tennis. Coach Wink has also partnered with the Police Athletic League for several years to provide opportunities for inner-city youth and families to have positive interactions with law enforcement. The program typically runs throughout the academic year every Friday, and I believe everyone benefits: the police, the kids, and the parents. The value of the program that Coach Wink and all of his staff run out of Washington Park should not be easily discounted and dismissed. They provide a valuable service because they truly love what they do and the community they serve. Please consider my request. Please consider my request to lead the operational staff at Washington Park and McGee Tennis Center as it has been for many years. I believe changes would cause unintentional yet detrimental harm to the communities they serve. I'm sure no one wants that. Thank you for being here.
Hi, my name is Janice Smith, and I live at 30316 in Fulton County. And I just wanted to call and leave a supportive message in regards to Agape taking over the Atlanta Tennis Centers. And anyway, I play over at the CAB Tennis Center, and I am actually thrilled to be there and so happy that Agape won the bid for the community centers around town. I drive about half an hour to get to that center in particular because I like the way that it's run, and I like the diversity that I find over there. And I have places that are closer to me that I don't think I haven't been particularly interested in. I didn't feel that they were as receptive to, I guess, all different types of players, older, younger, different ethnically, and I really was lucky to find the CAB Tennis Center and Agape. I really wouldn't want to play anywhere else. I think it's a wonderful thing that Amy Pazahanic won the bid. She is a very hardworking lady and seems to know her business in regard to tennis. So I just wanted to call and follow up with my support of that. I understand that, she's Anyway, I look forward to seeing what else she can do for the tennis centers around Atlanta. I have a feeling that it's going to be a huge boon for all the people in the surrounding neighborhoods to be able to.
Hi, this is Kevin Hansen. I called earlier on behalf of Agape to put in a word of recommendation to them. I think it's a little premature. I think I was supposed to call sometime after 4 o'clock. So I'm calling back just to let you know that we speak very highly of Agape. They've been an instrumental part of our community up here in North Fulton for several years now. Amy is a wonderful instructor, smart business person, and should be a tremendous asset to the City of Atlanta's tennis program. If there's anything we can do to further support her nomination or procedures for getting validated, that would be great. Just call us back, 678-793-2050. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just really excited to hear that Agape has won the bid. It's going to be so great to have them covering our courts, especially how family-friendly they are and how wonderful the coaches are and so caring. So I'm just excited to see that the council is taking the right steps and just get this contract signed. Thank you.
Thank you, my name is Jennifer Shaneen. I wanted to report an incredible experience with Agape Tennis Academy. We have been part of a variety of tennis communities for both myself and my children, and we were not satisfied until we got to Agape, where we've been for between 2 and 3 years now. Their adult and kid programs are top-notch. Thank you.
Hey, I'm calling in support of Agape Tennis Academy to manage the Atlanta tennis, the public tennis facilities. My name is Scott Honig. I've been a leader in the tennis community in Atlanta, a director of tennis of many facilities, and very close to Amy Pazahanik, and as well as Agape Tennis Academy as a whole. I'm really confident that you'd be making a wise choice in choosing Agape to manage the tennis facilities. They've done wonderful things in the tennis community, so much more than just teaching tennis on the court. They're wonderful, enriching people's lives, building better communities, and it would be a great choice to choose them as a company to manage the facilities. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Hello, this is Trisha Mastering calling on behalf of Agape Tennis Academy. I currently play out of the CAB Tennis Center, and just wanted to call and show my support for Agape and know that they are just such an awesome company and really do a great job with the DeKalb community, all their events, socials, mixers, things that they do for the community, partnering with Big Brothers and Big Sisters, and just wanted to really call and, show my support for y'all's decision to have Agape Academy run the City of Atlanta Tennis Centers. I think they are an amazing organization and have many coaches that just do a great job, and super excited to have them for City of Atlanta. And anyway, if you have any questions or concerns, my phone number is 678-793-2055. But I look forward to continuing to play throughout the City of Atlanta with Agape. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Laura Barnard, and I play on an alpha team at Chastain Park. I've been playing at Chastain for about 8 years, and I love my team and my coaches, and I do not want Agape to take over the 5 City of Atlanta tennis facilities. If Agape does take over, my team will more than likely move to another facility. The sad part to all of this is if Agape does take over, that more than likely the Shepherd Center tennis team program will end due to the fact that they chose Tim Noonan at 50 Grant to coach their team. Also, the Atlanta Youth Tennis Education Foundation uses Washington Park for their Serving Connect program that is completely staffed by UTM pros, and more than likely that will end. The program has made a tremendous impact on the kids who live in that area. Agape has one facility versus UTM that has 5 facilities that are very successfully run and are very professionally staffed. Last November, at the Alpha Junior City Finals, I heard an employee say that Agape already has the COA contract and that it was a done deal. And when I confronted her or shared with her that a vote had not taken place yet and that her information was not correct, she told me that's what she had been told. So, with all of this being said, from the bottom of my heart, I urge you to please let UTM continue to run the 5 COA tennis facilities. Bottom line, tennis in Atlanta will suffer if Agape is awarded the contract. I urge you to please do what is best for the committed players who love playing tennis at a COA facility. Thank you very much.
This is Michael Harden, and as a member of the public and concerned citizen, as well as tennis enthusiasts, I would like to see the rebidding of the tennis centers in Atlanta. Thank you.
This is Howard Gerben. I'm a resident in Buckhead in Atlanta. I just moved here a few years ago, and I would tell you that Atlanta has always had a national reputation, an impeccable reputation in the tennis community. And working with the people at UTA at Chastain Park, I'm sure that that supports the reputation that Atlanta has earned over the years to having an incredible community of Atlanta-based tennis players and programs. It would be a shame to lose UTA and the incredible people that work there, the reputation that they've instilled, and we appreciate everything that they've done. We hope you consider UTA, and thank you for your time.
My name is Susanna Parker, and I'm calling in full support of UTM's retention of the contract for the City of Atlanta tennis facilities. Over the past 20 years, my husband and I have lived in the neighborhoods adjacent to Bitsy Grant Tennis Center and visited many other sites managed by UTM. Since UTM began the management of these sites nearly 10 years ago, we have witnessed the positive impact of their involvement and growth in tennis programming that benefits all ages and stages of players who are interested in pursuing tennis as a lifetime sport. We, as a family of tennis players, we have seen public and private facilities from across the country, and Atlanta is full of avid tennis fans. And the city of Atlanta has some of the best parks and tennis facilities anywhere. It's inspiring to see how these sites are focal points for their residents and thriving under UTM's direction. As parents of a junior tennis player, our family has been the beneficiary of UTA's experience in junior tennis for all stages of development. Our son attends clinics and lessons at Bitsy Grant daily, and the UTA team of coaches has supported and guided his development from a novice to an advanced junior player. UTA has recruited and retained an extremely high-caliber staff with the breadth and depth of experience of the teaching professionals across all the sites are beyond impressive. Most importantly, their coaches care deeply for the players as individuals, serve as positive role models, and attract many kids to come enjoy tennis. On any given day, UTM is serving a wide range of citizens from all walks of life, juniors and seniors, novice and world-class, academy and league, campers and privately coached, able-bodied and physically or mentally disabled. The list goes on. With what seems like an overwhelming and difficult task to please everyone, UTM provides these groups with equal access to court times and programming. Please consider this call as my endorsement of UTM for facility management of all sites under consideration. Their culture and good values and depth of experience and dedication to all types of tennis enthusiasts, their track record of success, and their momentum for promising future proves that UTM is the best.
Hey, my name is Bonnie Capsuto, and I'm calling today to express my favor in the UTM, the Universal Tennis Management, to continue to manage the City of Atlanta tennis facilities. I have been associated with UTM for over 20 years. I have seen the sweat equity that they have put into the City of Atlanta site. They're a proven management team. I've seen the increase in the junior and the adult tennis programs in the City of Atlanta sites during their 11 or 12 years that they've been managing them. I've seen an increase in revenue that the City of Atlanta has received since they've been managing these tennis facilities. I am encouraged by the partnership that they are forming with FON, Fierce Urgency of Now in Washington Park and McGee Tennis Centers that will give underprivileged youth more access to educational activities as well as tennis activities. I just think it would be a mistake not to renew the management of the City of Atlanta tennis facilities, not to give them back to UTM due to their proven management record. Thank you so much. Bye.
My name is Erin O'Brien, and I'm calling in regards to the decision of who will run the City of Atlanta tennis courts. I'm calling on behalf of UTA, which I believe should be the management company that would run the courts going further. They've been doing such an exceptional job for the last 7+ years, and my family and I have been utilizing the courts on a 2 times a week basis, and we do so purely because of the management. We have other places that still play and have played at some of the private clubs here, but still choose to go to Chastain to use the pros and the management that are running the courts because they do such an exceptional job. They do an amazing job with the children's programs. They do an amazing job with the adult weekly programs, and also running all of the Alta teams that are out of Chastain. They make it feel like a private club. They are helpful. They're kind. They know everybody by name. And now they are all going to courts outside of the City of Atlanta, and should UTA not be put back into the management at Chastain and continue to use the courts elsewhere. I think it'd be a really bad decision for the community to change management to a different group because UTA does such a good job as part of the community. So I hope that you take this and other calls on behalf of UTA to really think about before you make a decision, and we hope that you make the right decision to reinstate UTA. Thank you.
My name is John Hunter. I live on Andrews Court in Atlanta District 8, and I'm calling to voice my support for Councilman Shook's proposed legislation outlawing party houses within the city. Let me start by stating that when we bought a home on a quiet cul-de-sac in Buckhead in 2009, we had a reasonable expectation to live in a quiet, secure environment. Since May of this year, our street has been anything but. The home at 3234 Andrews Court has had numerous all-night parties with music far exceeding the noise ordinances and groups of over 300 people in their cars, making it unsafe to travel up and down our street. In addition to the marijuana smoking and the firearm discharges, few of the partygoers are wearing masks. The following day, there is a considerable amount of trash on the street. I'm concerned not only about our safety, but about the effect this will have on our property values and therefore the taxes the City of Atlanta will continue to get from Buckhead. I hope each council person will give some consideration to how you would feel if such a party house would start up next to your house. Please pass Councilman Shook's legislation.
Not sure what I need to say. Little things, Wayne, Walker,
Yes, my name is Jill, and the last name is Levinson, Levenson, and I am calling just in support of the UTA tennis program. Both my daughter has done drills through high school and middle school, actually, and it's been a wonderful program. And I also play at Bitsy Grant, and just wanted to say that we just think they are the greatest, and wanted to let you know. Thanks so much.
My name is Mark Rosenbaum. I'm calling regarding the tennis management contract. I'm a resident of the Morningside neighborhood, and I'm local to Piedmont Park, and Sharon Lester would be my closest tennis center, followed by Bitsy Graham. I've played both of those. And for the past 3 years, I've chosen to go to DeKalb County to play at DeKalb County courts under Agape. I think selection on their behalf would be a wise choice. They fulfill everything that I believe the city is looking for in a tennis management company. And I would like to encourage your support for them. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Scott Kleitz, and I am a resident in District 5. And I was calling to express concerns about the tennis court facilities in the city. I know right now the city is managing them as there's some contracts that aren't quite finalized yet, I believe is the situation. And I was just calling to encourage the council to move forward with the contracts. I believe maybe Agape is planning to start taking over those facilities soon, or whoever it is. I would just encourage some quick action, because there's lots of courts that aren't being used, are difficult to use because they're being managed by the city instead of a outside company like Agape or UTA or whatnot. Thanks so much, and hopefully that this gets resolved soon. Take care. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Tina Livingston, and I'm calling in support of Agape Tennis Academy. I've played out of DeKalb Tennis Center for 3 years now and absolutely love it. You couldn't find a more inclusive, well-run, fun, and safe environment to play tennis. And the thing that says it all for me is that my 6-year-old daughter has often told me that she likes knowing that the coaches at her tennis care about her. And I think that says it all. I think that Agape can offer Atlanta things that are well aligned with the city's goals. Further, and I think it needs to be said that I have read the emails that UTA has been sending to their patrons, and they contain many lies about Agape Tennis Academy, including that DeKalb is in poor condition, which it isn't, or that it's not well managed, because it is. Again, I've played out of there, and it's amazing. I'm not sure why they feel the need to lie in order to win, but that's certainly against everything that Agape and their coaches teach adults and kids alike about how you play the game of tennis. So again, I fully support Agape being awarded the contract. Thank you so much for your time.
My name is Edlyn Rucker, and I reside in Atlanta City Council District 11. I am putting forth that the bid for the management of Atlanta's 5 tennis centers needs to be reopened. According to the Atlanta City Auditor and the City Law Department, there have been infractions on both sides. These respective infractions were grounds for disqualification of each of the 2 contending bidders. So this stands as reason enough for reopening the bid, and it also justifies at least considering the exclusion of both the current bidders from the rebid. This bid has been embroiled in controversy for over a year now. We need a selection process that is inclusive, objective, equitable, and transparent, one that can serve all Atlanta residents. With wrongdoing on both sides, having additional choices only protects and benefits the city of Atlanta and its residents. We need to cast a wider net to reopen the bid. Thank you.
Hi, this is Stacy Vaughn. I'm a realtor in the area and have been for 13 years, the Chastain Park area. I'm currently with Dorsey Alston Realtors, and I've been playing tennis for about 10 years at the Chastain Tennis Center under UTA, and that is the best thing I've ever done for myself. And I've enjoyed the same coaches, the same team, in the same area, and everything was working just fine. With everything else going on in the world, I don't know why you want to come in and disrupt what was working just fine. And why you give us a window on Labor Day from 4 to 7 to voice our opinion is despicable. I hope that you reconsider Agape and keep UTA at the Chastain Tennis Center. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, council members. My name is Dr. Cynthia Jorgensen. I'm a longtime tennis player, Atlanta resident, and just all-around tennis junkie. You know, I've never called you guys before, but I felt compelled to contact you after seeing an egregious email from UTM. So I'm calling about the current contract for the City of Atlanta tennis courts. I want to voice my support and admiration for Agape. I must admit, I was one of the people that was very skeptical when they first took over DeKalb Tennis Center a few years ago. and I must also admit that I was persuaded by UTM's propaganda then. But I kept an open mind, and I have actually been blown away by Agape's value, quality, commitment to diversity, serving the community, and even their foundation work with local charities and even internationally, from things like collecting tennis shoes and water bottles and giving them to those in need. Their coaches have been fabulous. I love their drills. My tennis team is thrilled that we're not forced to take coaching from our teams like UTA made us do. I can't say enough about them. In summary, I'm dismayed that UTM is once again sending out emails trashing Agape. I bought it in the first time. I'm not buying it now. And I wanted to call you to let you know that. And probably the most important is just I'm in total support of Agape. It sounds like they have won the contract fair and square, and I hope that will be the outcome. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Natalie Marshall, and I am calling in support of UTA being able to keep their contract with the City of Atlanta and continue to run the Chastain tennis facility as well as their other tennis facilities in the city. They do an amazing job and have done so much for the community, and many people are in support of them continuing to do so. Thank you. Bye.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrew Young, and I live in District 7, Mr. Shook's district, and I'm just calling to voice my support for retaining, that is to retain UTA tennis at the city tennis centers. UTA has done a wonderful job over the last decade. They've grown their programs for both kids and adults. Their coaches are committed to the kids, in particular, both on and off the court. The facilities are clean, their schedules are well organized, and all of their programs are extraordinarily well run. It also seems to me that this whole bidding process has been somewhat opaque and difficult to follow for those of us that wanted to voice our support over the last year that this has been ongoing with replacing UTA with Agape. I'm not certain what all the parameters are, but my experience with Agape's minimal efforts here in the city at CAB don't hold a candle to the efforts that UTA has demonstrated and the track record they've demonstrated across all of their city properties and properties outside of the city of Atlanta, which they continue to run, which I think is important. I've been to the DeKalb facility many times. The clubhouse is typically disorderly. They don't seem to have the breadth and depth of programs that UTA offers across all of their city academies. And it's not clear to me how, given the track record of success, UTA could be put on notice to lose this contract, and certainly a process that had. So thank you for your attention in this matter. And again, please retain UTA at the City Academy. Thank you.
Hi, this is Skylar Livingston. Thank you for taking my comments. I live in DeKalb County. I've been going to Agape Tennis Academy since 2019. One or two times a week with my family. I've been taking lessons there with fantastic coaches. My daughter's been doing classes there. I've just really enjoyed it. It's very professionally run. The whole staff has always been very professional and again, great coaches. And so I think they'll do a great job running the other tennis centers in town. Take care.
Hi, my name is Nellie Jackson, and I'm honored and pleased to speak on behalf of Agape Tennis Association. And I just want to say thank you, Agape, for your leadership in the city of Atlanta. Atlanta being a mecca house for tennis all around the United States. And we are so blessed that Agape can bring diverse leadership and tennis communities together from all across this beautiful city of ours and connect us in the most profound and magnificent ways. And I'm fortunate to have been a part of Agape for the past 6 years. And I would just like to say thank you, Agape, for connecting people and community and for connecting all of us, for one cause of enjoy this great sport of tennis, enjoying meeting friends, and just being a part of such a growing community and such a growing community that looks out for all communities and making it not necessarily always about tennis, but about connecting communities and giving back to communities. So thank you again, Agape, for this great leadership and this great honor to be a part of this organization and to just be a part of what's happening now in Atlanta, the city that I was born and raised in. Thank you again. And again, my name is Nellie Jackson. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
My name is Bill Ernest, and I live in District 8. The action which the City Council takes on the contract managing the city's 5 tennis centers will affect all city districts. The Council's action on September 8th is a big deal for all Atlanta citizens, whether they be young or old, male or female, or of whatever race or in whatever district. The tennis center's management contract is a multi-year contract. There's no probationary period or trial period for the winner. The city and its citizens will be living for many years with the council's decision. Consequently, Atlanta citizens and neighborhood associations will follow closely how each member of the council votes. It is my understanding the city's procurement department has recommended Agape to receive the contract. This would be a costly mistake. Bidding promises are easy to make, but the council needs to look at factual performance. Agape's track record is not a good one. Its management of the DeKalb Tennis Center is the best proof. It should not be chosen. Additional hard evidence is conclusively shown by the many members of Macon's tennis community who are up in arms about Agape's tennis management decisions at Macon tennis facilities. These facts speak volumes about why Agape should not be chosen. Furthermore, the procurement department's points attributed to Agape are not credible when compared to the points attributed to the qualifications of Universal Tennis Management, which to my personal knowledge has done a fabulous job managing the city's 5 tennis centers for the past 11 years. Agape's qualifications and performance are not management contracts.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you about this party house at 3234 Andrews Court Northwest. My name is Melanie Marberger. I live at 3188 Andrews Court Northwest in the Peachtree Heights West neighborhood of City Council District 8. The party house at 3234 Andrews Court began in May of 2020. It has escalated in activity since then. My husband, my son, and my dog and I, we walk our neighborhood in the evenings, and we have encountered vehicles that are parked with the windows up and the occupants are hotboxing, meaning they're smoking marijuana in a concentrated atmosphere to get a stronger high. We have witnessed clothing found in our yard after parties. The events are taking place every night of the week, predominantly Thursdays through Mondays. They begin anytime from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. and go until 4 a.m. in the morning. We hear people yelling, loud voices, cars revving, lights are flashing into our homes. We can hear the music in our home, in our back kitchen, word for word, and we live 5 houses down. As I said, the activity has escalated. Our daughter was home alone one evening when my husband and I were out of town. She's 22. She was frightened, living in our own home. She heard 3 shots ring out. It's been, as I said, escalated in activity and dangerous activity since May. Fortunately, we've worked with Officer Commerce of the APD. I've worked with him directly. APD and our city councilman have done an excellent job hearing our concerns and trying to protect us. In our 16 years living in the city of Atlanta, we have never had to deal with this. And I appreciate...
Hello, my name is Matthew Moore, and I live in Lithia Springs, just outside Atlanta, of course. Kind of like intermingles with like various things, you know. But the point here is, I basically just read about this virtual meeting about these no-knock warrants for police, and I mean, we have an over-milked police force as is. We have people that are constantly getting killed by, you know, these police that are obviously mistrained. We have a misunderstanding that, like, you know, we have to obey absolutely everything that they say, but their job is literally to protect and serve. And yet, you know, we have cops that just don't care at all about the general well-being or trying to protect, you know, those under their charge. Like, I mean, in general, we have a problem with our judicial system in this country. I mean, when you privateer a governing body, I mean, you're going to have issues. If something that literally defines the law can tell you, oh yeah, we're changing this law, and now that you're violated it, you got to pay us $300. There's a problem. But like now you're trying to give them even more authority to just break into someone's house. I mean, there's toddlers that have gotten hurt. There's like, you know, old women, like people that can't even get out of bed, they get hurt. There's problems like all over the place. On top of the fact that, like, I mean, you can't even get like a cop to get off of some dude's neck, you know, while they're killing him. So, in short, I feel like giving them more power is not ideal, especially not in this day and age. I mean, there was a time where, like, you could respect a police officer.
Hi, my name is Sarah Schlochter, and I am calling on behalf of UTA the decision to not continue that relationship of them managing the city of Atlanta to the courts. And this is the third or fourth message. I've sent tons of letters along with a lot of my friends who are on my tennis team and other neighbors and colleagues, because it seems that the community is very much against this switch. We're very much in favor of UTA. So hopefully you've heard my last two messages that have been in support. Also would like to ask for some transparency on why this decision is being made and actually see some hard data or facts of why we would make this change and how it could benefit the community. I am a tennis player at Chastain Park. I have two children who also participate in drills who are currently now going to Blackburn, and my money will continue to go to Blackburn to support their drills for my kids. I have a 10-year-old and I have a 13-year-old who participate in the drill program, and my 10-year-old would also like to both voice her support as well.
I really like UTA, and it's my favorite place to play. I've been playing there since I was about 5 or 6 years old, and I really don't want it to go away. And I really love the pros there, and I don't understand why they're taking it away. It's such a good place. Thank you. Oh, and my name is Amelia. I am 10 years old, and I play at UTA Chastain Park.
Thank you very much.
My name is Andrea May Richardson, and I'm calling to voice my support for reissuing the management contract to UTA of several City of Atlanta tennis facilities. I could go on about the welcoming nature of the management staff and how they take care of the teams who are out of their facilities, and as well as the guests who come to play. But instead, I'd like you to focus on the following comments regarding the youth in the surrounding areas. UTA has made an effort to engage children that are often found walking the streets around the tennis centers. Those kids who may not have a good mentor or an outlet for some of the activities that they need to express are welcomed to the facilities. They're handed a racket and a few tennis balls and taught the fundamentals of tennis, given good meals and camaraderie from not only their peers, but also adults who are there working towards enabling them to be more than what they see every day. The care and consideration that they offer to folks who aren't able at this point to reach it beyond measure speaks to the need of us to be able to enable folks who may have a lesser ability to do all of the things that we can, period.
my name is Megan Arena, and I'm calling in support of UTA. I understand there's a vote tomorrow about the status of UTA within the Atlanta City area. I play out of Chastain, and I have for years. My kids play out of Chastain. UTA has been such a beneficial thing in our lives. We, between the kids and myself, we've done so much with them. They've done so much for us. They do so much for the community. I'm very distressed that they are not having lessons for us as we wait to see what happens. And I am hoping that the decision to keep UTA will stand tomorrow with the vote. Thank you.
My name is Tanya Allen. I am calling in reference of McGee Tennis Center. I am pleading with y'all to let UTM keep the contract at McGee Tennis Center. It is a pivotal part of the neighborhood. Improve it, yes. Jerome Costin and USTM has done a wonderful job. McGee is like a family. They're almost like the song Tears. Again, I am pleading with you all to keep McGee and improve it. But keep McGee as is. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ben Sheehy, and I'm 9 years old, and I live in Chastain Park, and I've been I started playing tennis since I was 3, and I started playing tennis with the UTA since I was 5, and I love my coaches. Love everything about UTA. I love everything about tennis. And please reconsider your decision with Agape. Thank you for spending your time reviewing
this. Hello, my name is Claire Davis, and I'm a Morningside resident in District 6. And I am calling to encourage the City Council to vote against the recommendation of the Procurement Committee for UTA, and to encourage them to vote again on this, and so that UTA can have a fair chance in the procurement process. UTA has been instrumental in our involvement in the Piedmont Park tennis. And if they are no longer able to serve there, then we will be using their other sites, which are in DeKalb County, and therefore giving our revenue to that county rather than the City of Atlanta, which we are more than happy to do, but we would prefer to be using our city parks in the City of Atlanta. We don't feel that the Agape company is able to run them at the same level as UTA. UTA staff are exemplary, and they've done a lot of things for the community and helping underprivileged kids learn tennis at several of their other sites, and we feel that they are more qualified to handle those 5 sites in the City of Atlanta, especially ours at Piedmont Park. And so we are asking you to please vote against this recommendation and give UTA another chance and a fair chance in the procurement process. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Debbie Davidoff, and I live in Fulton County. And my grandson attends the Agape tennis training lessons at the Agape Center. And he has gained so much confidence and so much skill from the training with the coaches in that center. We surely hope that when you vote tomorrow that you will continue to allow this center to operate in Fulton County. All of the instructors are great people. They're very confidence building to the students that attend. So I'm hoping that they will be able to continue with what they're doing. Again, thank you so much for your vote on that, and appreciate all you do.
This is Tammy Putnell, and I am calling on behalf of the Universal Tennis Management, and I strongly encourage you to maintain a relationship with this tennis organization. They have been very helpful, cooperative,
blessing to have in this time. They are very well managed. The coaches are professional. It has been a wonderful experience and very worthwhile to have them available. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, we're calling in favor of UT taking over the court, specifically at Justin. We've seen, and our friends have seen a lot of great coaches, very good attitude, and we'd like our kids to continue using the drills and the courts. We hope that you will make decisions in favor of UT. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Kara Barr, and I am a City of Atlanta resident. I read that you are voting tomorrow to award Agape Tennis Academy the management of the City of Atlanta tennis court. I just wanted to call to express that you've made a really good choice. I actually live within the city limits, and my family and I choose to go to DeKalb to play there because of their program. So really appreciate your support and look forward to hearing more about the results. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rajni Sinha. I am leaving a message just to support UTA in hopefully getting back there and being able to renew their contract with the tennis courts. We moved to Chastain Park specifically for our children to learn tennis at the Chastain Park and have had a phenomenal experience. It's been somewhat sad to have our children not being able to play for the last several months. The coaches have all been great. We've loved the infrastructure, and I'm hoping that we can come to some resolution in support of UTA. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Sunwu. I'm calling on behalf of Universal Tennis Management. I am very disappointed to hear that Universal Tennis Management is going to be replaced by Parks and Rec to a company that has little experience in management. That's highly concerning, as Universal Tennis Management has had a superb management for the past 10 years, and I'm highly satisfied with their programs, and what I have seen in the parks has been excellent. I implore you as an Atlanta City resident, please overturn this decision. Ignoring this decision and letting it continue will impact my decision on Election Day in the future. Again, I'm highly satisfied with Universal Tennis Management. Parks and Recreation is wrong to replace them. We need Universal Tennis Management to stay. Thank you.
My name is Elizabeth Davis, and I am calling in regards to the City of Atlanta procurement between UTA and Agape. And I wanted to let you know I'm a City of Atlanta resident. I live in Morningside, which is District 6, and wanted to let you know that Agape I've had terrible experiences with Agape. I used to be an avid supporter of DeKalb Tennis Center and would play out of there multiple times a week, and have not taken a lesson or gone to a drill since Agape took over because, well, I went once and it was terrible, poorly run, very hard to get in touch with people. It's not personal. They don't really promote camaraderie and tennis in the city. However, UTA does. They care about the people. They care about the junior players. They care about the people like me who are the weekend players for different tennis clubs and organizations. And I will say that if UTA does not get the contract back in the City of Atlanta, I will be taking my money and my business to the places where UTA is supported. So whether that is at Blackbird or wherever they are operating. I have the money and the time, and will travel elsewhere if need be. So I hope that the City of Atlanta will do the right thing for tennis players in the City of Atlanta and award the contract to UTA. Thank you so much for your time. My name is Elizabeth Davis, and I am calling in regards to the City of Atlanta procurement between UTA and Agape. And I wanted to let you know I'm a City of Atlanta resident. I live in Morningside, which is District 6, and wanted to let you know that Agape I've had terrible experiences with Agape. I used to be an avid supporter of DeKalb Tennis Center and would play out of there multiple times a week, and have not taken a lesson or gone to a drill since Agape took over because, well, I went once and it was terrible. It's poorly run, very hard to get in touch with people. It's not personal. They don't really promote camaraderie and tennis in the city. However, UTA does. They care about people. They care about the junior players. They care about the people like me who are the weekend players for different tennis clubs and organizations. And I will say that if UTA does not get the contract back in the City of Atlanta, I will be taking my money and my business to the places where UTA is supported. So whether that is at Blackburn or wherever they are operating. I have the money and the time, and will travel elsewhere if need be. So I hope that the City of Atlanta will do the right thing for tennis players in the City of Atlanta and award the contract to UTA. Thank you so much for your time.
Yes, my name is Elizabeth Schultz, and I live in City of Atlanta, Howard Shook District. I am calling to let you know that I am highly upset over the ousting of UTM, and I am the City Tennis Centers, and am not in favor of Agape taking over the management contract. They have no prior good experience. The two places that they manage, the constituents would like them out, and UTM has done an amazing job over 11 years where they took the City Tennis Centers from disastrous to fantastic. Obviously, there's something aloof going on here, some fake events. It's not correct what is going on, and it leads me to believe that there is some improprieties going on. So UTM is the constituents' choice for the City of Atlanta Tennis Centers, and I hope that the City Council will take all of this into account. Thank you.
Hi, good day. This is Stacey Stewart. I am District 10. My councilwoman is Andrea Boone. I am calling and speaking with respect to voting no on Agape managing the McGee tennis courts and other tennis courts within the district. I am a tennis player. I play tennis pretty much every day at McGee, and I would like to see the continuation of the current management. So I am asking kindly that the council votes no with respect to Agape taking over the management of McGee and other tennis courts. Thank you.
Good evening. This is Patricia Jensen phoning from 917-468-5777. I live in Atlanta, and I feel qualified to be able to make this comment predicated on the fact that I am not only the mother of 4 professional tennis players, but also served as their agent of record. And in that role or capacity, I was able to observe several tennis programs throughout the country, if not the world. I'm calling on behalf of, or my concern, on behalf of your decision as to whether or not UTM will be offered the continued position to manage the tennis programs here in the City of Atlanta. You need to know that throughout the country, the tennis industry is looking and measuring the amount of coaches of color and women who are on staff, tennis staff throughout the country. Atlanta should be proud that that UTM, Atlanta, the City Council, can permit me to say brag, or offer that UTM has 43% of their staff, not only women, but coaches of color. Unlike other management programs throughout the country. Please call me if you have questions. I'm at 917-468-5777. Please call me.
Hello, my name is Larry Heyer. I live at 3193 Andrews Court. I've resided there since 1986. This has always been a very private residential community until the last 6 months when the owner of 3234 turned their property into a commercial business. The parties have gone on until 4 or 5 in the morning, people driving up and down the street, loud noises, gunshots, the entire 9 yards. It's ridiculous for a residential community in the city of Atlanta, much less in Buckhead. And I certainly am supporting any bill that can put an end to this. I feel that it's been quite an intrusion on our neighborhood, as well as affecting the property values of any and all people on the street. I thank you for listening to my comments.
This is Carolyn Tidwell. I'm calling about the Dixie Court, well, all the city tennis courts, but Dixie has been my court that I play in. The UTA has just done such an excellent job there, and as you know, all these players in the city are calling you to not change, to let them keep on working these courts because they do such an excellent job. Everyone is happy with them. We just hope and we pray that you hear us and listen to us. Thank you.
My name is Eric Goff, and I know some people that are involved with the UTA, and they say that that the UTA has been managing the tennis academies there in the Atlanta area very well. I want to continue that to happen. Thank you very much.
My name is Norma Dreeby. I live on North Cliff Drive in Atlanta. I'm calling to ask you why you all are choosing Agape for the new management of the city tennis courts. When UTM took over the management, the courts were run better than ever before. Agape does not have a good reputation for management of tennis courts. That's what I'm calling to ask you to keep UTM or UTA, to keep the original people who are running the courts now. We're very pleased with them and hope that they'll be able to stay on. They have a good reputation, and we hope that they'll be able to stay. Thank you very much for listening to me.
My name is Diana Kelly. I want equity at McGee and Washington Park. UTM did not invest in our community tennis center, and they have not earned to manage the city tennis center. The next tennis center management team should be held accountable for equity at all city tennis centers. Lastly, both Coach Wink and Coach Coxon to be retained to be part of any tennis management team for McGee and Washington Park Tennis Center. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Claire Jones, and I have been at UTA since its garden at Chastain Park. And Kenyon and David and Tim are three incredibly honourable, honest people. It would be a shame that UTA lost the contract. So think very carefully and do what you think is right. Thank you very much. Sarah Jones, Rosegate Drive. Thank you.
Dear Mayor, Atlanta City Council members, and Atlanta members, my name is Kelly Sheehy. I'm a resident of Chastain Park with 2 children actively involved in the UTA tennis program. On behalf of my family and all the families of Chastain Park, we support UTA and ask that you please extend UTA's contract with the City of Atlanta. The secrecy and lack of transparency in the process for UTA in favor of Agape is very concerning as a citizen. and the actual impact of the change is a real disappointment to those affected. UTA is a public good for the neighborhood. It provides a tremendous tennis program for all residents, including children. Without a program like this, children whose parents don't belong to a membership-only club or a country club suffer. UTA has a long-term, excellent reputation for over 20 years. It employs top-notch instructors and maintains top-notch courts. They have been an excellent steward to the city of Atlanta and its courts and its citizens. The Agape program that is being considered has no track record. Until this past May, they only managed one tennis court in DeKalb County. They recently won a contract in Macon, Georgia in May, and the results have been underwhelming, according to friends and news reports widely available on Google. Managing a company and running a multi-site tennis organization is complicated. Asking Agape to increase its size 800% in 5 months is a recipe for disaster. And that's not even their fault. The Atlanta City residents will be the ones bearing the brunt of this impact. After 5 months of craziness from COVID and lockdowns and restrictions, can we just let a great neighborhood, small business continue to do their job and serve the citizens of Atlanta who are happy? Please reconsider. Thank you for your time. Kelly.
Hi, this is Ray Vito calling. I appreciate having the opportunity to speak out. I think UTA has done a great job, especially at Big G Grant. They work with not only with the players and the people involved, but the community. They've done a great job, and I hope you can keep doing it. Thank you.
I am Susan Stevens Giles. I'm calling in reference to the tennis courts at Big G Grant. I have been playing tennis there for the last 25 years, and never have the tennis courts been run any better than they had been under UTM. And it breaks my heart to think that they might possibly have to give up their management. They do a wonderful job, and I hope very much that you vote to keep them on. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Christy Fastnight. I wanted to express my full support of the UTA program continuing with the City of Atlanta tennis program. They are a tried and true program. And the other person and company that is up for RFP has clearly not run a successful business as UTA has. They also do so much charity work, and they also are providing such a great service to the city. And I think it's a detriment to our community that we have had to go through this process for over 6 months now to a false RFP and definitely biased program. I once again give my full support to UTA, and if they don't do the City of Atlanta tennis courts, I'll go to wherever they are. I will not support the ones run by that other program. Thank you so much.
Hey, my name is Bob Burdell. I live about 3 blocks away from Big G Grant, and I just wanted to call in favor of UTA. They've been an incredible asset to our community. As a taxpayer, we've seen the level of service go completely through the roof with UTA, and then since they have not been there, I was there today. The grass is 2 feet high. It's just not a pretty scene. I can tell you, I know there's some serious problems with the procurement process, and as we all know, there's been some serious problems with the procurement process with the overall City of Atlanta for years, and it's the same with this process for the tennis centers. And you vote in favor of this, you're voting and you're complicit with a process that I don't know if it's political or if there's payoff or what, but something's not right. And if you'll take the time to read through the procurement RFP, you'll understand that it's not true and correct. It was not scored properly. And again, if you vote in favor of this, you're voting in favor of, you're complicit with a sham process, and there are thousands of eyeballs that are going to be looking at this RFP and the scoring of it, and so just take that into consideration. Thank you.
13 years ago, I purchased a home in a quiet, single-family residential neighborhood.
only to have my rights to enjoy my home threatened by the house on my street, 3234 Andrews Court, turned into a short-term rental and / party house. Cars have blocked the streets, been parked on both sides of the street, blocking access to our homes, blocked the fire hydrant in front of my house, and we've had excessive noise way into the early hours of the morning. Police have been notified, called on numerous occasions to come out, and their hands are tied. I am being left with property that enables me to enjoy safety of a quiet neighborhood and the peace and quiet of the Buckhead area. I am extremely in favor of no short-term rentals in my neighborhood or area, and especially for those who have deemed those properties as party houses. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jack Brito. I've been with UTA for about 8 years of my life. I've been here since I was 5 and 6. They really mentored me. They taught me many more life lessons, not only tennis lessons. They're taking me to tournaments. I learned how to treat people right, how to shake people's hand and look in the eye, how to just win in life, not only in tennis court, how to win in life. How to show great sportsmanship on and off the court, being really nice to everyone. All the coaches there are super nice, come from really great backgrounds. They all mentor everyone. They show perseverance and dedication. They're very nice to everyone at all the sites. And Big Brand's been a home for me. I was about a mile down. It's really been a home for me. Like, anytime I'm stressed, I have to go out and hit serves. I know one coach will help me, like, through problems or anything. But everyone's just been really nice to me. And every coach is there has just been nice to everyone. You can see any given day when we have the contract, you can see their coaches talking to people, having fun, encouraging people to win in life. And UTA is in my family. And like, they're a great academy. I wouldn't do anything else besides them.
Hey, it is George and Maddie, and I believe that UTA should run the distance in the city of Atlanta tennis site because of all the great experience they have. It not only has it changed so many lives, but it's helped mine and given me so many friends that I'll have for life. And I think that they just deserve to have it because they've been doing such a great job, especially with community outreach and charity events. And I believe that UTA just deserves it. They've been doing such a great job for the past years, and I don't believe why it's gone. I think that they're way more deserving, and I firmly and strongly believe that they should have the city of Atlanta sites.
Hi, I'm Charlie Burrell. I've been at UTA for about 9 years. UTA is just the best. They care about making you a better player, but they care most about making you a better person. The coaches mentor you and help you become better people. They care about values and ethics, as well as tennis shots and selection. UTA has helped me become a better person, and I'm definitely a lot better because of it. UTA deserves this site, and they have the best experience, and they always provide the best money. And the things they do there is amazing, like they do. They help out the people, the disabled people, and they do so much more for the community. And it's a great place, and I should keep UTA. Bye.
John Bailey.
Jordan Tattersall.
On behalf of us, we want to encourage you to vote yes to approve Agape to be the next provider for the Atlanta City Tennis Courts. Phenomenal company. I've known Amy for over 7 years. I'm also a member of the NTUB. We're members as we live in Council Memberships District. We believe strongly in Amy's company. Agape is very inclusive. She is great with getting together with neighborhoods and encouraging team building among children, and has the experience to run the court. She brings great attitude, energy, of positive energy, and she's done a phenomenal job in DeKalb, and we wish her the very much the same here for the city of Atlanta. We look forward to having a new operator who will be running the courts in a much better way, and I wanted to give us, have our thoughts.
Thank you, and go Agape.
Agape.
Hi, my name is Jessica Sheehy. I am calling today in support of UTA. I have lived in Atlanta for the past 9 years, and I live in the Chastain Park neighborhood with my husband and 3 kids, and we have really loved being so close to the UTA Chastain Tennis Center, and I was extremely disappointed to learn that the city has decided to award the contract to a different management company. My oldest son started taking tennis lessons there when he was 5 years old, and with the exceptional coaching that he's received from UTA, he's become a really great little tennis player. My middle son has also started taking tennis lessons with UTA when he was 5, and we plan to do the same thing with my daughter when she's old enough. My husband and I have also taken lessons there, and I just cannot say enough wonderful things about the UTA staff, and also I think that they have done just a phenomenal job maintaining and improving the courts too. So, recently the city has asked UTA to leave all of the city tennis centers, and we have chosen to follow the children's coaches to locations outside of the city. And unfortunately, I think that the city is going to find that many other people will choose to do the same thing if the contract gets awarded to Agape. Additionally, I've heard from friends who live in Macon and DeKalb that they have been extremely disappointed with their tennis centers since Agape has been managing them. I am not entirely sure what factors have gone into your decision, but I would really encourage you to reconsider your decision, and just wanted to again state my support of UTA, and thank you for your time, and thank you for listening.
My name is Shaquetta Allen. I am commenting on the tennis center management situation that is currently occurring in the city of Atlanta. I'm particularly concerned about the management of McGee Tennis Center and Washington Park Tennis Center. We want to make sure that whomever you all award the contract to provides equitable distribution of funds and resources to the centers in the south part of the city, which are McGee and Washington Park. Currently, it doesn't seem as though the previous owner or management company did that. So I don't necessarily have a preference for one, but I definitely need to see that. Additionally, the management who was in place for those 2 facilities were quite good managers. They managed the facility, kept it running. They were well liked amongst the community in each of those centers, and they did positive programming there for the youth and for the adults, as well as ensuring that, fees were received and paid as should be. And I think those people, Coach Jerome Constant and as well as Coach Leak, should be retained at McGee Tennis Center and Washington Park. That concludes my comments for this section. Thank you so much for hearing me.
This is Chris Young. I've been a resident of Fulton County for over 25 years. I want to express my full support for UTA Tennis to continue to manage all of the tennis systems in Fulton County. I have many team members on Alta that feel the exact same way. We do not want it to be changed. I understand that and I've researched that the procurement process was indeed flawed, and I want to again register my full support for UTA Tennis. Thank you.
Yes, this is Cindy Kemp Saddle. I am a resident of Chastain Park. I am a tennis player for 50 years. I'm in the Tennessee State Sports Hall of Fame, and I have been affiliated with UTA, Universal Tennis Academy, for the last 5 or 6 years. I am retired, but I have been living at Chastain Park for over 25 years. And I would like to urge the council to keep UTA because I have seen personally what they have done to encourage tennis, and I know many of the people involved with the company, and I think they are fine people who are very concerned about tennis in Atlanta, and they are very honest people. So I feel like I haven't made a comment before, but I feel like it's time for me to speak up, and I'm hoping that you will consider them to stay as the management company for the city public parks. I appreciate your time. As I said, I am a tennis veteran. I am in 4 Sports Hall of Fame. I am familiar with tennis in Tennessee and surrounding areas. And I can honestly say that I think they are the best company to keep handling Chastain Park and the rest of the city of Atlanta tennis centers. Thank you.
Greetings, council members and staff, and special greetings to you citizens of Atlanta watching your government in action. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. Some might say the Atlanta City Council is tacitly involved in the disenfranchisement of senior citizens and stakeholders along the Campbellton-Cascade corridor. Fewer than 1% of the 20,000 residents and stakeholders, 19 people control Neighborhood Planning Unit R. This has been consistently the case, even though the NPU system has been moved directly under Commissioner Tim King. And number 2, the NPUR coordinator, Leah LaRue, has been sent to mediation training. Planner Tony McNeil is being paid to cover NPUR meetings. I submit that the time is now that you require NPUR so-called leaders to abide by federal and state laws, cater to all of your constituents, and not just the NPUR 9, Antonita Robinson, Ricardo Jacobs, Lois Clare, Allison Hathaway, Alfred White, Benito Scott, and their cohorts.
So my name is Nicholas Madden. I've been playing at Chastain Tennis Facility since 2007 in Alta and T2. I highly value the people there, and I wanted to question the decision it appears that you made to move away from the UTM partners. I looked at the analysis of the competitive analysis between the 2 companies from procurement. I'm the Chief Procurement Officer of Novelis, so at least I was until 2 months ago. I'm about to retire. I have been for 14 years. When I reviewed it, to see that Agape outscore UTM by 26%, it's beyond my imagination. My first-hand experience of Agape at the cab, not in NACOM, but at the cab, is it's in a deplorable state, an unimpressive facility, not well run. When I compare it to UTM, I don't think there's any comparison. It feels as though you may have already made the decision for whatever reason and trying to make the analysis support the decision. That's very disappointing. My experience is it's very well run, very focused on clients. I've witnessed growth in participation in all the years I've been there, both on the children's camp, adult children and teen play. Many of my friends and I choose to live here because of Chastain, not because of the facility, although it's a wonderful facility, but it's got a lot to do with the people. So now we're all moving to other tennis centers because we follow the people, because they're no longer allowed to play and the place is locked up. So I would just ask you to really question your procurement people, or really question whether you're just going through the motions here because you've got some other reason for changing the vendor. It's very disappointing.
Hi, my name is Linda Hauser, and I'm just calling to express my support for the UTA management at the Bitsy Grant Tennis Center. They've done such a good job, and I hope that you will vote to keep them there. Thank you very much. Bye.
Hi, this is Chrissy Slicker. I'd like to leave a message about the tennis center management contract that you guys are considering. As you consider the new contract, please retain Coach Jerome Croxton as the tennis center director for McGee Tennis Center. He has been excellent for that tennis center, and I hope he can remain as the director.
Thank you.
Hello, this is Kofi Socha calling to show public support in the name of the UTA program. Hopefully these comments will be a last-ditch effort in support of gun locations. We've been a member for years now, following them since they lost the contract with the Cavs, following them over to Piedmont, those coaches over at Washington Park, know what they do in the community over there. With these kids right now, the last thing that they don't need is change and uprooting them from a situation where they're looking back to some sort of sense of normalcy as far as being with friends and with the one sport that you can actually still play and still do. What better way to do something this fall where you can kind of see your friends and do something with a great program and seeing people on a regular basis than tennis. So, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And with these kids, it'd be like great to have the one thing that they can still keep doing and not change. So please take this as one other voice in the consideration of not changing this great program. Thank you very much.
Hi, this is Karen Noonan, and I live in Chastain Park, and I'm calling about the decision regarding the tennis centers and the management of those. I want to voice very strong support for UTA and ask you to deny procurement's recommendation to go with the other company. I believe that you guys have heard loud and clear from the public who you serve as to who their choices to run these centers. And it's not only the past experience that UTA has brought in over 10 years of serving the city of Atlanta, but if you'll take a good hard look at the competition and procurement selection and really ensure that due diligence was done in the data, there's just no question that UTA is going to be the company that you would choose to go forward with. And whether the city chooses to run the centers themselves or to bring in UTA, I would just, have you take a good hard look at what's taken place up at Macon, what happened over at the Cab and continues to take place at those centers, and really the track record that UTA has brought to date in serving the city, not only providing incredible quality programming, but in the service that they bring to the folks that live in and around the centers. There just isn't a second choice for you guys in there. And for a city of Atlanta that has the most people per capita in the world that play tennis, we should have facilities that match that. And again, I would ask you to take a really good hard look at procurement's recommendation, at the reasoning behind that recommendation, and whether or not due diligence was done to look into the data that they based that decision upon. I know you'll make the right decision at the end of the day. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Hi, my name is Marcella Starks, and I am calling in reference to the referendum to award management of the city tennis center to Agape Tennis Center or management. I just want to say that I just want to have equity at McGee Tennis Center and Washington Park Tennis Center in the southwest side of Atlanta. Over the past 9 years, I don't believe that UTM has invested in our community tennis centers in the same way that they have invested in the tennis centers on more profitable sides of town. And I feel like whoever gets the contract needs to put proper equity into all tennis centers, regardless of income or race or things like that. I feel like McGee Tennis Center and Washington Park do not get the same amount of care and amenities as Piedmont Park, Dixie Grant, and Chastain Tennis Center. And lastly, whatever decision is made, I want to have the new management company retain Coach Wink at Washington Park and Coach Jerome at McGee Tennis Center, as they have poured their dedication, their love, and support to the underprivileged and underserved kids in the community, and have served as a role model and people to look up to. And so as a result, please retain Coach Wink and Coach Jerome Coxton at McGee Tennis Center and Washington Park. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sina De Leon, and I am calling to support UTM and UTA. They have been wonderful programs. My son and my daughter have benefit from the tennis program and other
activities, and I really love the way they handle and manage the facilities. The facilities are always pickable. I mean, they are wonderful. The coaches are very encouraging for the children. They really encourage them to push hard, to work hard, to really look at their strengths and to get better every single day. I would like to speak on behalf of them when you're considering to make a decision on who should handle these facilities. These folks have done an amazing work there. So I will appreciate if you consider my comments and the comments of the other parents to let them continue having these facilities. They're a blessing to the community, a blessing to the families, and a blessing to my family. Thank you.
Virginia, as a direct neighbor to the party house located at 3234 Andrews Court, I've had to endure conditions none of the council members would absolutely tolerate. Music and noise so loud that even with all the doors shut, I'm unable to sleep. I have to run 2 fans plus the air conditioner to drown out the noise that lasts even up to 3:30 in the morning. And that was even on a weeknight. Cars have not only parked blocking my driveway, but in my driveway. I have seen people hiding in my bushes when the police are on the street. I don't feel safe even going in my front yard once the parties start. One week, this occurred 4 out of 6 nights, with trash left within the bushes, on the street, for the neighbors to pick up the next day. Not only is this a dangerous situation, with gunshots at 4 in the morning during one party, but an economic burden. I wish to put my house up for sale, but no, it's unsellable with this activity going on next door. So I can't enjoy my house. I can't sell my house, but I will be required to pay close to $24,000 in property taxes within the next few months. If any of you would like to live under these conditions, please contact me, as I would love to sell you my house.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie Midkiff, and I am calling to voice my hope that the City Council will not accept Agape for running our tennis centers, and that they will support the reinstatement of UTA. We are part of the tennis community out of Bitsy Grant and Chastain, as well as Sutton Middle School in North Atlanta. And I have also submitted emails in the past and just really undone about not only the process, which feels questionable, but just the sheer fact of UTA's capabilities compared to Agape. Thank you for your consideration, and hope you will take all input into your decision. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Stuart Watson. I'm a resident of Collier Hills and have been for the past 16 years. We are very unhappy about the RFP process regarding Bitsy Grant Tennis Center and the other tennis centers in the city. This is a terrible time to be going with a vendor that is less than respected and does not have the solid track record that UTM has had. It's incredibly sad to see the amazing facility at Bitsy empty, and the city people not knowing what to do, as well as you bringing in a new vendor, which inevitably is going to decrease revenue. And at this time, with the fewer tax dollars because of COVID, that's the worst thing you could do. You need to keep UTM in place. And reading the RFP comments that were made public doesn't even make sense. It sounds like this is another airport saga of corruption within the procurement department. That's certainly what it's screaming to residents that live close by and that support UTM's success throughout the city. You guys need to really think about this. It would be a crippling decision to not be transparent and supportive of a much more successful long-term organization. While I support an RFP process, what I've read from the notes is that it was very lopsided, and obviously the new vendor knows someone in the procurement department or downtown, and that's very obvious to city residents, which, thank you. Bye.
Hello, my name is John Shapiro, and I have been affiliated with UTA just from a customer standpoint, and I think they do a fine job of managing the courts for the city of Atlanta with all the children. I know they have some great children programs, and all the parents appreciate their programs and feel comfortable with them managing those programs. So I think they, I'd have to say that I think they are the best candidate to run and manage the city courts. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lee Johnson. I live in North Buckhead and play tennis at Bitsy Grant and Chastain. I really would like for y'all to keep WTA. I'm a beginner, and what is it? UTA, excuse me. I'm a beginner, and I've been taking lessons at Chastain with Liam. And he's really helped, and they've just done a really nice job of getting me into tennis, and I know all the people who play up there really appreciate the work that they've done and the support they give the community. So please keep UTA. They've done a great job, and they've helped a beginner tennis spend more time being active. So thank you.
Hi, my name is Alexandra Burrett. I'm a City of Atlanta resident, and my family and I feel strongly that UTA should remain the vendor for the City of Atlanta tennis courts. We have played at the City of Atlanta tennis courts for many years, and UTA does a tremendous job of managing all of the facilities, keeping the grounds neat and managing the tennis play for both adults and children. So we feel very strongly that their exemplary work should be allowed to continue. Thank you so much.
My name is Elizabeth Brooks from District 8. I've been playing at Bitsy Grant Tennis Center for a little more than 6 decades, and I have never seen the center managed as well as it's been managed by UTM. For the past 8 years, I have organized the Friday senior group, which consists of 70-plus players. On a typical Friday, 32 to 40 players utilizing 8 to 10 courts would participate. The UTM staff has always been very supportive of this diverse group of players. And Lito, the groundskeeper, always called me as quickly as he could to let me know whether or not the courts would be playable that day. When I called to reserve the courts for these matches, the staff members went the extra mile to make sure that the correct number of courts were available. In the 8 years that I've been organizing this, I have never heard any of these seniors say anything negative about UTM's management of Bitsy Grant facility. In fact, all I have ever heard is praise for UTM. UTM has a proven long-term track record of tennis court management. This is not true for Agape. I hope this helps with your decision. Thank you.
My name is Carol McAlpine. My phone number is 404-309-7575, and I'm calling in major support of UTA. I use Chastain and Bitsy tennis courts a lot, and have always been pleased with the personnel, the coaching, the way it's run, professional way it's run. Have always enjoyed it and have been very upset about how we cannot go and play tennis, play doubles at either one of those courts right now. And it looks like all over Atlanta, everybody else is playing doubles. I go to all these other courts, drive a long way to go to these other places and give them my money when I'd much rather give my money to Chastain and Disty and play at Chastain and Disty. So I have been very unimpressed with how this whole thing has been run. I don't know if Agape is in the mix with this, but I have been to one of their facilities and I was not impressed with the way they ran it and not impressed with everything about what they did, and been very impressed with UTA and how it's been handled. And I would really like for Chastain and Bisbee to open for double as soon as possible. I don't understand what the problem is and would wish that y'all would get your act together and do your research and see how happy everybody has been with UTA over the last
Hello, my name is Joan Martin, and I've been playing tennis over at Bitsy Grant Tennis Center for at least 10 years, and I would just like to commend to you the management team of UTA. They've done a great job of managing the facility, maintaining the court, and just creating a good atmosphere in the community for the neighbors and anybody who goes there to play. And as I guess John Lewis said, if it ain't broke or if you see something that's not right, speak up. So I'm speaking up in favor of UTA, and I don't see any reason to change something that's been working, and everybody wants to have that stay in place. I hope you're listening. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Coach Michael Corpening, and I'm calling to reaffirm and why Agape, the tennis academy, is the best candidate, and I hope they actually win. Because, of course, Agape and their tennis pros have a great vision for the whole future of the city. They love what they do for the community, and their values of teaching and embody their structure of the whole outfit is impeccable. So I am a firm yes for Agape Tennis Academy.
Hi, my name is Catherine Ambellin, and I've been playing on the Chastain tennis team for 15 years. It has been managed very well at Chastain through the UTA group. They do lots of extras for us and really handle the situation efficiently. Conversely, Agape is not an efficient organization, and the facilities they've managed have not done well. Specifically, the Decatur DeKalb Tennis Center. I've played over there, and it has gone way down according to what. So, the Chastain Tennis Center is very important to me. I want to continue playing there, and I don't have any confidence in Agape and only think that UTA is the only group that knows how to manage. Thank you for listening to my comment.
Yes, my name is John Weil. I've lived at 639 North Fleet Road since 1978, and which is right across the street, basically, from Bitsy Grant Tennis Center. All of my neighbors are very, very supportive of the UTA team that's been there. They've done a great job of running that facility, and now it would be such a shame to change horses at this point. They've built it up, they've managed it, they're loved by the people that use that facility, and I think it would be really a disservice to the whole Spring Lake neighborhood to change courses at this point. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Good evening. This is Joe Novak. I am in District 7. I would like to testify at how much of a mistake I think it is to let UTA go from managing the city's tennis courts. UTA has done an amazing job both with our local courts here in Chastain Park, My daughter's taken both lessons and done the camps there, and the courts are always clean and in order, as well as via Buckhead Rotary, where I run the tennis tournament every year for local high schools. Denise Johnson and the Bitsy Grant staff have been amazing helping us schedule courts for the local high school kids. Again, I'd like you to review if possible, because I think it's a mistake getting rid of UTA as the manager of the city's tennis courts. Thank you for your time. Have a good evening. Bye.
Hello, this is Cheryl Holloway. I'm calling in regard to the management of Bitsy Grant Tennis Center that has been beautifully managed by UTA now for many years. They've done a fabulous job. They're the nicest people I've ever worked with over there, and they know how to run the place. And I hope that you will grant them the right to keep on running it for the next years. Thank you.
This is Joan Merkel. I am a resident of the city of Atlanta in District 7, I think it's District 7, Howard Shooks District. I've been an ardent tennis player for most of my life, and have lived in the city of Atlanta almost all my life. And we most recently at Bitsy Grant, and we have been really glad that we have had UTM as the management for the last 10 or so years. They have done a fantastic job, and we don't understand why we would change something that was working so well. When we played the CAD Tennis Center, after Agape took over there, we were told by the captain that they could get 5 courts every week. And we said, oh my gosh, that's impossible at Bitsy. There's so many teams playing. She said because a lot of the patrons had left there when Agape took over. And I think it is not good to change something that has been working so well. In other words, if it ain't broke, why fix it? And I would like a reasoning behind the choice by choosing Agape as the management. Joan Merkel, District 7, 404-261-2588, or merkeljoan@bellsouth.net. Thank you.
Kimberly Taylor. I'm speaking on behalf of Coach Jerome and Coach Mitch, who work at McGee Tennis Center in Washington Park. I just wanted to say, for all of the years I've been going to McGee Tennis Center and going to New York, Washington Park, they have been great role models, leaders. They teach us to push ourselves to the limit. They're there whenever we need them to coach us, help us improve, and they always do something for the kids because they want to bring our community as a whole. It's not just for them, it's not just for tennis, it's to uplift the kids, the adults, just bring the community together in tennis. I think that Coach Ron and Coach Wink should most definitely keep in tennis centers because they built a community that nobody else can bring. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dr. John Byrne. Kathy and I live at 3243 Andrews Court Northwest in the Peachtree Heights West neighborhood of District 8. Her phone number is 404-219-5729. I'm calling in support of Councilman Shook's Party House legislation to protect citizens of Atlanta from illegal use of homes in a residentially zoned neighborhood. Across the street at 3234 Andrews Court is an unoccupied house in our quiet cul-de-sac of 15 homes. Since May of this year, it has been rented by the financially compromised owner as a party house. My wife and I have repeatedly called 911 during nights when there are noise ordinance violations, when there are altercations, presumably fighting, going on in the cul-de-sac, and when firearms were discharged. During parties, cars parked in every available space in our quiet, small street, and a continuous stream of vans have brought partygoers in. Parking has prohibited residents or emergency vehicles from entering and leaving the cul-de-sac. Loud music variety of motives occur throughout the night. The smell of marijuana is rampant. We have never witnessed any partygoer wearing a mask or show concern for the current COVID pandemic recommendations. These parties threaten our sleep, peace of mind, physical well-being, slow down or block my ability to respond to hospital emergency calls, and depress property values. The police have been very responsive and the neighbors have worked hard to cooperate with them. Please give them the legal means to eliminate this type of party house situation. Thank you.
Greetings, President Moore and all council members. Many of you know me, but don't know me as Tracy Nicole Austin, the Black Tracy Austin, who has played tennis since the age of 3, competitively since the age of 7, and went to college on a 4-year athletic scholarship to play tennis at Howard University in Washington, D.C. I grew up lower middle class and only was given the opportunity to play and become one of the best players in my age group in the state of New York because of nonprofit programs and city-ran and funded programs. The privatization of our tennis centers, an effort which I believe was initiated by City Councilwoman Mary Norwood several years ago, is in direct contradiction with what a public or city facility should be for. That's to create greater access, offer more inclusion, and create equitable opportunities for all Atlantans, including in sports like tennis, not to maximize profit. Black and brown children and adults love tennis too, but over the past 10 plus years have found it difficult to participate due to the historic decision to contract out the best facilities in our city to a company that does not believe that sports equity, diversity, and inclusion is important. Now that same company is sending out emails disparaging your procurement process, calling those in the department incompetent, the go-to line for the privileged businessmen in our city who want to cry to their privileged friends about losing out on COA contracts. These same businessmen have also deployed the other common strategy, threatening the seats of each of you because they know next year is an election year. Don't fall for it. To be swayed is to put our city right back into pre-George Floyd days and ignoring what's important. The children of Atlanta need access to sports facilities that can serve as safe havens and offer opportunities for personal, professional, and athletic development. That's what tennis in our city should offer to all Atlantans, not just a select few. Not only do I urge you to closely evaluate as it relates to the awardee of the tennis facility contract, I also urge you to revisit the privatization strategy of sports programs in our city in general. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Alice McGill, and I'm a resident of Spring Lake neighborhood and an avid tennis player at Bitsy Grant Tennis Center. Just calling to ask the city to consider retaining UTA as the management company for the City of Atlanta tennis facilities. I've lived in Atlanta now or in the city for 3 years and found a home at Bitsy Grant and have found excellent instruction, awesome teammates, and I don't want to change any of that, especially since I can walk to the tennis courts from my house. Unfortunately, I've heard not as glowing reviews of Agape Academy, both from fellow players at the CAD Tennis Center and from players in Macon. And I just hate to think that the city would replace a working model with one that has gotten repeated negative reviews. So again, as somebody who's just complete self-interest that I want to continue to play tennis across the street from my neighborhood, I ask the city to consider retaining UTA and renewing their contract for the City of Atlanta Tennis Center management. Thanks very much. If you need to contact me, my number is 404-259-8958. Again, I think UTA is an excellent provider, and the city will be pleased with their outcomes as they have over the past 10 years, and as a provider that the city can be proud of. Thanks. Bye.
Hi, my name is Quincy Jones. I'm just calling to reaffirm that Agape Tennis Academy is the best choice to run the tennis centers of Atlanta. I've been in this sport for many years, played it in multiple countries, taught it all over, and just experiencing the vision and the passion that the company and the director has for people, just people all over the world. I think it would be a great choice to really unite tennis within the city of Atlanta and take advantage of all the centers and everything that can be offered to everyone within the community and not just a few of the tennis centers. I'm excited to see what they do and how they get out and impact the community on and off the courts, because that's what they've been doing for years. So thank you for listening to my comment, and you all have a good day.
Hello, this is Nicole Mathias calling on behalf of the Mathias family, expressing our support of the UTA management of the Chastain Tennis Center and the other tennis centers that they manage. We currently go to Chastain mostly since we live near there, and we would like to continue to do so, and our son participates in their youth program. So we'd like to have them continue to manage the tennis center. They're doing a great job.
Hello, my name is Matt Masherin, and I'd like to show my support for Agape Tennis. Been playing out at DeKalb and been super impressed with everything that's gone on in the facility and their community outreach events. It's been a really great experience with them, and I look forward to seeing what they can do for the city of Atlanta. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Brooke Stair, and I live right next to the Grant. And I've been playing out there for 5 years, and I would really love it if we would keep it. Bye.
Hello, my name is Anka Schnell. I live in North Buckhead, and I'm calling to express my support for UTM remaining the management company for our beloved Chastain tennis courts. They do a phenomenal job. They are financially sound. The individuals go above and beyond. I understand the community has rallied to show tremendous support for not transferring the contract to an unknown, unproven outsider. And I feel very strongly that this process should be completely transparent. We should all be able to see exactly what was voted on, how many people called in support of, and I really would hate to see this go further into legal action and embarrass the city in any way, shape, or form by not honoring what its constituents have overwhelmingly voted in favor of, or at least spoken in favor of. Thank you so much for your service, your time, your understanding, and your commitment to your voting population. Thank you very much. And again, I'm in North Buckhead, and my name is Anka Schnell.
Hi, I'm Rick Bear. I live right next to the Grant.
Yes, my name is Terry Cagle. I was calling about the City of Atlanta's decision regarding universal tennis management. Our son has taken tennis lessons with UTM for many, many years. They are very genuine, well-trained individuals, and they have provided our son invaluable coaching and mentoring both on and off of the tennis courts. I just wanted to call, my husband and I wanted to call and ask you to please vote to keep UTM coaching our children into the future. We've been very, very pleased with them, and we would like to see them continue. Thank you very much for letting our voice be heard.
My name is Brad Cameron at 3244 Andrews Court, Northwest, Atlanta, Georgia, 30305. I'm calling in reference to the party house that happens to be next door to our home at 3234 Andrews Court. There have been numerous parties held at this house. In fact, several parties had attendees in excess of 100 to 200 people. In fact, one that I remember most recently, I think it is documented through the city Atlanta Police Department, there were 360 people. It was posted on the internet, and they were charging $40 a head for admission, serving alcohol. There had been drugs there. The smell of marijuana, you could smell it all the way to West Paces Ferry Road. In fact, that particular night, at 5 a.m. in the morning, there were gunshots fired, and thank God no one was injured or hit. But this has got to stop. This is absolutely devaluing my property. In fact, we have considered selling our home, and I cannot sell it due to what's going on next door, because you have to do full disclosures, as you know, and I would not ever hide that from a prospective buyer. I would not want that done to me, and I certainly would not do that to someone else. There is documentation of the numerous parties that have been held here, and I certainly hope that the City Council will vote against these party houses and renting a house for one night or for a weekend. It is destroying our neighborhood. If you need to reach me.
This is Melissa Wagner calling to give support to keep UTA having the tennis center contract. We want City Council to vote against Agape and vote for UTA to manage the tennis courts around Atlanta for over 10 years to keep their contract. It is mind-boggling that they wouldn't. They have completely changed for the better the neighborhood surrounding tennis courts. I've had the privilege of living by Bitsy Grant before and after they were there, and also by Chastain Park before and after they were managing the tennis courts around Chastain and Bitsy Grant. And they completely improved the lives of the community. They do an outstanding job, and it's absolutely mind-boggling that their contract would not be renewed. All you can think of is somebody had their hand in the cookie jar, because it makes no sense. So hopefully the council votes to right this wrong and renew UTA contract to manage the tennis courts around Atlanta. I can't imagine Atlanta without them. They've been a huge asset over the past decade. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ron Alston, and I was calling to voice support for Universal Tennis Management and their management of the public tennis facilities in the city. I have used UTM for about the last 2 years and found that they're very professional, and their instructors are very good and very personable. And I understand they've had the contract for a long time, and I think they're doing a terrific job, and would not like to see that change. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Thomas Wakefield, and I've been with UTA for 8 years. Please keep UTA. If you really want what is best for the people, then you will keep UTA.
Yes, my name is Candace Sampson. I live in District 10, and ANDREA BOONE is my district representative. I am a tennis player and have been playing tennis in Atlanta for years, and I am calling to offer support for UTA Tennis to continue managing the facilities in Atlanta. I have heard very negative things about the management of Agape in Macon currently, and just do not feel that this change will be good for Atlanta tennis. I've been very happy with UTA Tennis, and I think they do an excellent job. They support the community, and I think they should continue to manage the facilities in Atlanta. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marianne Calias, and I'm calling to support Agape Tennis Academy in their bid to manage the City of Atlanta tennis facilities. Agape Tennis and its team are amazing people. They provide outstanding customer service and phenomenal tennis programs. They are always positive, supportive, and helpful. They have gone above and beyond for me and my family's tennis experience here in Atlanta. I have 2 kids that are tournament level tennis players that play out of this academy. Agape's programs have a positive influence on my kids, and they always provide a supportive and encouraging environment and atmosphere. Not only have they taught my kids to play amazing tennis, they remind my kids of the importance of life lessons like being honest, fair, having a great attitude, respect for themselves and for their equipment and their environment, and teamwork. We love all the tennis pros and staff that work with Agape Tennis, and I hope you will support this academy and the amazing people that run this academy in managing the City of Atlanta's tennis facilities. I thank you for your time. Keep well and safe.
Hi, Mayor Bottoms and members of the City Council. My name is Greg Levine, and I live in the Chastain area. And I just wanted to voice my support for UTM, the tennis management company that had been running Chastain for many years. I think they do an awesome job. They got awesome coaches and tons of clinics, tons of activity, and just is a total asset to the community and to the tennis people who are interested in tennis. And I would hate to see them go. And I love having them there, and I hope that they continue to be there. So anyhow, thank you for letting me be able to voice my interest. And thank you very much, and thank you for your service. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon. I just wanted to call and say that I'll voice a little message in regards to the changeover of management for the Atlanta Tennis Centers. Two tennis centers that I would want to bring to your all's attention. That is the McGee Tennis Center and the Washington Park Tennis Center. They are headed by two very loved and respected tennis professionals in the Atlanta tennis community. And we wanted to request that they remain in those particular tennis centers as the tennis professionals and the leaders of those centers. They, like I said, been pillars in the community. They are people that we've grown to love personally and professionally, and we're requesting that they remain as our leaders in the tennis community, the Atlanta tennis community. Thank you again for hearing this comment, and please consider our request. Thank you.
Hi, this is James Redfield, and I've been with ETA for 6 years. I love ETA. Keep ETA.
Hi, my name is Caroline McGowan, and I'm calling to express my firm belief that Amy and Agape Tennis is the right and perfect candidate for this position. Amy has developed other tennis facilities, brought them all to a different level, and she has encouraged so many children and adults to be better, community-minded people who have learned a lot about valuable life lessons through her example and through her teaching as far as learning tennis and learning discipline and other. She's a fine example of what this community needs more of. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Anthony DePeters, and I'm calling in regards to the City of Atlanta tennis courts. I'm just letting you know I played out of Bitsy Grant Tennis Center primarily from 2016 to 2018, and I had a real negative experience. I witnessed several instances where members of the staff were kind of treating minorities in a manner I'll call uncomfortable. And not to mention, on two separate occasions, I had scheduled tennis matches at McGee Tennis Center through a tennis league, and when my opponent and I showed up, the centers were closed during public park hours with a sign saying, by appointment only. So I would really hope that you would not recommend UTA for continuing to manage those centers, as I've had a really negative experience. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, my name is Ryan Marshall. I'm a City of Atlanta resident, and I'm calling regarding the tennis management contract that UTA previously held. I have great concern over the way the process has been handled and the lack of transparency to the city residents in how this process has been handled. UTA has done an amazing job managing the courts for the last 10 to 12 years. They're high quality, the staff is first class, and they maintain the city property in an excellent way. Unfortunately, over the last 2 weeks, the courts have been managed by the city. They're rarely open, and they're not being taken care of the same way that UTA did. So I'm strongly voicing my support to keep UTA and keep the tennis facilities in the city some of the best in the country. Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Jennifer Stump. I live within walking distance of 50 Grant. My two children are longtime players. They also attend some of the more social events and play on an alpha league that is coached by UTM management. And I'm not just calling in support of UTM, which I know the majority of these calls are saying. I guess I have two questions more for the City Council. One relates to the viability of this group, Agape. There are so many concerns out of the other centers that they're running. I don't know how viable, profitable they will really be, especially if community members here and at Chastain and people leave to follow these beloved coaches to other tennis centers, leaving Agape without the demand of the community that we currently have that has made Bitsy Grant so successful for so long. The other point I wanted to make was, again, more of a question about why it's not being investigated. The idea of peeling off Bitsy and Chastain into separate management remaining under UTM, why it has to be looked at as all or none. If the support is so rampant from this part of town and these neighborhoods for these centers and coaches, we would hope that the council would look into why it is weighted so heavily that way. It's because they've done such an amazing job for the players. And we would hope that that would be looked at as an option rather than having it be an all or nothing scenario. Thank you.
Yes, this is Craig Allen. I live directly across from 3234 Andrews Court. As a neighbor looking into that house, I've witnessed indecent exposure, drug use, reckless misconduct, speeding up and down the street, 6 months of parties with 3 parties per weekend, excessively loud noise, renting the house out for $30 per person for parties, using yellow wristbands, urinating in public, potential prostitution, multiple gunfire occasions, and in general, running a lawless nightclub in a residential community with young children and elderly people. This is in reference to the new law outlawing short-term rentals. All this is with respect to 3234 Andrews Court. And for the safety of the citizens, I am for the motion to outlaw short-term rentals.
Good evening. My name is Tom Wakefield, and I'm calling to ask members of City Council to reject the Agate tennis management contract. And I'm calling because I'm asking you to do this because each one of you on City Council has come out and asked people like myself to trust you to be our representative in city government. Many people have called in support of UTM or UTA and the quality of what they've done. And now is your chance to stand up and listen to the people so that you can represent the wishes of the people. The real question here is whether or not procurement is really doing its job. it seems really tough to believe that procurement is being above board in this process when you look at the scores and the results, when things like experience count 45%, and you look at UTA's experience north of 25 years of experience, 14 different centers that they've run successfully and grown over the years. You contrast that with a gate and the fact that they have a cab tennis center and 3 in a tier 2 city like Macon. It doesn't make sense that they would be awarded the opportunity to serve such a great city like Atlanta and the great tennis facilities that we have within the city. There's just no way this has been done fairly and accurately. So please, City Council, stand up to the procurement process and help this UTA.
This is Kramer Shipwood. I just wanted to call and give my support for Agape Tennis taking over the city of Atlanta. I know that Amy and the team at Agape take their job very seriously, and I know that they feel a sense of community with the area, and I know that they can help build a better tennis program and continue the legacy of those before them. So I believe it makes the most sense to bring them on. I've known Amy for years, and I know she takes pride in everything that she does, and I know that she'll do the best she can possibly do for everyone at Agape and everyone in the community. So I just wanted to pledge my support for Agape, and I hope that you will take that into consideration, and thank you very much.
Hi, this is Sean Davis. I'm calling to just leave a message and just say that I have been working with the UTA team out of Chastain now for 6 years. Some of the best coaches I've ever had. So calling to just express my true gratitude for them, and hopefully they'll be able to reconvene at Chastain and on the other tennis centers as well. Thank you so much for your time, and we look forward to hearing the results of tomorrow's meeting. Take care. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Pamela Kaufman, Kausmann. I live at 3204 Andrews Court. I am a resident of City Council District 8 and Peachtree Heights West neighborhood. There has been consistent party rental activities at 3234 Andrews Court. The current owner of the house is renting out his house for very loud parties. Consistently over the last 4 months, I have been unable to enter or exit my street because it has been blocked with cars on both sides of the street. My neighbors and myself call 911 repeatedly due to violations of repetitive noise ordinances. The parties go through the night until 5 in the morning. There have been firearms discharged that we have heard, public urination, not to mention our street being blocked and very, very loud noise, with also some unlawful people attending the parties with no respect to our neighborhood. Again, my name is Pamela D. Kaufman, Kaufmann, 404-275-6540. Thank you for your service.
Hey there, my name is Mo Shiflett, and I'm calling on behalf of Agape Tennis Academy and Amy Pasahanis, and I would just like to express my gratitude towards her for everything that she's done and her academy has done for myself and my family and my children. There is absolutely no one like her or Agape in this business. She is by far the absolute best choice for the job. She has taken many, many times nothing, absolutely nothing, and just turned it into something huge. What she does for the community and what Agape, the staff, has done to bring kids together out of bad situations, help them to learn, love, treat each other with respect. She brings tennis into everyday life, and for that we are forever grateful. And I feel like there's no wrong choice with going with Agape Tennis Academy, and I truly believe that they will be the ones to take the city of Atlanta and turn it into something that it could never be with Universal Tennis Academy. And we really hope that you guys make the right decision. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Catherine Arnold, and I'm calling to advocate on behalf of Universal Tennis Academy Management for the City of Atlanta tennis courts. UTA has been a terrific manager of the City of Atlanta courts. I've been playing under UTA for about the last 7 years, and I used to play at the Cab Tennis Center until it was taken over by Agape. My experience under Agape was not favorable, but today I want to spend a little time telling you why I think UTA is taking great care of the City of Atlanta facilities. I'm a person that likes to play early in the morning, and the UTA coaches will be on site at the courts at least a half an hour before I get there. We're blowing off leaves, removing debris, cleaning off puddles. They're setting up balls, putting up nets, adjusting the net straps, sanitizing benches and seats to prevent COVID spread. They're cleaning the bathrooms and repairing wind screens which they get blown down overnight. From time to time, when I'm not doing well in my matches, UTA coaches will actually come to a match or a part of a match just to observe what I'm doing and see what I'm doing wrong so that they can give me the best possible advice. Some of my best friends have come out as a result of introductions made by UTA coaches because they recognized players who were compatible tennis players and compatible people for me. And they're treating me like family, and it's such a pleasure to call on the phone and be greeted as a friend and helped. Thank you, and it's because of UTA.
Hello, my name is Debbie Landers, and I'm calling in support of the UTA Adult Tennis Program. I've been participating in that program for 5 to 8 or 9 years, and it has been a wonderful program. The instructors have been amazing, extremely professional, extremely talented and qualified, and I have enjoyed it for all of that time. I started at the Cab Tennis Center, and when they were no longer at that center, I moved to follow the instructors to their locations because the UTA program is such a great program. So I'm just calling to voice my support for the UTA Adult Tennis Program, and I appreciate this opportunity. Thank you for time.
This is Janice Quinn speaking. I'm a member of the Bitsy Tennis Center group that plays over there. You have taken away something that is very, very important to everybody who's been going to Bitsy Grant for years and years and years, and you've given no reason why. Obviously, you must have some reason for doing this that you're not telling the general public. We demand to know why you're doing this. We've all been very, very dissatisfied with year. Plus, we've all paid our $230 to be members there and want to know if this is going to be honored for the new season. But we want to know why you're doing this. This is Janice Quinn, 404-558-4835, JBQ919@AOL.com.
Richard Ice. I'm a resident, City of Atlanta, and I frequently use the UTA courts at Bitsy Grant and love their quality of service, their enthusiasm, the participation that they have from fellow students and also adults using the courts. And I highly recommend that we keep UTA as the management company. They do a wonderful job. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Pierce Sherwood, and I go to the Atlanta Public Tennis Courts for about 3 years. I really like to go to the tennis place. Please don't let Agape take it. I like UTA.
Good afternoon, Mayor Bottoms and City Councilmen. My name is Rita Levine. I've been a long-standing, proud resident of Atlanta in the city of Sandy Springs. I'm calling today to implore you to please reconsider the decision at hand dismissing the UTM-UTA program. Over many years, I, along with my children and grandchildren, have been most pleased with the care and positive teaching of the UTA-UTM staff, coaches, and the atmosphere they've created in the various tennis centers. For example, Chastain and Bitsy, where we have been. It pains me to see the city think about smearing their reputation by dismissing such a positive company. I have hardly found a weak link in their chain of coaches, teachers. They've been most professional and most caring. And it just does make me feel sad that a positive company like this could be just dismissed that quickly. Please realize that you have the best in every area of the coaching group, and why would the city want to forsake their reputation and want to rock the boat when you have the best? I know you'll be reconsidering the decision to remove UTA-UTM. God bless you. Thank you very much for your consideration and your listening. Have a great day.
Hello, my name is Catherine Hansen, and I am calling on behalf of Agape Tennis Academy to share my thoughts and my feelings on the decision that was made to bring Agape to take over the City of Atlanta tennis courts. I am fully and completely in support of that decision. I have been a part of the Agape Tennis Academy myself and my family, and the amazing work that is being done through the academy to teach the youth of today the values of what the game of tennis could bring, and to teach love and concern and consideration both on and off the court. There's an amazing impact that I have seen through some of the courts that are already being run by this organization. And I think the time is now to make a change, to bring in a strong leader who is devoted to diversity and devoted to a commitment of bringing the youth and just the game of tennis as a way of life and as a way of treating people. So I believe that there was a bid process, so everything was fairly evaluated, and I am definitely against the way the other Universal Tennis Academy has come up, and their only course of action has been to be negative. And the time now is for change, and we need a change, and we need Agape is the one to bring about this change for the city of Atlanta and all the community. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Kate Sherwood. I'm 13 years old, and I've been going to UTA for about 3.5 years now. The UTA staff has created such an amazing community of people, and I've enjoyed every second of my time with them. They've helped me build confidence and make friends. My coaches taught me about tennis, but also about important life lessons. We know our coaches on a personal level. They teach us about respect, kindness, and community. UTA offers lessons to the underprivileged, and they really care. UTA also has a really diverse group of people with all different backgrounds. We need UTA involved, and I've been going to UTA growing the tennis community. Please don't let Agape take them.
Hi, my name is Nan Street. I live in the city of Atlanta in District 8, and I am calling about the decision that the City Council will be making tomorrow with regard to the City of Atlanta tennis centers.
I am hopeful that the council will make the right decision and reject the recommendation for Agape to take over from UTA as the vendor manager. UTA has the overwhelming support of the public and of the families who have devoted their time and money to these city sites. UTA has 11 years of growth at the city sites, and I personally am upset that the council would even consider making a change. It's almost as if the procurement department has assumed, very incorrectly I might add, that no one cares who runs the tennis centers. They clearly underestimate the relationships that have been built over the last 11 years. I personally know many of the pros, tennis coaches, administration, and staff, and I consider them to be family. What I know of Agape is not positive, and that many people, especially in the Macon area, are not happy with their management or care. Why would the city of Atlanta take a chance like that? Please do not award Agape with the contract and keep UTA. Please do not ignore what your constituents are trying to tell you. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is David Scott, and I am a citizen. I live in District 11. Marcy Overstreet is our representative in my area. And I was just calling to express my concern regarding the decision on the management of the City of Atlanta tennis facility. I've lived in Atlanta around this district over the past 30 years, and for well over the past 25 years, I have played extensively at the City of Atlanta facilities, whether it be at McGee Tennis Center, Washington Park, also Piedmont, as well as Chastain. And I must say, over all of the years that I have been involved in the game of tennis, they have not been managed any better than what Universal Tennis Management, UTA, has been doing it. And it was not just me, but also my kids who have also gone through the programs within these facilities as well. So I wanted to call and express my support of UTA, UTM, to continue the management of these facilities, and not just what they do on the court, but it's also what they do off of the court as well. They've been in the community and doing some great things. We're always proud to have them, and just ecstatic about the overwhelming things that they've done for the City of Atlanta facilities, whether it be at Chastain or McGee or Washington Park. And so my family, myself, we all support UTM, and we just wanted to express our concern in disagreement with the decision not to have. Thanks very much for your time, and I hope that you will take my comments under consideration. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Sean Henry. I'm a Fulton County resident. I live at 22 14th Street Northwest, Atlanta, Georgia, 30309. I would like to put in my support for UTA, United Tennis, remaining as a tennis club in the city. They're great managers, great people, very diverse employer and diverse ownership, and I think it would be a shame for the city of Atlanta to not promote diversity and maintain this contract. Thank you. Sean Henry, 404-718-0104.
Yes, hi, my name is Rita Ruggiero, and I live in District 8, right near Chastain Park, and I'm calling to give my full endorsement for UTA to remain on the tennis courts in the city of Atlanta, particularly at Chastain Park for my own family's interest. And I just wanted to say that they have been such a wonderful group of professionals for me and my family. And their programming has been terrific, and they've served all different types of players in my family. I have a daughter who is just learning for fun. I have a son who hopefully will play in college one day, and I have myself who's a woman in her 40s playing for fun. And they've met all of our needs and gone above and beyond just meeting our needs. It's a wonderful group, and we really want them to stay in Chastain. If they're not, we're going to follow them wherever they go, because we really are committed to this group. But they have developed such a community here that it's really going to be disruptive to our local community members and all of us who love playing tennis at Chastain Park. So we truly hope you will listen to us and give them the faith back. Thank you so much. Again, my name is Rita Ruggiero. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, my name is Jigna Jani, and I was calling in support of Universal Tennis Academy, that's UTA. I have twin boys who started very early in tennis, and now they play for the high school tennis. They started when they were before kindergarten too. And we have seen the UTA staff nurture them, and they have grown and they have flourished, and now they have blossomed from a bud to a cauliflower. I highly support them, and they were here at DeKalb Tennis Center, and then they moved away, so they had to do it in a small place called Broad Lake Church. That's where we went with DeKalb Tennis Lake Church, and then Piedmont Park, wherever they were good. The only reason is my kids, they were very consistent, and like we needed a continuity. And they were very caring in terms of their in terms of their hence we went there. I'm sure other groups will be good, but this is the ones they have established connection and a rapport with the kids. So I suggest that they should be staying here at the city of Atlanta, and that will benefit many kids and many families and the future of star tennis players. Thank you so much. My name is Jigna Jani, and if you need anything, thank you very much.
Happy Labor Day, council members. This is Amy Dickey. I live in District 7. I am calling tonight with regards to the contract with UTA. We've been longtime UTA supporters and participants at Chastain, Bitsy Grant, and now Blackburn. Unfortunately, we have been forced out of the city because of the stringent COVID regulations in the city of Atlanta not opening the tennis centers, and have been forced to move to Blackburn, which is in neighboring Brookhaven. We're really sad to hear that this issue of RFP with Agape has come up again, especially with the long track record that UTA has had and built the program over many, many years. They have a proven success record. They are doing all kinds of community outreach. It's just a program that is run really, really well and is going well. So why change it? Why have this unknown, actually unproven Agape come up? My question is, who on the council, who in the mayor's office has a connection with Agape? Because that seems to be the way that these kind of contracts work in the city of Atlanta. I don't know how many times I've had to call as a community member to beg and plead for city council to do the right thing. And unfortunately, this goes for things that are working well in the city. Don't disturb something that's working well. You have very few things that are going well right now. Keep them going. I really encourage you to...
David Yoakley Mitchell, Executive Director, Atlanta Preservation Center, 327 St. Paul Avenue, Southeast Atlanta, Georgia, 30312. The Atlanta Preservation Center submits its public comment and written letter in strong support of the proposed Ponce-Highland Historic District, Ordinance 20-0-1408, Z-20-15. Organization firmly supports the endeavor of the Ponce-Highland Neighborhood Association, MTUN, the City of Atlanta, Department of City Planning, and the Historic Preservation Studio to designate the Ponce-Highland neighborhood as a City of Atlanta Historic District. The Atlanta Preservation Center fully supports these efforts as part of the larger Atlanta city design efforts to meaningfully preserve the City of Atlanta's historic resources, neighborhoods, and housing types. Thank you.
Hi, this is Julie McFadden. I was just calling because it's my understanding that part of the conversation today will be around the contracts awarded to Agape, and I just wanted to call today to show my support for Agape and the impact they have had on communities and for families. Thank you.
Hi, this is John Joseph calling. I've been playing tennis for many years in Atlanta, and my primary place I play now is Bitsy Grant Tennis Center, and I just wanted to call and express my feelings about the management of Bitsy Grant. It's an incredibly professional, well-run organization. I think it's UTA that runs it, and just really exceptional place to play. The coaches, the facility, the people that run the facility. Actually, my son who has autism is in a special group there that they sponsor, which has been really amazing for him. He's learned to play tennis. So all in all, I really, really hope that UTA remains the management company for Bitsy Grant and the other facilities in the Atlanta area. I did used to play at the CAB Tennis Center, which I think is the other company that's going to now perhaps is vying to take over. And I stopped playing there just because I felt it went downhill when the management changed. Thank you for your time.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm calling in regards to the change in management for the City of Atlanta courts, namely Washington Park and McGee. I have been a longtime patron for the last 4 years of both facilities. I consider those courts to be my home, and I was very saddened to hear that the directors may not be in their positions any longer if the contract is awarded to a different management company. I implore the council to consider that whichever management company takes over, to understand the importance of having Coach Jerome Coxton and William Wake Fulton at these facilities, as they know the area, they are familiar with the community, and they are great with managing the patronizing of our community. Removing these people would set those tennis centers back, and I really believe that it's important to keep those people in their positions. My understanding is that the previous management company was not up to par, which is fine. I'm not sure that the management company that is up to be awarded the contract would be reasonable either. But my main concern is meeting the needs of the community through people who know. My name is Sasheen Cassie, and I can be reached at 678-656-6747.
Yes, my name is Ashish Jani, first name Ashish, A-S-H-E-S-H, last name Jani, J-A-N-I. I'm calling to support UTA/UTM for running the City of Atlanta tennis courts. I have twin boys, Jay and Sean Jani, that were coached early on in their career through the UTA program. They've made the tennis team in high school, and tennis is a very big part of their lives now, thanks to what UTA did at the Kelp Tennis Center. I myself participate in adult drills run by UTA. But a special note, I used to be at the Kelp Tennis Center with UTA, but I stopped going there once UTA was out, and I've been following them to the City of Atlanta courts. So I just wanted to say UTA is a very important, very well-run, very solid organization, and I do hope that they are allowed to continue to run the City of Atlanta courts. Thank you. If you have any questions, call me. My direct cell is 404-309-2214. Thanks. Bye.
Good afternoon. This is Larissa Henley. I am calling
in support of UTA, more specifically in support of Coach Jerome Coxton and Coach Wink. I am calling on behalf of the concerned citizens who want to see the tennis centers at Washington Park and McGee stay under the control of UTA to continue to be managed and operated by Coach Jerome Coxton and Coach Wink. I have been going to both those centers for years. I respect and admire both of those men and their dedication to the community, to tennis as a whole, and just everything that they have done for my family and I, for the community. So I am calling to just let my voice be heard, and again to show support for Coach Coxton and Coach Wink, hoping that you all will make the right decision for the community and let both of those tennis centers continue to be run by Coach Coxton and Coach Wink. Again, this is Larissa Henley calling in support of UTA, more specifically calling in support of both Coach Jerome Coxton and Coach Wink. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Keely Hartman, and I'm a resident of the City of Atlanta. And I'm calling on behalf of the UTA Tennis Academy and what they've done for the City of Atlanta, all of the tennis sites that they have managed over the past decade plus. As a resident and of the city and an avid tennis player, it's been a great way for me to learn the game, make friends, get part of the community. UTA not only creates opportunities to play tennis, but also to give back to the community and grow the game from younger players, older players, lots of fun community activities. They've really raised the community presence at each of their sites that they've managed, and I really hope that you will take this into consideration as you make a decision about awarding the contract. And just so you know, the residents and the community really support UTA, and we hope you take this into consideration. Thank you.
Hi, this is Jennifer DeBono. I'm an Atlanta City resident right here in Midtown. And I just wanted to leave a positive comment for the UTA tennis program that's been managed in Piedmont. I've been participating for almost 2.5 years now, and I've had such a great experience and have really enjoyed getting to know a number of instructors there. And I've received nothing but first class service, and even just up to my game in tennis. Have just really enjoyed working with everyone there. I've just been super impressed by their management skills, and I just wanted to leave that comment and let it be known that their hard work has done has had a tremendous impact on the community. Again, my name is Jennifer DeBono, proud Atlanta resident for about 12 years now. Just wanted to leave a nice comment for the UTA tennis program. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Dan Levinson. I live at 4505 Dudley Lane, right on Chastain Park in the city of Atlanta. I'm calling about the tennis management. I support the past owners, the past management company, UTA. It was well run. I participated in clinics. I could reserve courts. It made sense. I don't understand why the city wants to change it right now. I don't know who's running it. It seems like the city's running it. It doesn't make sense for it to be closed on Sunday and Saturday afternoon. So I'm calling to give my support for the keep things the way they are. And another comment is I don't understand why they can't have doubles play on Chastain courts now. I understand why it was curtailed due to COVID, but tennis is an outdoor activity. People are well past 6 feet apart, and it makes absolutely no sense to deprive the city residents of this amenity. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Steve Reynolds.
20 years and have been in Atlanta for over 30 years. I have played at Bitsy Grant, Piedmont Park, and out of the DeKalb Tennis Center. Mostly, and most recently, out of the DeKalb Tennis Center. And I'm here to support and tell you about Agape Tennis Academy. Agape Tennis is an amazing company. I have worked and played out of many other tennis centers, both here in Atlanta and other places, but Agape far exceeds expectations of other management type companies. They have first class customer service. Their programs are amazing. They have equal programs for adults, seniors, kids. They have a quick start program and pickleball. I just want to say that Amy Pazanek, who is the CEO of Agape Tennis, is amazing. She's a great leader. She has positive energy, and she believes in community, in diversity, and inclusion. So I believe that Amy and Agape Tennis is the future of tennis in Atlanta going forward. So I hope you will continue to provide your support to Agape Tennis. I want to say thank you to the council and thank you for your service. Agape Tennis is amazing. Thank you very much.
My name is Freddie Goldenberg, and I'm calling in support of UTA for the City of Atlanta Tennis Centers. It would be a huge disservice to the City of Atlanta to replace UTA with Agape. There is nobody more experienced from top to bottom of the staff that UTA has. You won't find that level of experience anywhere in the country. They are proven. They've come in, cleaned up those tennis centers, and have them running on all cylinders. And I can speak from as a parent of a child in the junior program, as well as an adult that plays, in the adult program. I also run the Peachtree Paddle League, and they have done such an amazing job of taking the paddle tennis courts that were gifted to the city at Bitsy Grant and creating a very thriving program. Agape has zero experience with platform tennis, also known as paddle. And the Peachtree Paddle League is very concerned with the future of those courts and the league itself in Atlanta without UTA managing those courts. So anyhow, I just really hope you all reconsider this decision. It would be a huge mistake not to keep UTA. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Carolyn Patterson. I live in the city of Atlanta, and I have 3 children that play tennis at the Bitsy Grant Tennis Center and have all participated in the clinics there and in Alpha Tennis there and in also the USTA clinics in the afternoon run by the Universal Tennis Management Program. And I just am calling to voice my support and my concern about the management being handed over to anyone else than Tim and his crew. They have done a phenomenal job. We have been taking lessons there for 5 or so years, and we love Denise and all the staff and all the pros, and we just want to support them in any way we possibly can. We've had times in our yard. We've taken lessons there. As I said, we've played matches. We've taken clinics. We've done Friday night tournaments. We just think it couldn't be run any better or more professionally. It's been an outstanding outlet for our children, and they have learned a lot, and it's been a real blessing for our family. So if you need to reach me, my number is 404-989-3650. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, my name is Dee Dee Wakefield. I'm calling in regard to the city's pending decision to change the management of their tennis centers and take it away from UTA, who has been managing those facilities for 10 years. As a tennis player and as a mom of 3 who have taken lessons with UTA for north of 8 or 9 years, I find it very hard to believe that the UTA and UTM team has not done an outstanding job and is in a position to not continue to support the city with their services. They not only do an incredible job of managing the centers, but also they provide competitive junior level programs, adult programs, Alta coaching, and in the locations like Washington Park and others, they have gotten the community involved and really created a lot of tennis acumen in those areas that previously did not have it. In a time like this where so many other things are uncertain, it seems almost disheartening to see a decision like this made that really the public just has a hard time. Public just needs to understand and have some understanding of how a decision like this could have come. Please reconsider UTM as the management facility for the tennis centers. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Melanie Mulviver. I live at 3188 Andrews Court, Northwest. That's in the Peachtree Heights West neighborhood, City Council District 8. I'm calling in regard to the party house located at 3234 Andrews Court, Northwest. My family and I have lived in our home. My husband and my 4 children have lived here since 2004. The party house at 3234 started hosting parties in May, and it's pretty much been every single weekend from May until a couple weekends, probably a weekend before last. The parties, we've noticed the noise is to the extent that we can hear it inside our home, at the back of our house, in our kitchen. We are 5 houses down from the homes. We're at the end of the cul-de-sac. We've also had cars illegally parked, blocking driveways, parking at the fire hydrant. Cars have been so thick on our street that they've blocked egress or ingress of emergency vehicles. Our son was visiting and went to leave. Took him 20 minutes to get out of our neighborhood one evening. We walked our younger son, my husband and I walked our dog one evening, and 3 parked cars with occupants inside them were hotboxing, which is when they're smoking marijuana, with the windows up to get a concentrated high from the drug. We personally witnessed that. We have found articles of clothing in our yard after parties. The parties start usually around, sometimes as early as 1 p.m. or 4 p.m. Finally, there was one evening my husband and I were out of town, and our daughter, who's 22, was home alone. During the course of a very wild party that night, she heard 3 gunshots. She was petrified, and this activity needs to stop. Thanks.
Hi, this is Sadie Sherwood, and I'm giving you a call about the 5 Atlanta public tennis court sites that are currently under UTA management, UTM management. That looks like Agape is making a bid to take them over, and I'm really shocked that the city of Atlanta would entertain this, especially after what UTA has done to the community and for those courts. They've been at, I know, Betsy Grant for over 11 years, Piedmont Park for a long time, Sharon Lester. I just can't believe that you all would even entertain Agape coming in to those courts. UTA's done so much for my family with their elections. They've given a lot back to the community. They've had positive models for my children, and it's just been a place for the community to gather, safe, clean. The tennis management there, the pros there are second to none. And I really hope that this does not pass, because UTA has been invaluable to our community.
Okay, that is the last public comment. I am attempting to get on myself for some reason. I got dropped, but I hope all members are trying to log on. And I'm going to try to get my connection back up. And while I'm doing that, I would ask the clerk, everyone to mute your phones. I can't seem to. Everyone, please mute your phones, and I will ask the clerk to do a roll call.
President Felicia Moore.
Present.
Council members Michael Julian Bond. Here. Matt Westmoreland. Here. Andre Dickens. Here. Carla Smith.
Here.
Amir R. Faroki.
Here.
Antonio Brown. Cleta Winslow.
Present.
Natalie Mosby Archibald.
Here.
Jennifer N. Ide.
Here.
Howard Shook. J.P. Masticite. Here. Dustin Hillis. Here. Andrea L. Boone.
Present.
Marcy Collier Overstreet.
Present.
Joyce M. Shepard.
Present.
Quorum present, Madam President.
Thank you. I'm still trying to get on, so let me continue on. We are now at the report of the journal.
I, FORIS WEBB III, Municipal Clerk, do certify that the action minutes of the August 17th, 2020 Atlanta City Council Virtual City Council meeting are true and correct.
Okay, without objection, we will accept and file.
That would be 13 yeas, 0 nays on unanimous consent, Madam President.
Thank you.
Madam President, I'm on the line as well, just so you know.
Okay. Are there any other members that have joined us since the roll call?
No, I just wanted to vote on the consent. This is Councilmember Winslow, I'm sorry.
Yes, I did it without objection of the members present.
Okay. I apologize.
No
And
problem.
Madam President, as a modification, the unanimous consent would be 14 yeas, 0 nays, with the exclusion of Councilmember Brown.
Thank you. 14 yeas, 0 nays. All right. We will now move on to communication.
Yes, Madam President, if I could sound items 1 and 2 of the block.
Proceed.
20-C-0072, a communication from Interim Chief Procurement Officer Martin Clark, submitting the August 17, 2020 through August 21st, 2020 weekly contracts report. 20-C-0073, submitting the August 24th, 2020 through August 28th, 2020 weekly contracts report to the Atlanta City Council and the Clerk of Council pursuant to Section 2-1142 of the Atlanta City Code of Ordinances. Staff recommendation to accept and file.
Staff recommendation is to accept and file. If there's no objection of unanimous consent, they will be accepted and filed.
Duly noted. Madam President, if I could sound items 3 and 4 as a block.
Proceed.
20-C-0074, a communication from Marion Cameron, Chair of the Audit Committee, submitting the Performance Audit Report, Renew Atlanta, and T-SPLOT. 20-C-0075, a communication from Marion Cameron, Chair, Audit Committee, submitting the Performance Audit Report, Aviation Security. Staff recommendation to refer to Transportation Committee.
Staff recommendation to refer is referred.
20-C-0076, a communication from Marion Cameron, Chair, Audit Committee, submitting the Performance Audit Report, Comcast franchise fees. Staff recommendation to refer to City Utilities Committee.
Staff recommendation is to refer to City Utilities Committee. Let it follow that course.
20-C-0077, a communication from Marion Cameron, Chair, Audit Committee, submitting the Performance Audit Report, hiring process. Staff recommendation to refer to Finance Executive Committee.
Staff recommendation to refer to Finance Executive Committee. Let it follow that course.
20-C-0078, a communication from Marion Cameron, Chair Audit Committee, submitting the performance audit report, management of Live Nation lease agreement. Staff recommendation to refer to Community Development and Human Services Committee and Finance Executive.
Let it follow that course.
Madam President, if I could found items 8 through 13 as a block.
Proceed.
20-C-0079, a communication from Clyde Higgs, President and CEO of Atlanta Beltline, Inc., appointing Mr. Reuben Brooks to serve as a member of the Housing Commission. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. 20-C-0080, a communication from Pierre Gaither, Executive Director of the Atlanta Board of Education, submitting the Board of Education appointment of Mr. James Cheek to the Atlanta Beltline Affordable Housing Advisory Board. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. 20-C-0081, a communication from Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, appointing Ebony Barley to serve as a member of the Atlanta Reproductive Justice Commission. 20-C-0082, a communication from Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, appointing Mr. E. Carl Touchstone to serve as a member of the Atlanta Fulton County Recreation Authority for the City of Atlanta. This appointment is for a term of 4 years. 20-C-0083, a communication from Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, appointing Mr. Pat Dixon Jr., Esquire, to serve as a member of the Atlanta Housing Authority Board of Commissioners for the City of Atlanta. This appointment is for a term of 5 years. 20-C-0084, a communication from Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, appointing Ms. Eunice Emmer to serve as a member of the Atlanta Housing Authority Board of Commissioners for the City of Atlanta. This appointment is for a term of 5 years. Staff recommendation to refer to Community Development and Human Services and Committee on Council.
Let it follow that course.
That concludes communications, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We are now at consideration of vetoed legislation, Mr. Clerk.
There is none.
Thank you. Now, unfinished business.
There is none, Madam President.
All right. We are now at consent agenda section 1. Consent agenda section 1. If there are any items in which members would like to remove from consent agenda section 1, please indicate with your speaker button. If you are not logged on, please speak up now. Seeing no one indicated with the speaker button and hearing no voices, we will now open the vote on consent agenda section 1.
The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote? In favor. Mr. Bond, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Massacite, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Hillis, how do you vote?
Aye.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed.
Madam President, I got kicked off of the call.
Your vote is cast, Mr. Brown. So
okay,
just try to reestablish connection, please.
All right.
Populating votes now.
Mr. Brown, how do you, okay, I got you, Mr. Brown. They got you. You are a yes, Mr. Brown?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct, Madam President.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The consent agenda section 1 is adopted. Now we go to consent agenda section 2. All items in consent agenda section 2 will be referred to the committees as indicated, and they will follow that course. We are now at the report of the standing committees. And again, as we indicated earlier, we're going to entertain a motion to go into the committee of the whole for the purpose of hearing the full Committee on Council report, followed by the full Zoning Committee report, followed by the public hearing only for Community Development Human Services Committee. I'll entertain that motion.
Smith here. A motion to move into Committee of the Whole.
Second. Second by Massacai. Motion by Smith to enter into the Committee of the Whole. Any discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Clerk, let's open the vote on entering the Committee of the Whole.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Bond?
Aye.
Mr. Hillis?
Aye.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes now. Yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. We are now in the Committee of the Whole. We will begin with the Committee on Council, the Honorable J.P. Massacai, Chair.
Thank you, Madam President. I believe we do have public comment for the Committee on Council. Mr. Evans, if you could please play our public comment.
Greetings to you, Committee on Council members and staff, and special greetings to you, citizens of Atlanta, who are watching and or listening to the government in action. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. When one attempts to attend a virtual NPUR meeting, one must pay homage to Antonita Robinson, the chair of NPUR, and co-leader of the NPUR 9 before being allowed to attend that virtual meeting. I ask that you decide whether or not it is ethical that the public must say her name, Antonita, before being fully allowed to participate in civic affairs in the city of Atlanta by way of NPUR. I submit that this is an unethical use of city funds. Be advised that if you happen to agree with me that this practice is unethical, and you finally agree to do anything at all about it, you will be met with fierce resistance from the NPUR 9, Antonita Robinson, Ricardo Jacobs, Wallace Clare, Allison Hathaway, Alfred White, Lynette L. Scott, and the NPUR 9 cohorts.
Mr. Massacai?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. That concludes our public comment for the Committee on Council. We now have several items in communications that, if there is no objection, I'd like to take as a block. The first is 20C0034, which is a communication from council members Dustin Hillis, District 9, ANDREA BOONE, District 10, Marcy Collier Overstreet, District 11, Joyce M. Shepard, District 12, and Andre Dickens, Post 3 at large, appointing Ms. Karen Culligan-Hudson to serve as a member of the Atlanta Reproductive Justice Commission. This was favorable by the Community Development Human Services Committee on August the 25th, 2020. Next item is 20C0060, which is a communication from Pierre Gaither, Executive Administrator of the Atlanta Board of Education, submitting the Board of Education's appointment of Ms. Aretha Bolden to the Atlanta Beltline Affordable Housing Advisory Board. This appointment is for a term of 2 years, and this was favorable by Community Development Human Services Committee on August 25th, 2020. The next item is 20C0061, which is a communication from Pierre Gaither, Executive Administrator of the Atlanta Board of Education, submitting the Board of Education's reappointment of Ms. Leslie Grant to the Atlanta Beltline Affordable Housing Advisory Board. This appointment is for a term of 2 years to begin retroactively on May 6, 2020 and expire May 15th, 2022, which was favorable by the Community Development Human Services Committee on the 25th of August, 2020. And the next item is 20C0068.
Someone needs to mute their phone, Mr. Massacite. I just want to make sure members mute your phone. Thank you.
Certainly.
Proceed.
Thank you. It's a communication from Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms appointing Mr. Joshua Humphreys to serve as a member of the Housing Commission. This appointment is for a term of 3 years. This was favorable by Community Development Human Services Committee on the 25th of August, 2020. And that concludes our communications, those 4 items, and the recommendation is favorable.
Okay, there's a motion to confirm. Is there a second?
Second, Smith.
Motion by Massacite, second by Smith on items 1 through 4 under communications. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's open the vote.
Please hold. The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Brown?
Affirmative.
Mr. Bond?
Aye.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. Yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. They are confirmed. Next item.
That concludes our business for today, Madam President. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Massacite. Now the Honorable Carla Smith, Chair of the Zoning Committee.
Thank you, Madam President. If you'll turn your agenda to page 37, and at this time I'd like to ask the clerk for public comment.
Greetings to you, Zoning Committee council members and staff, and special greetings to you, citizens of Atlanta, paying attention to our government in action. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. The NCUR Zoning Committee has been chaired for decades by Renette L. Scott. The NCUR Zoning Committee provides no public minutes of its meetings and no announcements of when they will be meeting. I urge that if and when any recommendations come to you from Neighborhood Planning Unit R, you mandate that those recommendations be accompanied by the minutes of the NPUR meeting, verifying that a vote of the membership was taken, and further verifying that a certified and sworn member of the city planning department was present to authenticate the vote. I hasten to caution you that any attempt to interfere with any of the aspects of the NPUR 9 by you or anyone else will be met with fierce resistance from the NPUR 9 movers and shakers, Antonita Robinson, Paulus Clare, Ricardo Jacobs, Bennett L. Scott, Alvin White, Allison Hathaway, and that cadre of NPUR 9 cohorts numbering less than 1% of the 20,000 people in that NPU. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Okay, it's going to be obvious on my report today that VRB has started meeting again. So they've done a backlog of papers, and this morning Ms. Lindo sent an agenda with an amendment package to everyone, just so everyone would know what's going on. So I will start with, Madam President, may I take items 1 through 7 as a block, please?
Sure, proceed.
Thank you. Item number 1, 20-01169, Z20-04. The location is 345 Auburn Avenue. The change is to rezone from HC 20C, Sub-Area 3, Martin Luther King Jr. Landmark District, excuse me, Sub-Area 3 to HC 20C, Sub-Area 4, Martin Luther King Jr. Landmark District, Sub-Area 4. Item number 2, 20-0-1222, Z-20-14. The location is 524 Marietta Street. The change is to rezone from I-1 to I-Mix. Item number 3, 20-0-1224, Z-20-18. The location is 255 Love Street. The change is to rezone from SPI 18 Sub-Area 5, the Mechanicsville Neighborhood Special Interest District, Sub-Area 5, to SPI 18 Sub-Area 6, Mechanicsville Neighborhood Special Public Interest District Area 6, Sub-Area 6. Item number 4, 20-0-1275, Z-20-39. The location is 2035 Cloverdale Road and 1254 Oakfield Drive. The change is to zone to the R4 district upon annexation into the city limits. Item number 5, 20-0-1277, Z-20-38. The location is 1206, 1210, 1214, 1218, and 1222 Beachview Drive. The changes to zone to the R4 district upon annexation into the city limits. Item number 6, 20-0-1311, Z-20-25. The location is 1890 Lenox Road. The change is to rezone from R4 to R3. Item number 7, 20-0-1389, zoning case Z-20-35. The location is 690 11th Street, also known as 686 11th Street, and the change is to rezone from I-1 to MRC3. The motion on items 1 through 7 is favorable.
Okay, the motion is favorable. Is there a second?
Second, Pierogi.
Second by Pierogi. Mr. Clerk, let's open the vote if there's no discussion. Seeing no discussion, let's open the vote.
Please hold. The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Brown?
Affirmative.
Mr. Bond,
Aye.
Mr. Masakai.
Aye.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes.
Have they announced the vote
Still-
yet?
Still populating, Madam President.
We're waiting on one more vote to be populated. Please hold.
Thank you, Madam President.
Our system is moving a bit slow, Mr. Clerk.
Yes, Madam
Ms.
President. The final vote will be 14 yeas, 0 nays. What we have displayed on the screen is 13 yeas, 0 nays. We will populate Councilman Masakai's vote as the 14th vote.
Okay, so we will go with that. 14 yeas, 0 nays. For those in the public that are viewing, Mr. Masakai has voted in the affirmative. Our system is just a bit slow, and it will be populated and put in the official record. Next item, Ms. Chair.
Thank you. I'd like to take items number 8, 9, and 11 through 13 together as a block, please.
Proceed.
Thank you. Item number 8, 20-0-1040, Z-19-125. This is a text amendment to amend Chapter 16A to reduce the mandatory percentage of industrial floor area required per development. Item number 9, it's 20-0-1146, Z-20-13. This is another text amendment to amend Chapter 201, the Adair Park Historic District regulations, to align with current residential development trends and neighborhood goals. Item number 11, 20-0-1145, Z-20-12. The location is 1918 Cheshire Bridge Road. The change is from R3 to NC5C. Item number 12, 20-0-1167, Z-20-02. The location is 195 Chester Avenue. The change is to rezone from I-1 to MR4AC. Item number 13, 20-0-1168, Z-20-03. The location is 204 Harrelson Lane. The change is to rezone from PDH to PDH for a change of conditions. Item number 14, 20-0-1223, Z-20-17. The location is 1103 Custer Avenue. The change is to rezone from R4 to R4AC. Item number 15, 20-0-1230, U-20-04. The location is 567 Cortlandt Street. This is to grant a special use permit for an outdoor sales area. Item number 16, 20-0-1310, Z-20-23. The location is 720 Terry Street. The change is to rezone from R4BC to R4BC, a change of conditions. Item number 17, 20-0-1313, Z-20-28. The location is 1330 Fairmont Avenue. The change is to rezone from I-2 Beltline to MRC 4AC Beltline. Item number 18, 20-0-1314, Z-20-29. The location is 536 North Avenue, 617 Kennesaw Avenue, and 0 Kennesaw Avenue. And the land lot is listed on the 0 address. The change is to rezone from C1C Beltline to MRC3C Beltline. Item number 19, 20-0-1315, Z-20-30. The location is 1193 Warfield Street and 1196 and 1200 Baylor Street. The change is to rezone from R4A Beltline to R4B Conditional Beltline. Item number 20, 20-0-1316, Z-20-31. The location is 1291, 1315, and 1333 Northwest Drive and 1345 Proctor Drive. The change is to rezone from RG2C to MR2C. Item number 21, 20-0-1390, Z-20-40. The location is 425 Chapel Road, 430 North Avenue Rear, Rear 1, Rear 2, 1250, 1254, and 1268 North Avenue, and 1254 and 1248 North Avenue Rear, and 1345 and 1365 Mason Turner Road, and 1345 Mason Turner Road Rear, and 1155 Joseph E. Boone Boulevard Rear. This is to rezone from RG3 Beltline, I-1 Beltline, I-1C Beltline, I-2 Beltline, and R4A Beltline to PDMU Beltline. Item number 22, 20-0-1391, U-20-05. The location is 1263, 1280, and 1296 Moreland Avenue. This is a special use permit to grant a special use permit for an outdoor display or sales area. Item number 23, 20-0-1392, U-20-06. The location is 1241 Moreland Avenue, and this is another special use permit to grant a special use permit for a cell tower. The motion on these is favorable as amended.
Okay. Okay, second. Is there a second, Brown?
Overstreet, second.
Okay, we have a second by Brown, a motion by Smith. Any discussion? If not, let's open the vote.
Please hold. Please continue to hold. The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Bond?
Yay.
Mr. Matsicot?
Yes.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. Yeas, 0 nays, and 1 dog barking.
Okay, 14 yeas, 0 nays. It is adopted. Next item, Ms. Chair.
Let's go back to item number 10 now. That item is 19-0-1711, zoning case Z19-109. The location is 639 and 643 John Wesley Dobbs Avenue. The change is to rezone from R5 Beltline to MRMU Beltline. The motion is to adverse.
Second, Faruqi.
Okay, there's a motion by Smith, second by Faruqi to adverse. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's open the vote on the motion to adverse.
Please hold. The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
And if you can make sure that it is marked adverse. Ms. Winslow, how do you vote? Aye. Mr. Bond?
Aye.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. And
Please,
modifying subtitle.
Thank you.
Can you my cup? Put it up here. She got up here.
Please, put your
yeas.
phone on mute.
We can hear you on there.
14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. It is adverse.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Thank you. Let's go to item number 24. 20-0-1171 Z-20-15. This is a text amendment amending the zoning ordinance to create a new chapter 20V, Ponce Highland Historic District, and to establish district regulations. The motion on this is favorable on substitute.
Second, Faruqi.
There you go.
There's a second by Faruqi, motion by Smith. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's open the vote.
Please hold. The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Bond?
Aye.
Mr. Westmoreland? All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. Yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. It is adopted. Next item.
Thank you, Madam President. Item number 20.
Ms. Moore, I'm sorry, Howard Shook with a point of order.
Yes, sir.
Have my votes been registering as the program tells me they are?
You have not been voting for any of the zoning committee, for sure.
Yeah. I've voted the entire time.
Okay. So, let's, Mr. Conway, if you could respond to me by teams on what we do to make sure, do we just make a note of that? Because you have not been coming up on the system as voting. You're up on the system as absent. Give me 1 second. Let me check with the parliamentarian and see what he says.
That's fine. According to that boardroom, I'm locked on and my votes are being recorded. And then I got a text from a colleague saying, you're not here.
Yeah. And Mr. Shook, I'm waiting on Mr. Conway to respond, but while I'm waiting on that, you do understand we're in committee as a whole. So we do have a in-gross vote that is the final vote, which you would be. So if there's no objection, he says that you can be recorded as having voted. It's simply a technical difficulty. So if there's no objection on unanimous, go ahead, Mr. Shook, before I say anything. Mr. Shook?
I don't know, the word disenfranchisement comes to mind, but go ahead.
Okay. Well, we're not trying to disenfranchise you.
I know you're not, but that boardroom is.
Okay. Well, we're going to talk to the boardroom. But on unanimous consent of members present, which are all members, we will record Mr. Shook as being a yay vote on all items under this section. And I assume that occurred as well for all items under the Committee on Council. Committee of the Whole, which would include Committee on Council. Okay? So you're here.
Okay,
and,
that goes back to all the votes.
Now.
That goes back to all the votes since we started our business.
All of them in the Committee of the Whole that we have taken. Are you suggesting that you have not been voted as yes through the whole meeting?
Correct.
Okay. So, Mr. Clerk, can you indicate Mr. Shook, because there is no objection from any member, as being in the affirmative on all votes since the beginning of the meeting, that he may have been voted as absent? Could you do that?
Duly noted, Madam President.
Okay. So, you are yay on all votes. You're welcome. And can we populate him on this vote, or are you going to indicate that and make sure he gets into the next one, Mr. Clerk?
We can populate him on this vote.
Okay, let's do that. Okay, we're going to add you on future votes. They're going to manually indicate you, Mr. Shook, on all votes from this one all the way to the beginning of the meeting. It's on the system. So let's move on to the next item.
Thank you, Madam President. And just, Mr. Shook, you are listed on the left-hand side as one of the online members. So I don't know if that helps you any at all, but you have been listed over there on the left-hand side. Okay, number 25, 20-0-1221, Z-20-11. The location is 1596 Willowbrook Drive. The change is to rezone from R4 to RG1. The motion on this is to hold.
Okay, the motion is to hold. There is a second by Brown, a motion by Smith. Any discussion on the motion to hold? Hearing none, let's open the vote on the motion to hold.
Please hold. The vote is now open.
Mr. Clerk, will you record aye in the affirmative, please?
Ms. Winslow, yes. How do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Bond, how do you vote?
Aye.
And Ms. Ide has already indicated she's in favor. And the motion, all votes are cast, Mr. Clerk.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. It's held. Next item.
Madam President, I'd like to take the next items 26 through 33 as a block, please.
Proceed.
Item number 26, 19-0-1272, Z-19-38. The location is 3731, 3745, and 3755 Wyoka Road. This was a rezone from R3 to PDH. Item number 27, 19-0-1524, Z-19-78. The location is 384, 404, 410, 418, and 428 Hamilton E. Holmes Drive. This would be a rezone from R4 HD 20 sub-area Q to PDH HD 20Q. Number 28, 19-0-1681, Z-19-99. The location is 125 Wesley Avenue. This is a rezone from R5 to MRMU. Item number 29, 19-0-1741, Z-19-112. The location is 2588 Abner Place. This is a rezone from R4A to R4B. Item number 30, 20-0-1172, U-20-01. The location is 1448 Iverson Street. Would have been a grant for a special use permit for a daycare. Item number 31, 20-0-1226, Z-20-20. The location is 1565 Moreland Avenue. The change is rezoned from R4 to MRC1. Item number 32, 20-0-1227, Z-20-21. The location is 1121 Alene Avenue. This would have been a rezone from I-1C Beltline to I-Mix Beltline. Item number 33, 20-0-1228, zoning case Z-20-22. The location is 1070 Bolton Road, rezoned from MR3C to MR3. The motion on these is to file, Madam President.
Second, Brown.
Third, Brown.
Okay, the motion to file. Second by Brown. Motion by Smith. Any discussion? Seeing none, let's open the vote on the motion to file.
Please hold. Please continue to hold. The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Bond, how do you vote?
Yay.
Ms. Archibald?
Yay.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. Yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. It's adopted. Next item.
Madam President, I'd like to give a little shout out to the zoning crew and to our staff, Ms. Lindo, Ms. Holmes, and all the members of the ZRB, and because we are now up to date. And I'm very proud of everyone. But that ends my report, so I will make a motion. Do we go out of committee?
Wait a minute, hold on.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay.
Ms. Archibald?
Thank you. Ms. Smith, I would like to bring up Z19094. I'm sorry I don't have the legislative number, but Z19094.
Okay, Z-19- which one?
094.
It must be Z dash. Miss Lindo or Miss Holmes, are you there? Can you help me figure out which one this is? Because they're.
If someone could tell us what that's 19-1590.
Okay.
What
Thank
item
you.
number is that? In the agenda, what is it?
It's item number
34.
It's item number 34.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, then I guess it's a held paper. So I guess we need to make a motion to remove it from the held.
Is it sponsored by Ms. Archibald?
No.
Okay, let's do that then.
I'll make that motion.
I think, let me just check, because we're in the committee of the whole. If it was in a regular committee, you can bring up a held paper. We're not in the full council. So just go ahead and read the caption.
Okay, great. Thank you. 19-0-1590Z-19-94. The location is 1095 Vaughn Street, 1420 Vaughn Street, 1428, 1432, 1438, 1449, 1450, 1451, 1454 Vaughn Street, 2109 Vaughn Street, 1454 Memorial Drive, 1458 Memorial Drive, 1425 and 0 Woodbine Avenue. The change is from a rezoning from PDH to PDH. This is a site plan amendment. Do you have a motion?
Yes, a motion to file.
Okay, the motion is to file. Or I'll second Ms. Archibald's motion to file.
Okay. Motion by Archibald. Second by Smith to file. Any discussion?
Madam Chair, this is Councilmember Winslow. Now, I'm not sure if I'm correct. I may not be. But I thought when we bring up held papers, it has to be a personal paper. Is that not true?
No, we're in the committee of the whole.
We're in the committee. Okay, so that's different. Okay, all right. Okay. Okay, thank you for the correction.
Sure, no problem. Any other discussion? If not, let's open the vote on the motion to file.
The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Bond?
Aye.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote.
And please change the caption to file.
Yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. It is filed. Now we will, Ms. Smith, I know your committee is done, but do not make your motion yet.
Okay.
Because we do need to go to the Honorable Matt Westmoreland for the CDHS, Community Development Human Services Committee public hearing. Mr. Westmoreland.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam President. On unanimous consent, I would ask that we go into the public hearing to hear our 3 voicemails.
Proceed.
I represent Georgia Stand Up. My comments reflect a few Stand Up's written comments on the Citizen Participation Plan submitted earlier to the Department of Grants and Community Development. In tone and content, the CPP makes no reference to the COVID pandemic and how it has and will affect City Hall's processes and meetings. The CPP should at least mention the impact of the concurrent health, economic, and racial crises on its functions and how it will conduct citizen participation activities. The Office of Zoning and Development published the Community Engagement Playbook. We recommend that the Grants Department use this city-created resource, incorporating its guiding principles and concrete plays to facilitate genuine and inclusive engagement in preparing the CPP. We also recommend coordination with Welcoming Atlanta and the Chief Equity Officer to ensure that equitable content and distribution methods are developed and implemented. The CPP provides for notices published in one or more newspapers of general circulation and for Spanish speakers in a Spanish language newspaper and or on Spanish language radio. The city should acknowledge that newspaper readership has steadily declined and very few people read the notice section of the newspaper. With that caveat, in consideration of the population most likely to be affected by the federal program, we recommend that the city also publish notices in Black-owned newspapers, as well as use various social media platforms. The city is home to many other non-English speaking residents. We recommend identification and use of other newspapers and outlets that cater to the full range of Atlanta's citizens. The city's own Welcoming Atlanta program offers translation services in Spanish, Mandarin, Arabic, Korean, and Vietnamese, among others. We recommend a robust campaign partnership between departments to create culturally appropriate and widely disseminated materials. The city should push this information out through its social media channels. Most people can access this information on their phone if they don't have computer access. For those without access to the internet, important content and notices should be made available in cooperation with Atlanta Public Schools. While the pandemic continues, flyers can be distributed at the various meeting sites throughout the city or posted at a...
Greetings, council members, and special greetings to the public watching and listening into this session. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. Conversation about the Citizens Participation Plan should have its own separate day for public hearings and needs to be more widely publicized. The Citizen Participation Plan comments should also be solicited through the neighborhood planning system. Thirdly, we need to find a way to include comments from the disabled community. And lastly, we need to preclude any chair of the Community Development Human Services Committee from borrowing questions from the public, especially when they relate to senior citizens, when grant management makes its presentations to the CDHS committee. Thank you. Those are my concerns, and I emphasize concerns. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ron Shakir. Appreciate the opportunity to be able to engage. God bless America when she's right and mercy on her when she's wrong, that she can be guided to a more perfect life. It seems like today we are slipping into darkness. We have had a new, young council members and seasoned council members who have found it popular to cut back public engagement. I'm glad we're having this conversation today about how public engagement should even look like, and to encourage public engagement. On the thought of it, but when we look at streets and police and fire departments have to stretch the safety concerns just to be able to be in, to be able to go forward with a project. I think what Mayor Jackson said, if you see the line, you're too close when it becomes a questionable action. If we're not being careful who's doing it the right way. We're not being careful that we're not really listening to the public in the right way. Then we ought to lean towards the side of opening it up more. But when we take away time after having ability to engage and ask questions before legislation is voted on, when we change the time from being able to pass we're inclined it where people can pass and give their time to someone else, and then we take away that. When we're going backwards, we ought to realize that maybe we have lost our way and that we should be going to a brighter light. And I would hope that what's happening at NPUR, Mr. Howard was hung up on the other day. So get off this line. You're supposed to be calling in here. How long is it going to be going on when a senior citizen or a citizen who wants and to participate is going to constantly be shut down in NPUR, District 11? What kind of record is that? I'm angry right now, y'all. I hope I get an opportunity to have this concern in the public comment, because for sure, the idea of cutting us off, even to be able to have to call a day ahead of time instead of being able to call a day of the meeting, it's going to take some kindness on your part. I hope you give consideration of a lot of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair? Yes, ma'am. On unanimous consent, I'd like to exit the public hearing.
All right. Hearing no objection, public hearing is now closed. I'll entertain a motion that we go out of committee of the whole.
So moved, Smith.
Second.
Motion by Smith, second by Massakai to exit the committee of the whole. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's open the vote on exiting the committee of the whole.
Madam President.
The vote is now open.
Madam President.
Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote? Ms. Winslow, how do you vote? Mr. Hillis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Again, Ms. Winslow, are you there? Okay, all votes are cast.
Madam President.
The vote is now closed.
All votes are cast, Mr. Clerk.
Populating votes.
Ms. Winslow did not vote.
Apologies. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. All right. We have exited the committee of the whole. Just for purposes of, I think our parliamentarians trying to reach me, the paper that goes with the public hearing will be heard during the Community Development and Human Services Committee report and voted on then. So now we are out of the committee of the whole, and I'll entertain a motion to adopt in growth all actions taken in the committee of the whole.
So moved, Smith.
Second, Massakai.
Motion by Smith, second by Massakai to adopt in growth all actions taken in the committee of the whole. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's open the vote.
The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow? All right, let's close the vote.
The vote is now closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. It is adopted that all items engrossed from the committee of the whole. So now we will move to our next standing committee, which will be the City Utilities Committee, the Honorable Madeline Archibald, Chair.
All right, thank you, colleagues. And that's not my dog barking. Stop it. Okay. I don't know what page it is, but if you will turn to the City Utilities Standing Report, we have two items. First, 20-0-1537, an amended ordinance by City Utilities Committee authorizing the mayor to enter into Amendment Number 9 for the FC number reference annual contract for the disposal of municipal solid waste with Georgia Waste Systems, Inc., doing business as Waste Management of Atlanta on behalf of the Department of Watershed Management and the Department of Public Works to add funding in an amount not to exceed $1,963,092.00 to extend the term of the agreement for a period not to exceed 4 months, effective September 1, 2020 through December 31st, 2020, in accordance with Section 2-1163, solicitation or awards in violation of law, subsection C, remedies after award, Article 10 of the Procurement and Real Estate Code of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances. All contracted work shall be charged to and paid from the Fund Department organization and account numbers listed and for other purposes. The motion from the committee is to adopt.
Motion is to adopt. Any discussion? Please indicate with your speaker button. Seeing none, let's open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is now open.
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote? Ms. Winslow is not responding. All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. (13 yeas, 1 nay).
13 yeas, 1 nay. It is adopted. Next item.
All right, thank you very much. And then the second item is 20-0-1539, the substitute ordinance by City Utilities Committee authorizing the mayor to enter into Amendment Number 3 for the FC number reference annual contract for green infrastructure and landscape services with Ed Castro Landscape, Inc., in an amount not to exceed $1,647,500.00 to add funding for additional landscaping services on behalf of the Department of Watershed Management and Parks and Recreation, to add the Departments of Aviation and Public Works as authorized users, to extend the term of the agreement on a month-to-month basis for a period not to exceed 9 months effective September 17, 2020, and to authorize the Chief Financial Officer to pay outstanding invoices in the amount of $175,000.00 in accordance with Section 2-1163, subsection C, Article 10 of the Procurement and Real Estate Code of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances. All contracted work and invoices will be charged to and paid from the Fund Department organization and account numbers listed herein and for other purposes. This came to us on condition, and the condition has been met. So the motion at this point is to adopt.
Motion is to adopt. Any discussion? Seeing none, let's open the, hold on, Mr. Hillis.
Thank you, Madam President, and Chair Archibald. So yes, we did place conditions on this that have been met. It was very clear in committee that council members are not happy with the way that our right-of-ways and city properties have been maintained by both of the departments in this paper, and we expect that they will do much better with this extension or this contract, entering in this agreement. And hope that we see a much more beautiful city as a result of this. And so I'll second that.
Okay, the motion is to adopt. Any further discussion? Seeing none, let's open the vote.
Please hold. The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote? Ms. Boone, how do you vote? All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed.
Ms. Winslow, is that you?
That was Ms. Boone.
Okay. Ms. Boone is the affirmative.
The vote is now closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays is adopted. Madam Chair?
That concludes the City Utilities report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll now go to Community Development Human Services Committee. The Honorable Matt Westmoreland, Chair.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, we have 3 items on our report today. The first is 20-R-4179. It's a resolution by Councilmember CARLA Smith as amended by the Community Development and Human Services Committee authorizing the mayor to submit to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development the City of Atlanta's Citizens Participation Plan 2020 to 2024 consolidated plan to include the following programs: Community Development Block Grant Program, Emergency Solutions Grant Program, Home Investment Partnership Program, and Housing Opportunities for Persons with AIDS Program, and for other purposes. It was forwarded on condition that the public hearing be held that we had a few minutes ago, and I will make a motion to adopt.
Is that coming out of the committee, the recommendation?
It is. It was.
Okay, yes. Motion to adopt. Any discussion? Seeing none, let's open the vote on the motion to adopt.
Please hold. The vote is now open.
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote? Ms. Winslow is not present. All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. It's adopted.
Put me in the affirmative. This is Councilmember Winslow.
15 yeas, 0 nays. Please add Ms. Winslow, Mr. Clerk.
Duly noted. If you could give us a moment, we can populate that vote now.
Okay, hold on.
Populate it. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. It's adopted. Next item.
Next item is 19-01659, CDP-19-054, an ordinance by Community Development Human Services Committee to amend the land use element of the 2016 Atlanta Comprehensive Design Plan so as to redesignate property located at 125 Wesley Avenue Northeast from low-density residential land use designation to the medium-density residential land use designation and for other purposes, and the motion coming out of committee was to file.
Motion is to file. Any discussion? Seeing none, let's open the vote on the motion to file.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. It is filed. Next item.
Next item is 20-R-4214, a substitute resolution by Community Development Human Services Committee authorizing the mayor on behalf of the City of Atlanta to enter into an agreement with Agape Tennis Academy, LLC for RFP-S12000138, tennis centers management, maintenance, and capital improvements on behalf of the Department of Parks and Recreation and for other purposes. This comes out of committee. It was forwarded with no recommendation on substitute. There were 3 yeas, 0 nays, and 3 abstentions.
I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to file, Matsukai.
Is there a second?
Second, Brown.
Second, I heard by Ide. A motion by Masakai to file. Any discussion on the motion to file? If not, let's open the vote on the motion to file.
Please hold. The vote is now open.
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Okay. All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. Changing subtitle. 14 yeas, 1 nay.
14 yeas, 1 nay. It is filed.
Thank you, Madam President. That concludes my report.
All right, thank you. We'll now move to Public Safety, Legal Administration. The Honorable Joyce Shepard, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If people will turn to page number 34 on our agenda, we have 4 items before us, and they're all resolutions. 20-R, and all of these, by the way, are coming forth with adverse. So, Madam Chair, I can sound the numbers. I can just read each one of them individually.
You can do them all as a block, and you can proceed with that.
Okay, I will do them as a block. 20-R-4283, for damage alleged to have been sustained from trespass due to a mulching operation closed to claimant property on April 24th, 2015 at 2229 Main Street Northwest. 20-R-4288, for damage alleged to have been sustained from trespass due to a mulching operation close to claimant property on March 2nd, 2018 at 2234 Main Street. 20-R-4289, for damage alleged to have been sustained from trespass due to a mulching operation close to Clements property on March 1st, 2019 at 2234 Main Street. 20-R-4291, for damage alleged to have been sustained from trespass due to a mulching operation close to Clements property on June 21st, 2019 at 2246 Main Street in Atlanta. All of these are in Atlanta. The motion comes before us to adverse with 1 abstention.
Motion is to adverse. Any discussion? Seeing none, let's open the let's open the vote on the motion to adverse.
Please hold. The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed.
Please
populating vote.
Captain.
Yeas, 1 nay.
14 yeas, 1 nay. They are adverse.
President Moore, that's the end of my report. Thank you.
Okay, next is Transportation Committee, the Honorable Andre Dickens, Chair.
Madam President, the Transportation Committee completed all of our work in committee. We have no report.
Well, thank you. Good work. Now, the final standing committee, the Honorable Jennifer I, Chair of the Finance Executive Committee.
Thank you, Madam President. We have one item, which is 20R 4178, which was on page 54. And give me 1 minute on my, who signed it? It is, okay. A resolution by Councilmember Antonio Brown urging the Georgia General Assembly to review and revise its statutes related to searches with warrants, Title 17, Chapter 5, Article 2, Section 17-5-20 through 17-5-32 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated to specifically ban the use of no-knock warrants and for other purposes. This went to Public Safety Legal Administration, where it came out favorable, and its finance exec, it was favorable with 5 yeas and 1 abstention from Mr. Shook. Okay.
And the motion is?
The motion is to adopt.
Motion is to adopt. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, let's open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote? In favor. Okay, let me just make sure everyone else. All right, that's all. The votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes. (15 yeas, 0 nays).
15 yeas, 0 nays. It is adopted. Anything else for Finance Executive Committee?
The only other thing is I wanted to just say a thank you and best wishes to David Johnson, who got a promotion within the City of Atlanta and is leaving City Council to move on to the Parks and Rec Department. So thank you, David, for all of your hard work over the years, and we will miss seeing you on our side of the hall, but hope you stay in touch.
Wonderful. Thank you. All right. Now we move to the next item on the agenda, which are personal papers for immediate consideration. I do not have a list of any. Are there any that I do not have a list of? All right. We'll now go to our personal papers to be referred. I will call the list.
Madam President, I have one that's for immediate consideration. This is Councilman
Dixon. All right.
It is.
Well, I guess you go ahead. Do you have a ELMS number?
Yeah, let me find that.
Oh, I see it. I do see it. Support for United States Postal Service is 22419. Go ahead and read your paper.
Okay, good. 22419. This is for immediate consideration. A resolution by Councilmember Andre Dickens, a resolution urging the United States Senate to appropriate funds to sustain the United States Postal Service and to ensure the Postal Service continues to function as a universal public service and for other purposes. Whereas the United States Postal Service is enshrined in the United States Constitution to bind the country together through the correspondence of the people, and whereas the COVID-19 public health crisis and our nation's current economic distress has caused a 30% decrease in mail volume, with an expected 50% drop by summer 2020, the Postmaster General predicts that the United States Postal Service will run out of money as soon as September 2020, and whereas the United States Postal Service is indispensable to the American people, especially veterans, seniors, small businesses, and those in rural areas, delivering medications, nearly 4 million daily, stimulus checks, census forms, ballots, medical supplies, including test kits, and the impending COVID-19 vaccine. And whereas the United States Postal Service guarantees universal delivery at a fixed cost to everyone, ensuring affordable and equitable communication and delivery as a basic right. And whereas the United States Postal Service is one of the most integrated employers in the United States, providing family-sustaining jobs and significant to the infrastructure of this country's economy, and whereas it is essential to preserve such stable and life-sustaining jobs, and whereas the United States Postal Service provides equitable wages and benefits to all workers, regardless of race or gender, and whereas the USPS is one of the most integrated, whereas the Georgia Secretary of State mailed absentee ballot request forms to all of Georgia's 6.9 million active voters during the June primary elections due to the COVID-19 pandemic, which created record numbers of absentee ballots mailed in by residents. And whereas senior citizens have shown from this summer's primary elections that they will rely heavily on the Postal Service to exercise their right to vote this November. And whereas the Postal Board of Governors, the service's bipartisan governing body, has called on Congress to appropriate $25 billion immediately and to allocate sufficient additional funds in the future to sustain the service. Whereas House Resolution 8015, Delivering for America Act, passed by the United States House on August 22nd, 2020, prohibits the United States Postal Service from making changes to operations at levels of service from that were in effect on January 1st, 2020, establishes requirements for the processing of election mail and providing additional funding for the Postal Service Fund. And whereas House Resolution 8015 appropriates $25 billion as an additional payment to the Postal Service Fund, of which $15 million shall be transferred to the USPS Office of Inspector General. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, that we urge the U.S. Senate to appropriate funds to sustain the U.S. Postal Service and to ensure the Postal Service continues to function as a universal public service. Be it finally resolved upon adoption of this resolution, the municipal clerk shall transmit an electronic copy to all members of the Georgia congressional delegation. And the motion is to adopt.
Motion is to adopt. Is there a second?
Second, Brown.
Overstreet. Second by Brown. Motion by Dickens to adopt. Discussion, Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Dickens, for the paper. I'd just like to humbly request that I could add my name to it.
Okay, if anyone else wants to add their name, would you please indicate with your speaker button?
Winslow, yes. To add name.
Please add Ms. Winslow, and then I'm going to go through the list. And so we have Mr. Bond. Ms. Overstreet, are you adding your name?
Yes, please, Madam President.
Okay. Mr. Brown, are you adding your name?
Yes, Madam President.
Ms. Hyde?
Yes, please.
Ms. Boone?
Yes, please add my name.
Ms. Shepard?
Yes, please.
Mr. Hillis?
Yes, please.
And Mr. Westmoreland?
Sure. Thanks.
Then let's talk about
Mr. Faroki?
Yes.
Ms. Archibald, did I hear your name? You're breaking up, Ms. Archibald.
Yes, thank you. Please add it.
Okay, and we added Ms. Winslow. Mr. Clerk, did you get all the names?
Yes, two, please.
Please add Ms. Smith.
Yes, Madam President, if I can read them back to you really quickly. I have Bond, Westmoreland, Smith, Faroki, Brown, Winslow, Archibald, Hillis, Boone, Overstreet, Shepard.
Is anyone name left off? Got Ms. Winslow, I think. All right. Let's open the vote on the motion to adopt, second by Brown.
The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes. (15 yeas, 0 nays).
15 yeas, 0 nays. It's adopted.
And Madam President, I have a personal paper as well for referral if there are no other immediate considerations.
There are none, but I was going to go by the list, but you can go ahead since you are on the phone. Go ahead.
Okay. This is ELMS ID number 22412, and this is an ordinance by Councilmember Andre Dickens, an ordinance amending Part 2, Code of Ordinances, Chapter 2, Article 10, Procurement and Real Estate Code, Division 6, Procurement of Construction, Architect, Engineering, and Land Surveying Services, Section 2, 1269, the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances to require apprenticeship documentation for all construction projects in the city over $1 million as part of the bid security for construction projects, and requesting the Chief Operating Officer of the City of Atlanta to develop an apprenticeship program and for other purposes.
Finance Executive Committee. Okay, we'll go with Mr. Westmoreland.
Thank you, Madam President. First item. Sorry about that. I was expecting you to come to me at the very end.
I was starting from the end. I know you're always last. I want to just give you a chance to be first. But if you like, I can move on.
No. We're good. ELMS number 22416. It's an ordinance by Councilmember Matt Westmoreland authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $5,000 from the Post 2 at Large carry forward account to Jumpstart Atlanta in support of its annual Read for the Record initiative that encourages transformative change in early education and puts books in the hands of more children in Atlanta and for other purposes.
Finance Executive Committee.
ELMS number 22415, a resolution by Council members Matt Westmoreland and CARLA Smith, approving a deployment plan for the Equitable Growth Grant Program focused on the creation and attraction of high-quality middle-wage jobs and for other purposes.
CDHS.
And then ELMS number 22417, a resolution by Council members Matt Westmoreland, Carla Smith, Amir Faroqi, Antonio Brown, Nadalyn Archibong, Jennifer Ide, Howard Shook, J.P. Matzekite, Dustin Hillis, Andrea Boone, Marcy Overstreet, Joyce Shepard, Michael Julian Bond, and Andre Dickens, calling on the Development Authority of Fulton County to cease acting as the issuer of lease purchase taxable revenue bonds within the limits of the City of Atlanta and for other purposes.
CDHS, Finance Executive Committee.
Thank you.
All right, next, Ms. Smith.
Thank you for taking us out of order. I have two papers, ELMS number 22311, an ordinance by Council Member Carla Smith authorizing the transfer of $20,000.00 from the City Council District 1 cash carry forward to the City Council District 1 distribution account to continue serving the Atlanta community for the public good and for other purposes. My second
Finance Executive Committee.
Thank you. My second paper is ELMS number 22345, an ordinance by Council Member Carla Smith authorizing the mayor or her designee to waive the sidewalk requirements of Section 15-09.003 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances to provide that a certain subdivision applicant SD-20-002, the location is 778 Linwood Drive Southeast, deposit a dollar amount, $4,027.30, equal to the value of the required sidewalk construction into the designated trust fund account for District 1 and for other purposes.
Transportation Committee. The next up is Mr. Shook, followed by Overstreet. Mr. Shook.
Okay. Thank you. This is, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. This is Phlegm, number 22350. And this is an ordinance to amend the 1982 Atlanta zoning ordinance as amended by adding a definition for short-term rental, STR, and to prohibit short-term rentals as the use in the R1, R2, R2B, R23, R23A, R234, R24A, and R4B single-family residential and TDM Planned Development Housing Authority districts or zoning districts, and for the purposes, I've since been contacted by members Shepard and Matsukite, adding that their names be included as co-sponsors, so I would ask that the clerk's office honor that.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, did you hear the names to be added?
I received one name. What was the other name?
Matsukite and Shepard.
Duly noted.
Mr. Bond, you wanted to speak? Hold on, Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Mr. Shook, for introducing this. I'd like to request that my name be added also.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Mr. Hillis.
Same from me. I'd like to be added.
Overstreet.
Okay. If you all can indicate with your speaker buttons, it's a lot easier, and that way the clerk can see it. Ms. Overstreet, I heard your voice.
Oh, I was just ready to read in my legislation.
Okay, hold on one second. Anyone else to be added to Mr. Shook's legislation? If not, it will be referred to ZRB and zoning. Okay, next, Ms. Overstreet, followed by Ms. I. Ms. Overstreet.
Okay, ELMS number 22413. It's, and I need to add Councilmember Michael Julian Bond to this particular legislation. So
Mr. Clerk, did you note that? I just want to make sure the clerk got the addition.
Sure.
Duly noted. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Overstreet.
A resolution by Council Members Marcy Collier Overstreet, Matt Westmoreland, Andrea Boone, Andre Dickens, and Michael Julian Bond. A resolution requesting the Chief Operating Officer coordinate with the Department of Parks and Recreation, the Atlanta Beltline Incorporated, the CAF Foundation, and the Atlanta Beltline Partnership to identify and allocate the funding necessary to complete the Southwest Connector Spur Trail and for other purposes.
Community Development, Human Services Committee, Transportation Committee.
Okay, my next one, ELMS number 22403, a resolution by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, a resolution to establish a District 11 Park Commission for the purpose of engaging the community to provide recommendations for the purpose, scope, and design of a new District 11 park to be developed on approximately 12.42 acres of real property acquired by the City of Atlanta and for other purposes.
CDHS and Committee on Council.
My next one is ELMS number 22386, an ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, an ordinance amending 20-0-1295, which was adopted by the City of Atlanta City Council on May 4, 2020, and approved by the Mayor, Keisha Lance Bottoms, on May 11, 2020, and which ratified the city's application for the FY 2019 U.S. Department of Homeland Security Countering Weapons of Mass Destruction grant in an amount not to exceed $2 million for the securing of the city's program, authorized the Chief Financial Officer to accept the award of the grant in the amount of $2 million, authorized the Mayor of the Director of the Mayor's Office of Emergency Preparedness as her designee to enter into any required agreement for grant implementation and waive Chapter 2, Article 9, Division 1, Section 2-910 grant applications of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances to add the appropriate account numbers and for other purposes, related purposes.
What was the ELMS number on that one?
22386.
22386. Public Safety, Legal Administration, Finance Executive Committee.
Okay, and this is my last one. It's ELMS number 22402. An ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet. An ordinance to amend the 1982 Atlanta zoning ordinance as amended to add small discount variety store as defined herein to the list of prohibited principal uses within the NC-6 Cascade Heights Neighborhood Commercial District and for other purposes.
ZRB and zoning.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Ms. I, followed by Mr. Hillis, and then Mr. Faroki.
All right, mine is ELM 22405, an ordinance by Councilmember Jennifer and I, an ordinance authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $1,000.00 from the District 6 Carry Forward account to Linwood Martin Manor Neighborhood Association, Inc., and for other purposes.
Finance Executive Committee. Mr. Hillis.
Thank you, Madam President. This is ELM 22414, an ordinance by Council Members Dustin Hillis and Andrea Dickens authorizing the mayor or her designee to make the intersection of the 4 Avenue Northwest and Seaboard Avenue Northwest, the 4 Avenue Northwest and Marvin Street Northwest, the 4 Avenue and Mantissa Street Northwest, and the 4 Avenue and DeFore Place Northwest, and the Underwood Hills neighborhood, always stop-controlled intersections. Authorize the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersection and for other purposes.
Transportation Committee. And next is Mr. Faroki, followed by Mr. Brown and Ms. Boone.
Thank you, Madam President. ELMS number 22406, an ordinance by Councilmember Amir Faroki to amend Chapter 10, Article 2, Section 10-94 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances in order to provide an exemption from the distance requirements for a private residence set forth in Section 10-88A for on-premises consumption for 1660 DeKalb Avenue Northeast, Atlanta, Georgia, and for other purposes.
Okay. Public Safety, Legal Administration. Mr. Brown.
Yes, Madam President. One moment. ELMS ID number 22407, a resolution urging the federal government to pass legislation to provide universal comprehensive health care coverage with zero cost sharing for patients during public health crises such as the COVID-19 pandemic, and calling on federal legislators to work towards the immediate enactment of legislation that will ensure appropriate health care coverage for all residents of the United States and for other purposes.
Finance Executive Committee.
ELMS ID number 22404, a resolution requesting that the Department of Parks and Recreation, City Planning Department, and the Department of Finance Revenue Division partner with the principals of the Atlanta Street Food Coalition to establish a comprehensive food truck program in the city of Atlanta and for other purposes.
Okay, that would be Public Safety, Legal Administration, Community Development, Human Services, and Finance Executive Committee.
Okay. ELMS ID number 22400, a resolution to urge the Georgia General Assembly to enact legislation to adopt ranked choice voting for all elections and or permit counties and municipalities to make use of ranked choice voting in local elections and for other purposes. And it's a resolution between with Councilmember Antonio Brown and Amir Faroki.
Okay, Finance Executive Committee on Council.
That concludes my legislation, Madam President.
Okay, Ms. Boone, followed by Ms. Archibald.
Thank you, Madam President. An ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone, Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, Councilmember Matt Westmoreland, Councilmember Andre Dickens, and Councilmember Dustin Hillis. An ordinance authorizing the mayor or her designee to rename Cox Drive Southwest to James Allen Jr. Drive and for other purposes.
Transportation Committee.
ELMS number 22418. An ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone, an ordinance authorizing the mayor or her designee to install traffic calming devices on Larchwood Road Southwest, certain provisions of Section 138-84 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances and for other purposes. Elms number 22408.
Okay, I was texting someone else. Was this the Larchmont Road traffic calming?
Yes, Larchwood Road.
Okay, I'm sorry, Larchwood. Transportation Committee.
An ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone, an ordinance amending the FY21 intergovernmental grant fund budget, Department of the Executive Officers, and ordinance 201483 by adding to anticipations and appropriations in the amount of $13,556.00 a supplemental pay for emergency response through September 30th, 2020 from Criminal Justice Coordinating Council and waiving the requirements of Chapter 2, Article 4, Division 1, Section 2-910 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, entitled Grant Applications, and ratifying the mayor's action in applying for accepting and entering into agreements in connection with the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council and hiring additional staff to provide crime victim assistance services and for other purposes. Elms number 22387.
Public Safety, Legal Administration.
That concludes my legislative items, Madam President. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Archibong, followed by Ms. Shepard and Mr. Masakai.
All right, Elms number 22401. That's 22401. An ordinance by Councilmember Madeline Archibong to amend Ordinance 19-0-1722, which established the Small Business Advisory Council for the purpose of modifying the membership and to remove the council confirmation requirement and for other purposes.
Committee on Council.
Thank you. That's it.
I had you down for 2.
I'm not.
You're not doing that one, okay? It was waiving alcohol district exemption.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm not introducing that one. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So now we will go to Ms. Shepard.
Thank you, Madam President. An ordinance by Councilmember George Shepard to ratify Mayor Keith S. Bottom's executive order ordering the implementation of hazard pay policies applicable to employees designated as mission critical whose work could expose them to infection with the coronavirus, as specifically described herein, which shall remain in effect through December 31st, 2020, and for other purposes.
Elms number?
Elms number 22393.
22393, Finance Executive Committee. Mr. Masakai.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a resolution. It's Elms number 22420. It's a resolution by Councilmember J.P. Mathakite requesting the Atlanta Department of Transportation partner with the Office of Innovation, Delivery, and Performance to develop a funding plan that provides for the city to annually invest in its road infrastructure at a rate equal to the replacement cycle for all of the city streets and roads and for other purposes.
Transportation Finance Executive Committee. Any other items to be referred? Hearing none, we will move to general remarks. Any general remarks, please indicate with your speaker button, general remarks or announcements. Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, the adjourning roll call. Wait a minute, hold on, Mr. Clerk. Hold on, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Madam President. Just wanted to announce that early voting for the Congressional District 5 special election began today and will run through, I believe, last week of September. So if you're interested in early voting now in that special election, which encompasses the majority of the city of Atlanta, you can now cast your ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Overstreet. Ms. Overstreet, you have the floor.
Oh, sorry, I had myself on mute. Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Mr. Bond, Councilmember Bond, for really reminding me that I do have an announcement to make. It's just for that reason that we are entering a special election in the middle of an actual general election after a primary election. Everyone's confused. So I've had people to approach me that are willing to speak about the election and have an election education. And that will take place virtually on Thursday, September the 10th from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Chairman Rod Pitts of Fulton County Board of Commissioners, as well as Rick Barron, who's the Director of Fulton County Registration and Elections, and Farron Johnson, who is with Paramount Consulting Group, will all participate in this town hall to answer questions from all of the constituents and residents from the city of Atlanta and around this region. So please join us. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Clerk, if I could impose on you and your staff to develop just a PDF flyer that can be distributed to council members so all of us can distribute it to our constituents via social media and other means that shows this particular special election and the days and times and locations of early voting, if you could.
Duly noted. Madam President, if I can also note that on the City Council's website, there is an elections website within the Office of Municipal Clerk that has all of the most frequently asked questions, has answers there on the calendar, as well as the elections themselves. But I will certainly make sure that information is condensed and circulated to all council members.
Okay, and council members, look for that PDF. And I do think, we should get it out to all constituents so they don't miss this early voting and or voting opportunity for the special election for the 5th Congressional District. And if there are no other announcements or general remarks, I see none. Oh, wait a minute, hold on. I see Ms. Archibald. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Mr. Webb if he has any information on, I know the last cycle, Fulton County had problems processing absentee ballot requests. Has that been worked out? I know there was a lawsuit and a lot of conversation around doing it better and differently next time, and we're now at next time.
To my knowledge, it's been reported they've made several changes on the location in which they will be doing the absentee ballot. In addition to that, the actual post office issue is a national issue as well that subsequently has an impact on the absentee ballot. But there was a complete review of the election process, separate and apart from the investigation that the Secretary of State's office was looking into, and it was spearheaded by the county manager as well as Chairman Pitts. And there is a PowerPoint that I can also circulate that they've distributed to resolve or address, rather, several of the issues that we had in the previous election. It is believed that in our special election, there will not be as many issues because it's not anticipated that there will be as many voters. However, all of the efforts are to mitigate actions or setbacks or issues that may arise for the November presidential election. And I will gather that information and provide that as well.
Thank you. That would be helpful.
And I'll just add, while we're now talking about elections, I did it today. It's very quick and easy for citizens to go on the Secretary of State's website, and you can very quickly, with your driver's license or state ID, apply for a ballot for the November 3rd election. That's the presidential election. It's very simple. And also, I would ask the clerk if he can make a note when we get to the point of the November 3rd election, if we could do a PDF with locations for the absentee ballot drop boxes. So if people are concerned about the post office or if not getting there in time, that they can go to the drop boxes, and if we get a list of those locations, that would be great to distribute to people as well.
Duly noted. One other item, Madam President and members of the council, in our previous elections that we've had this year, I've been reluctant to provide those type of information simply because the early voting location, the drop boxes, as well as the precincts have been extremely fluid, and I would rather err on the side of caution. I didn't want to provide anything to the general public by way of any of the elected officials or our website that would subsequently give inaccurate information that would not be current. So in terms of those things that I just mentioned, we had a link that went directly to Fulton County, so subsequently any updates that they made would be addressed. Councilman Hillis several times brought several issues to my attention when it came to the fluidity of the voting precinct, and I believe there were several individuals, not just in his district, but throughout the state, throughout the city, that had not received the most recent information when it came to their precinct. And that is the issue that the Secretary of State's office was looking into. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Archibald?
Yes. Mr. Webb, when you mentioned the link to Fulton County, was there also a link to DeKalb County?
Most certainly, and I apologize for not mentioning that, but whenever we have elections here in the city of Atlanta, obviously we have to take care of those citizens that live in Atlanta, DeKalb, and most often yourself and the side remind me to address that. So thank you.
You're welcome. Anything else? Anything else for the good of the order? If not, let's have the adjourning roll call, please.
President Moore.
Present.
Council members Bond.
Here.
Westmoreland.
Here.
Dickens.
Here.
Smith.
Here.
Perosi.
Here.
Brown. Here. Winslow.
Present.
Archibald.
Here.
Aye.
Here.
Shook.
Aye.
McIntyre.
Here.
Hillis.
Here.
Boone.
Present.
Overstreet.
Present.
Shepard.
Present.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Oh, I'm sorry. Who is that?
Hillis.
Hillis. Is there a second? By Bond?
Second.
Motion by Hillis to adjourn on unanimous consent or without objection. We are adjourned. Thank you all. Have a safe evening.
Good
We are adjourned.